Hello everyone, welcome back to the second stream of the day. We are going for an overnight stream for the first day of drops, and I'm so excited to jump in and kind of pick up the night shift with you guys. I always look forward to this point because it gives me an opportunity to reach people that I don't typically get to reach, like an audience that I don't typically get to stream for. And so we are going to be doing just a little bit more ladder gameplay. I might switch it up a little bit, but I think for the first stint, I'm going to be doing just a little bit of Clutter. It is a definitely a comfort list. I'm afraid to switch scenes, so I'm just going to clear up and move over. It's just a good old straightforward Clutter list. This one does run Goliath though. For those one particular games where like they're dropping initiative and they want to explode a lot of things onto the board, Goliath can give you those avenues to be able to win. So it actually runs the Goliath instead of the like Shang-Chi, which a lot of lists run. But I find that if we can clutter one and then block them from doing their big thing, then we can win and steal those games away. And so I'm looking forward to running a little bit of this and running up the night shift with you guys. And on the welcome in everyone, we have Indy. He said can't listen right now, but I wish you a nice overnight stream. Thank you so much, Indy. You can't hear, but thank you anyways. Rocky Road, welcome in. And then S Spy said, well, if it isn't TLSG, welcome in, Spy. The kid's asleep, not quite, but my wife said that she finished up everything she needed to, and so she is taking the shift. And as soon as she said that, I ran upstairs into my office to launch the stream. So before she could take it back and change her mind, I was gone. Zero, welcome in. I am back. I'm doing an overnight stream. He said, say no more as I'm halfway up the stairs. Indeed. He said, by the way, congrats on 1,000. Thank you so much. We actually almost pushed to the original sub goal of 1250. We're like almost there. So we'll probably eventually hit that as well. Yiddish, she said, I'm going to creep here for drops. So stream for like 9 hours. Absolutely. I plan to go from now until I fall asleep. Have you looked at the 720 stream? So I did a little bit, and I'm gonna have to do some Google foo because I don't know why. It's streaming at 720. It's not on the settings on Twitch itself. It's typically in OBS, but OBS is outputting to 1080 on YouTube, but only 720 on Twitch. And so it's something that I have to dig into whenever I get a little bit of downtime, but I have it on my list because I don't know why it's doing it. Still looks good. Thank you so much. And then Alexander, hello, welcome in. He said, I wish I could have been there for it, but I was studying for my board exam. No worries, Rocky Road. I plan to create a clip of the moment that I realized and maybe put it on like Twitter or something to like announce that I'm officially going full time. So no worries at all. I completely understand. Real life comes first. You hang out when you can, and I greatly appreciate it. S-Spy said I got to play your Scream deck against you last night. Really? Just in time to release, to realize you changed it, and Shang-Chi'd me for the win. Oh no, Spy, I'm sorry. I go through a lot of iterations and like make a lot of changes. So I'm sorry that it ended up taking you out. And then Greedy Mac, good morning from Thailand. Welcome in. I'm glad you could join us. Hopefully it's going well. So I'm going to run the quick set of ads so that it pushes. You're not sorry. I am. I always, it's always a kind of feels bad whenever like I post a deck and then I run somebody that I know found it for my channel. But I know how to, like, I either know how to counter it or beat it and I end up winning. I feel bad because I gave them those tools and then I absolutely took it and beat them anyways. And so I do feel bad when that happens. We're going to run the quick set of ads before jumping into any games. Time for some late night cooks. Exactly, Chiefy. I'm excited to see how far we can climb up or down. We might climb down a little bit, but I'm excited to be able to spend the evening with you guys or morning for those of you in like Thailand or anywhere else where the time zones are a bit different. So Mighty Mo, Dijin hours, absolutely. Dijin hours for me. Normal hours for others. I'm glad I can hit a different time zone. And Indy with the resub with your Prime for 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. I'm going to start with a little bit of Clog for tonight, just because it's a pretty comfortless. It's easy to run while I'm chatting, and we'll see how it goes. But we're going to run the quick set of ads, and then we will be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere, you guys. And then Straws said W Degen hours. I'm so excited. I'm excited for the Degen hours. These are some of my favorite streams, being able to catch the people I don't normally get to stream to. And so I always love the opportunity to be able to do like a big schedule shift. I forgot that Prime sub. No, it's very much appreciated, Indy. And so here in just a second, as the ads roll down, we'll go ahead and queue up and kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. Alliance missions, yeah, I do have. So we'll go ahead and load in. By the time we connect to a match, we should be good to go. And so I'm starting with a little bit of comfort with the clutter, and then maybe we branch off from there. Next up, we have Agatha Enjoyer. And then Arrow, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm excited to be able to jump in and do this late night stream. It's the first one that I'm going to be able to do after putting in my notice. So I plan on calling in tomorrow. But I'm supposed to be working half days. I'm probably going to call in for the half. That way I can spend as much time as possible with you guys. Let's go. No, I'm going to go ahead and go Jeff. Sometimes I like to hold some of my clutter so that they don't know that it's coming. And then Fresh Pilk, welcome back in once again. So excited that you're here. Arrow said late night TLSG.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Let's go Green Goblin. I think we go like White Widow or maybe Doc Ock next, depending on what and where they play. And then Handsome Herbivore. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you. Weedicus Rex coming in with the huge support. We just launched into our second stream, and the positivity is already flowing with the 5 community gifted subs. Thank you so much for the support and being here. That launches us into an early level 3 hype train. My goodness, you guys are incredible. We're probably going to smash out the original goal that me and my wife had set of the 1250 instead of the 1000. We're probably going to reach that tonight. Let's go ahead and go Doc Ock. I think this is the list that the Splat deck, seeing just the magic. I imagine maybe it's the Splat deck, which we have some good tools to be able to defend against that. Like the Eliath for one, the Clutter in another lane is fantastic for us, and then potentially like a Cannonball, a little bit of light clutter in the additional lane, and then we can kind of go from there. And then Longfellow said, congrats TLSG, glad you're doing what you want to do. Thank you so much, Longfellow. I'm so excited. Being able to do this is such a big step. Like I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to do anything like this, and so it's very exciting that I do have the opportunity.
It took you long enough.
So I think we go Hood Viper, because I'm not sure if they'll play into the Great Web or not. They probably play Sarah. Actually, knowing this deck, they have to play Sarah, right? They have to play Sarah for the discount, so we can just win the right lane. And then maybe it's a Viper, so that we can focus on like Cannonball into Eliath as that follow-up. And then Ethan Will 122, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Keeping the hype train alive. That brings us to 1,220. We were just 30 shy of that sub goal that we had set. Absolutely insane, you guys. So the blink did come down. We have an extra turn here, so we could go Eliath this turn, but I want to save the Eliath for next turn. We might go something like, we have this lane 1 regardless. So I think it's something like Hood Cannonball into Demon Eliath mid next turn, and then I think we can coast to the victory. Real estate, you've come a long way, my dude. Been watching from the beginning. My goodness, the career trajectory with the content creation has been wild. I remember starting knowing absolutely nothing about content creation, knowing nothing about like commentary or live streams, and then just really immersing myself in like everything I could to try to make it better and make it more consistent. And I'm so glad that that we've grown and our community has grown tremendously over the course of this experience. And Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Ooh, they may grab initiative over us. The Wave, and then if they played, the Wave Swordmaster, interesting. So they do grab priority, which is not great. So our Eliath does Bubkiss. They go what? So with the Sarah, they can do 3. They may be able to beat us. This is the best power output we can get, and I'm not sure if it matches if they go big. We definitely win right. It becomes an issue of where can we win from there. I'm gonna take the gamble, but it doesn't look pretty. Is it back in the YouTube streaming days before Twitch? Yes, back in the YouTube streaming days when it was just like lunch live streams. I'll never forget those. My dad used to pop into those every single day, and he'd be chatting. He needed help changing his username and everything, but he was right in there chatting because he was so proud of it. Move Jeff, more power. Then something random pulls into Great Web, and so if we move Jeff, the Eliath might pull the Cannonball, so it could be something worse potentially. You like this deck more than Splat? I think it's just a different deck. Like I ran the Splat deck for a very large amount of. We're not going to be able to beat 30 power. Close, but not quite. And so I like Clutter. It's kind of like a comfort list. It's easy for me to run. But I don't know if I necessarily like it more. When I played the Hood, I should have moved the Jeff out and then played Hood into Great Web, knowing we had the lead. Alex with the huge 2100, my goodness, 2100 person raid, massive. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I was hanging out every time that I could while after I ended my stream. I know that you were getting pretty tired, so definitely get yourself some rest. We're gonna give you a shout out. If you haven't seen any of Alex's content, one of the hardest working people in Snap. So
hey,
works
welcome.
a full-time
It took you long
job,
enough.
comes home as a family, creates some incredible YouTube content, some engaging streams. I absolutely love to be lurking in those. And so we're going to go ahead and give you a shout out. If you haven't, make sure to hit the heart button, give him a follow. You won't be disappointed whenever you join one of his streams. He said, I'm confused. Did you raid me? And then just go back online. So I raided, I streamed for about 8 hours. I raided so that I could do dinner, spend some time with my family. And then as soon as they went to bed, I ran up upstairs because I'm going to be doing an overnight stream. And so that way I had a little bit of a break to kind of get reset, and then was able to jump back in. And so welcome in, Alex Raiders. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. Hopefully you're in good hands. We have some very similar vibes, both very positive vibes. And so hopefully you won't be disappointed. And then congrats, man. Thank you so much, Cobalt. And then Cobalt TLSG is here full time. We are. This is our first set of drops where we're doing it full time. And so I'm excited to be able to be streaming on the launch stream and not necessarily have to worry about like the next day of work in kind of taking place. I know I'll be able to sleep as soon as I kind of crash out. And then woke Boomer with the time out. And then, oh my goodness, I've missed a couple of subs. I will make sure to call every single one of them out after I give Woke Boomer his timeout because he needs some time to think about whatever it was. We had Ethan Will with the Prime sub. We had Juanam with the Prime sub as well. And then Is Mash Isari resubbed for 1 month at tier 1. I don't even know if we're going to fit a play in. And then Odabert Money throwing out 10 community gifted subs. Super positive start to the stream. We've only been live for a handful of minutes. We've had a massive Alex raid. Hopefully you have a fantastic night. And hopefully the stream was good. I know that you were You were getting close to infinite. I think one more stream, one more session, you'll be able to get there. And then Odebert, thank you again for the 10 gifted. That pushes us almost up to that original 1250 gold that I had set with my wife before I did some like bartering to get it down to 1,000 for me to go full time. The original number was 1250. He said 18 subs. I think she's already happy. She knows that I'm doing something that I am enjoying, and she definitely fully supports it. It's just, I think it'll be a nice thing to say we hit the original sub goal. And then Odebert with the congrats. Thank you so much, Odebert. Excited to be here. Excited to see where it goes. In the end, it may not work out the way that it needs to. Wait. They intentionally discard their Hela? Oh no, we pulled the blade. We pulled the blade with Doc.
Victory.
Thank you, Effect DJ. I was a little distracted. But as soon as Hela was gone, that is a definite snap. Zombie Lemon, you said handful of minutes. You just shot up to the second highest snap viewers. Yeah, a handful of minutes, and we just absolutely ricocheted thanks to the generosity from Alex. Hit him with the raid earlier, and he absolutely returned the favor, which I think is so generous. We had Blidgeron with the resub for 1 month at tier 1. That is for 12 months. And so that is some massive dedication because I haven't been streaming on Twitch for 12 consecutive months. So I appreciate the support even in the lack of content. So welcome in. DC said, just saw your video on the splat deck. I was climbing with it yesterday. Now people will expect the combo. Yeah.
Oh, hey, welcome.
It just doesn't stop. We have Max Vader Phantom 26-3 subscribing for 1 month
welcome.
at tier
It took
1.
you long enough.
We have Cobalt Command with the sub, with their Prime sub as well. Huge support. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for enjoying the positive vibes as well. And then Jonas said, thankfully Agent Venom is great. My favorite deck. Bounce. Yeah. I think you're going to be really pleased whenever Toxin comes around as well, because I feel like it's going to be really good in bounce shells, like borderline broken potentially. Then Shadow, did you take a break? I was here when you started yesterday. The stream? Yeah, I took about I'd say about a 6-hour break, and then I'm jumping back on for another 6 to 8 to 10 hours whenever I end up crashing out. So we could do this. What do we go ahead and do? I think we give them the vault, and we just focus on the other. The claw, however, is a little concerning. Maybe we can push it with the cannonball. I'm excited for Toxin. Yeah, I think Toxin, I'm both excited and almost terrified of Toxin. Because it could be one of those cards that doesn't seem like it's going to be a huge impact, and then it gets here, and it's just awful. Like, it's just so strong that it's everywhere. I don't want it to be one of those cards. It might end up being that, but we'll have to see. And so the big Red Hulk in mid to pad the stats. Unfortunately, if we can play all of our energy next turn, then we could keep it from scaling. We can win. But that would mean doing the cannonball, which is not a great play, depending on what they play. As long as it's above the claw, I assume it's like an Ajax and then something else with it.
Hey,
but it's only
welcome.
one
It
additional
took you
cube.
long
We'll go
enough.
ahead and Demon is also big. And then Pellet 66, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's very quickly up to 21 subs since we started, which is crazy. We've been live 20 minutes and pushed in 21 subs. And then Leonardo DiCambio with the resub for 4 months at tier 1 as well. You guys are absolutely flooding the stream with the positivity. Leo, you said TLSG job equals quitted. Let's go. I'm so excited. I'm nervous because it is a big jump. It's a big leap, but I think it's going to be a good one. We'll see where this journey takes us. Toxin on 3 into Beast on 4 into Toxin on 5. Yeah, it's going to be a bit crazy. And Pilk said it's TLSG takeover time, straight to the top, going full time. And we have all of the support
Hey, welcome.
from
It took you long enough.
this very positive community that we have around us. We have full support in effect. And then Pie Bucket said online again. We are online again. We're online. We're going strong for another like 9 hours until I pass out, until I get tired enough that I have to go to sleep. But right now we're energized, we're jazzed, we're ready to go. He said, wow, that was wild. Already completed my variant straight. Your variant, all right? Or your variants. The last word of that is tripping me, Shadowfire. But you've already completed your mystery variant, not your mystery variant, your 2099 variant. If so, it's a very sleek looking one. I'm just hoping that 2099 becomes playable sometime very soon. That would be ideal. So we do have the Goliath if we ever grab priority. I mean, a debris is decent. I think maybe debris left because we don't want to give them a bonus in Panopticon. We can look to do a magic next turn because they are going to flood quite a bit. You usually play one deck for the entire stream. It kind of depends. It depends on how well I'm doing with the deck. If it's going really, really well, then sometimes I just continue vibing with it. If it's one that maybe is struggling a bit, then I'll look to do like a different alternative or maybe a different archetype. Or like the Splat deck. I was running something entirely different. I matched into Splat. I lost 8 cubes to them. They popped in and said, this is the deck that I was using if you wanted to check it out. And then we immediately switched over and checked it out and had a blast doing it. So it depends. It really just depends. Max Vader said, I wish you the best of luck with this becoming full-time. Thank you so much, Max Vader. I'm hoping that it goes well. I think it will. But I think if I didn't try, it would always be kind of in the back of my mind of like, what would have happened if we tried to make that push? The low sleep gamer. It is the low sleep gamer. And then Bean Man said, you're not allowed to clog me. I'm so sorry, Bean Man. We had to go back to our comfort list. As we get later in the night, in the evening, I know that we're going to get a little bit sleepier over the course of it. And so I want to play a comfort list, at least for now. Having fun with the Splat deck list after your YouTube video. Yeah, the Splat deck is such a interesting one. And it's just so different than what you typically see anywhere right now. And so it has that surprise element, at least for the moment. The Clog King, we'll see. With Patriot, we are going to help them out with our rocks sending their way, which is a bit unfortunate. But if we can get it where they can't really do much in response, maybe we can still grab a win. Only bad thing is we don't have another Clutter piece. Like, we haven't seen Titania yet since we started running the list. New drop times equals every Snap streamer is awake 90% of the day. Yes, handsome spaceman. It's where everybody puts in just the longest, grindingest, grueling hours possible. Then feed my pets with the resub for 1 month at tier 1 as well. You said your Dracula dump deck got me to infinite after 5-hour grind. That's huge. Feed my pets. I'm so glad that the deck is going well for you. So we could do like a Titania rock situation. We could also do like a cannonball right situation. We block either one of these into like this left lane may become problematic. I know we can clear up mid with like Shadow King, but the other lane becomes a questionable potential win. I'm gonna try the cannonball line and see what happens. Big Iron Man.
Iron Man.
So it's only 6 power. This is 5, or it goes up to +2. No, that doesn't do it. Shadow King wins here. Something like White Widow Titania might have a shot in the right lane. What is their finisher? It's a strange Patriot build. And then Josie said, congrats on full time. Thank you so much, Josie. I'm so excited. You said he quit an analytics job for an analytics game. I did. I enjoy it so very much. And then Tickler said, congrats on quitting your job. Thank you so much. Have you played Agent Venom Bounce? I haven't focused on the Bounce variant, but I've run several lists with Agent Venom, Blue Marvel. So Blue Marvel, It doesn't feel like that would really do it for him, though, right? They don't have a demon. We're going to see. Oh, so it is a double drop. The Mystique for the Iron Man may have been a mistake.
I am Iron Man.
Let's see how big they get. And then the Surfer. Ooh, I wasn't expecting the Surfer. We do bring a mid back down with the Shadow King, so that is fine. And then the right lane, we're going to be able to steal back over with the Titania. We will grab the 4 cubes. I wasn't expecting any part of this deck, I'll be honest with you. And I'm glad to take the 4 cubes from him for sure. Blue Marvel was a thought. Mystique Surfer was not on my radar by any means. Yeah, we squeezed it out just barely. We found a way. We found a way to make it happen. Definitely a surprise, yeah. Now this one, anytime you see Kamartage with Clutter, with White Widow and Debris in hand, it is a snappable situation. Now they could be running some kind of deck that runs Killmonger. That might hurt us a little bit, but
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
We're gonna shoot our shot. And then Wamanazai? I tried my best. If I butchered it, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 23 for the stream so far. And so I greatly appreciate it. No more Wong? No, we went with Venom for a minute. Demon or Demigod. Good morning from Indonesia. Welcome in, YKS Rage. Hopefully you're having a good morning so far. And hopefully you're able to settle in and enjoy a little bit of Snap content. Then Max Vader said, I'm so tired of Helidecks. Yeah, I was thinking that as I was trying and experimenting with some stuff like Scream Move or like the Hawk decks, it just feels like if you don't have something that can either go over Hela or block them from being able to resummon with things like this, it just feels like it's a losing match. And so with how common it is, that definitely feels bad. And then Rai said, hey TLSG, just curious, I know your content is primarily Snap, but have you ever thought about dipping into Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or Hearthstone content as well? I just noticed that you've played those as well. So I think at some point I'll probably dip into some other either games or other genres, because I don't exclusively just like card games. I've played a ridiculous amount of a lot of different genres of games, whether it be MMOs, MOBAs, shooters, the whole spread. And I enjoy all of them. So there might be a point where I expand out. And then there's also a Pokemon Pocket game, which is a card game that is coming out right now. It seems like it is kind of focused more on the collection aspect. But I think there may be some opportunity to feature that in the very near future. So doing a Debris is kind of scary with how much movement they have. So like an arrow can just cap us out in the left. But if we can cap them out in one of the lanes, and so like specifically Kingpin lane, then might be in a pretty good spot. I'm gonna go ahead and play Demon here. Have you tried Deadlock? I'm greatly enjoying Deadlock. I haven't played it for a few days since I moved from my old house to the new one. But I am very much enjoying the Deadlock gameplay. So this lane is kind of tough. I feel like it's a little bit too known that we would go Viper. What if we did Cannonball? No, we would lose left, and we've greatly lost. We would lose mid. So there's no way to get 18 power here, even like a Cannonball into the Stegron. Breaks it apart, becomes 11. So we would need both of these on the last turn. So maybe we try the Viper, see what happens. But I feel like they're gonna play into mid. Did play into mid with Spidey, so that does open up a space though, and so that is decent. We are gonna full cap them in that mid lane. Maybe there's a shot. Leo, you said... Grandmaster onto the Spider-Man was... I was not expecting that line by any means. My goodness. Okay. So now, I think we win, right? So Cannonball becomes 14 power. This becomes 7 and 5. Is that 13? If my math is correct. The 13 power, we win mid, we win left. Oh, and we have an extra turn, too. Turn 6? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I thought it was the end of the game. Zombie said, I spent last week playing the new Zelda game, and I've already 100% it. Yeah, Zelda games are fantastic. I love them, but they're, like, kind of short-lived. Once you beat it,
hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
So do we just skip here so that we don't, like, show our hand too much? Maybe it's like Jeff. Call it good. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here. Yeah, let's just do the Jeff and see. And then Nox, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's go ahead and go with the Cannonball. Lock it in. Maybe we enticed them into staying. If we... Oh, wait. If we move Jeff over, he becomes a 1 power. We can then reset him back to base. And none of these are discounted or debuffed. So we can go ahead and throw the Shadow King as well. Only 8 to go already? Yeah, we're only 8 to go from the original wife sub goal. I didn't see the Grandmaster coming. I didn't either. Had it pulled the hood, maybe it could have done some sneaky things, but that was a very interesting Grandmaster choice indeed. Dr. Boombastic, you said good evening. Congratulations on exceeding your goal. Thank you so much, Boombastic. We're almost to my wife's original goal. So me and her had agreed upon 1250 back when I started doing content and streaming more consistently. And after doing it for a couple months, getting a better gauge of like sponsorships, like average viewership, and like what that would look like, I was able to barter her down to 1,000 instead. And we met that goal.
Hey, welcome.
And then it looks like we may just meet her original goal as well. And so we're gonna make sure we full send it. And then pink grapefruit juice with the Prime sub, and then Dak JNR resubbing with your Prime sub as well for the 2nd month. He said good luck on the career shift. Thank you so much. There has been so much positivity around making that shift and making that decision. It's definitely a hard decision to make. It's definitely not one to make lightly, but I think it's going to be the absolute best. I think there's going to be some really good things on the horizon. And Buff Captain said late night stream. Let's go. I'm so excited. I'm excited for the late night stream. He said this is definitely a cook. It's a clutter deck. And so you can't go wrong with clutter too often. So they have a Titania and a Cosmo. Interesting. So I think we do something like Green Goblin. Do we go ahead and rip a debris? Go ahead and do Green Goblin. Would you recommend getting Scream with tokens? I'd say no. She's a very fun card. I very much enjoy Scream, but she feels like a card that is like a really strong card, or a really like almost really strong card. It's just the package around her is a little bit lackluster. So if we do debris, we finish capping them off. We do demon and call it a day. I'll take anything that helps me navigate around Hela. Clog works. Clog definitely works against the Hela. It also works against the Splat deck, which is nice. What about Cannonball for Clutter? We do have the Cannonball. Yeah, so Cannonball is definitely, I would say, probably more worth it if you like Clutter packages or Clutter style decks. Zombie Lemon said, took you long enough. I will never get tired of that one. Wait, the Juggernaut, what was that about? That was a miscalculation of monumental proportions from Coco. So can we win the left lane? This goes up to... So it goes up to 5? Yeah. As soon as we play Cannonball, we win. They've already dropped debris, so they can't clutter over here. We just skip until turn 6. hear me out. Doc Ock to Kate. You could do Kate Bishop instead, yeah. But Doc Ock is just a big body that kind of acts as a backup. Deluxe, you said I like your streams and the videos, but can I say the new follow took you long enough is kind of passive aggressive? Just some CC. Oh, Deluxe. So it's just a. So I like puns. I like being doing like bad dad jokes, and so it's took you long enough, like WONG. So it's just like a play on Wong because I think he's a funny character. It's not meant to be like about time. It's just supposed to be kind of a funny play on words. And then Rayolo said, yo, what's up, TLSG? Congrats on hitting your sub goal and looking forward to you quitting your job. So I've already put my notice in. I have another like week and a half, 2 weeks before I'm officially free. And I told them that I would do the 2 weeks, but I needed to do half days to be able to make that transition possible. And so they agreed upon it because I have like 45 days of time off that's just not going to get paid out. It's just going to disappear. And so I could very easily just put in the notice and put in the time, but I don't want to leave them high and dry. So I told them I'd do half days and meet them in the middle. And then Deluxe, congrats on full-time streaming. Thank you so much, Deluxe. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you being here. What is the sub goal? Yeah, the sub goal. So the sub goal right now is 1250. That is my wife's original like amount to be able to transition into full-time streaming, and we are 5 away from that one. I was able to barter her down to just a flat 1,000, and we absolutely crushed that in like 7 days, and we're still on the climb. And so we're at 1245 out of the 1250. It looks like we're going up against Dexter. Congrats on full-time quitting. Did you quit already? Yeah, I put in my notice. I put in my notice, and so I have a couple of weeks that I'm going to be running half days. Not paying you for your PTO? Yeah. And it's like 40-something days, which is so treacherous. But it is what it is. When I was working from home, I very rarely took time off because I could, if I was sick, I could still manage. You know, rain, sun, or shine. I was always able to be there. You have Johnny Paycheck playing in the background? Me? Oh, wait, when I quit? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I told him that another opportunity came up that I had to pursue. And it was nothing about their leadership. I just wasn't able to juggle the return to office and pursuing the other opportunity. And then Pokemon, congrats on full time. You have amazing content. Thank you so much, Pokemon Love. And hopefully, if you love Pokemon, you'll be enjoying some content of mine rather soon on the Pokemon Pocket channel. So let's go ahead and go Debris. We have them full cluttered in the right lane, so that should be an easy one to bring home. And then we'll just kind of navigate from there. Decks got cooked, unfortunately. The anti-movement deck, it can struggle at times. Magic the Danger Room. We could instead of the Debris. Wait, we're gonna do Hood first, see if we can get rid of it, and then do the Magic. Congrats on becoming a full-time streamer. Thank you so much, Butt Cushion. I'm excited. I'm nervous. But I think it's going to be a fantastic opportunity. So the Hood lives. Magic is in play. The Miles Morales. They could have a Juggernaut. But could also not. Let's go Doc Ock Demon. See what happens. Top deck Viper. Top decking Viper would be cool, but we do have to play in the left this turn. Wait. What is the snap for? What does he have cooking? We have the Juggernaut, yeah. But it's okay. We still have a really big right lane. The Craven does get buffed up, but it's Doc Ock, so we still have a good opportunity there. They could do Stegron, but I guess depending on what Stegron slapped here, could be potentially problematic. I feel like we need something in the left lane, but I also feel like if they don't play left, Titania is kind of useless over there. We could Titania Debris, hope that they'd go like Stegron here. Like Titania mid's not a great move. So I'm anticipating a Stegron, maybe an Arrow, but most likely a Stegron here to finish capping out the right lane. And so I feel like there's a chance that they play mid, and then they would bring Titania onto their side. You could just feel right. Yeah, we could just feel right, but then I'm not certain I could win left. Magneto. Oh, it is turn 6. So it could be a Magneto. Pulling our 3 costs around the board. Let's see. The 1 card in left is looking good so far. The Scream will take it. Stegron, the Stegron slap. We did get the call out. Demon goes over to the right. We do still have the lead over there. Titania is going to jump into mid, and then we can see what happens after that. If we do like Cannonball, Jeff, they play 1 card. Titania goes out of theirs onto our side. 8, 9, 10, 11. We're pushing out the Miles Morales. Now, if they do a Magneto mid would pull Doc Ock, and it would pull Debris, yeah? I feel like we got to do this. This is 8, 9, 10, 11. Brings us down to 10. No, it brings it up to 10. So we would lose this one by 1. 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 9 power in the left lane. I think they've got us. Left seems best fit. I think they have us with the Magneto here. Like, this one wins to anything but Magneto. 7, 8, 9. We need both in the left lane to win this one. We'll give it a shot, but Magneto mid wins. Cannonball, we can absolutely take. Whew. Titania onto our side. We have the Cannonball in return. Push it over into mid. They're left with just the Miles, just a Juggernaut. We'll take the 4. I was stressing, you guys. I was stressing. Oh no, and we had ads in progress. Oh, I apologize. I need to do better about catching those. Yeah, it was a Cannonball off. I think it's my I think it's time for my favorite channel point redemption. Janix, very, very close game. What's your favorite channel point redemption? The emote only chat. All right, we'll throw into emote only chat for 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with you'll be free from the emote only jail. Okay, that one's close, the Debris Patriot, but I'm not gonna do that. The 4 cost card. We have Doc Ock, so we can eventually do it. Let's go ahead and send that one. And I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. I'm excited to hopefully get some climbing in with a comfort list. Earlier we did some decent climbing. We ended up about even after having some big ups and some big downs. I'd like a good steady climbing stream now. So Asgard is a decent lane for us to focus with some like clutter fill. So we have the Invisible Woman. And then Great Web, which Great Web is pretty great for us. We could change Asgard. We could also change the Great Web, but they're gonna have to full cap that lane or have cards pull over. We're gonna go ahead and go magic mid. We're just gonna take it away and see what happens from there. Get a better feel for what kind of Invisible Woman deck they're running. It could be one that is looking to do like the Shadow King to finish capping out like one of the lanes. Let's go Debris. have priority. I don't think they're going to double play or play a card to push our Titania over, so I'm just going to hold her for now. They did. I guess it doesn't reveal, so it wouldn't necessarily matter. And so they played a card on there, or in that lane on turn 4. So I think that's probably important to know. We can actually go with a double fill. There's a chance that Titania slides over though. But if they fill it up in anticipation of us cluttering them, then they'll be capped out in the game. Or in all of the lanes. So let's go with this one. See what happens. They do only play one card, so the Hood is going to send their way. Titania is going to stay onto our side of the board. And then it looks like we've almost cleared the 2 minutes. I'll give it another couple seconds. Ooh, the Killmonger. Killmonger is one of our mortal enemies. All right, let's release you guys from the emote only chat. always enjoy a good emote only chat. So we can go maybe Doc Ock if no, they're not doing Cerebro. We could do Doc Ock here. We could try to position maybe a Doc Ock to the right. See what we can pull out. We know that this is a 4-cost card that they played. Then I think we go ahead and play Demon because we can Shadow King to reset the Bishop next turn, and then like a Cannonball. 3-3 with Bishop. Yeah, it would be truly diabolical. It probably would never work, but it would be diabolical nonetheless. So the Rogue coming down, their Killmonger, they only have the 4-cost card. So what could the 4-cost card, or 4 or less cost card be? I don't know. Right now, if we did Cannonball on the right, it would hit the Bishop. I think we win this lane. I don't think it's going to be more than 8 power. Cannonball would hit the Bishop. We could also Shadow King and push the Sarah over. Actually, no, it would push the US Agent, right? That would leave the 4-power Sarah and then whatever they boosted the Bishop with. Let's try that. We can't move the Jeff because we would potentially pull into one of our cards over in Great Web. Or we would pull in one of ours. We just don't know which one. And so it could be worse than the Jeff. Zior, you're back online. I am. We are back online. We're back. This time we're running a little bit of Clutter. We're in for the long haul. I'm set up to do the rest of the night, just as long as we possibly can. The posture check from Max. I appreciate you. I end up sitting like a goblin as I bend over to talking to the mic. Said this deck works so much better, taking out Hood, Viper, Eliath, Jeff for Fable, Ham, Carnage, Shang. Oh. So the US Agent in the left leaves the Sarah, leaves the Mysterio, and it kind of comes down to what they have in that mystery spot in Great Web. Right now, Hit Monkey. Okay, Hit Monkey was big. We don't have that one beat. Oof. So we barely got mid even. The Hit Monkey behind Invisible Woman is big. We'll give them the 2. But they actually didn't win left by a whole lot.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Hit Monkey call was phenomenal. It was. You said that Sarah deck was ridiculous. Love it. Thank you, big Surfer fan. As well as the Sarah tech. Yeah, it's definitely like a mashup of the 2. You said as promised, my Prime sub freed up and it's yours. Thank you so much, Unibot or Unibot V2. Very much appreciate the support. That pushes us to 26 for the day or for the stream, and up to we're 4 away from my wife's original goal of 1250. And so we're absolutely, I think, gonna smash that out, and we'll be able to say that we didn't limp into it with the discounted 1,000 that I had bartered her down to. And so we're gonna go ahead and play Hood into Luke's bar. We can play it a couple of times, and then Deadpool. So they do have Killmonger we have to look out for. Our Clutter pieces aren't as effective. We do have the Jeff that can move over into Luke's bar whenever we need to get power over there. We could potentially angle like an Eliath to destroy maybe their Null on the last turn. And then we do have Shadow King somewhere in the deck that can offset and reset the Deadpool bonus. Quit your job. So I put in my notice It's not completely over. I have a couple more weeks before I'm able to like fully be out, but essentially yes, I've essentially quit the job. So White Widow hood. Yeah, let's go White Widow hood. And so I've put in the notice. I have a couple more weeks of half days to finish off, and then I'm free.
What a game!
Season's Infinite Venom card back looks so good. It does. I really like the card back this season. Like there's some that are decent, some that are okay, and this one I think is one of those ones that's really, really solid. Hope you're having a great night, TLSG. AX, I am. I'm having a really good stream so far. We've had a lot of positivity. Had a huge raid from Alex come in, like maybe 5 minutes after we started and launched up our stream, and it's been going well ever since. So what if we go ahead and do we go White Widow again? Then our hand gets kind of full. We can go Green Goblin, and then we kind of take a pass in Brooklyn Bridge next turn, and then we can play on turn number 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 6, 7. We still wouldn't draw. So if we're trying to draw into the Shang-Chi, or not the Shang-Chi, the Shadow King. If you hood and left, Widow will stay in that lane. We also have the Jeff that can just move over there. And so I think I'd rather be able to draw a potential Shadow King, not a Shadow King. We do have Cannonball to push the Deathlock, but that potentially hurts us in Luke's bar. We could also go Doc Ock and then just look to do like a flood of our 1 cost on the last turn. I think what they're probably doing is trying to drop priority on us. I think it's absolutely going to work. So then a last turn Killmonger could hurt us. And then Zombie Lemon 3 gave out 5 community gifted subs to push us over that 1250 goal. And so we've reached the original, the OG wife goal of 1250. And so now we can officially fully transition over into that full-time status. We were already there, but now we can say that we didn't cheat it out. We didn't get it. We didn't cheese it. We didn't go half measure. We went full measure on it. So I appreciate the gifted sub. Huge support, Zombie Lemon. Thank you again. So we do have priority. We don't have We don't have Shadow King. So like White Widow, Jeff, go like Demon. I don't know if it wins though, is the only problem. Because a Killmonger, if they held a Killmonger, then we're in a lot of trouble. So we'll see. They could also do like a Null or any number of things that they have up their sleeves as a destroy deck. But the Deadpool right, Death mid, and Nico mid. That is not going to be enough, Clifford. It was a good call, a good try. Victory. But we're able to just barely pop over that edge. Shadowfire said, wife goal, achievement complete. It is complete. She'll be happy to know that I didn't run off and leave her in an empty bed for no good cause. We were able to reach that original goal. So we've put in quite a few hours over the last couple of days, and I plan on putting in a lot more. You can thank my customers for tipping well today. I'm glad that your customers tipped well. What kind of line of work do you do? Bartender? Bartender can always be like hit and miss. So you can get some absolutely good tips, but if it's a slow night, sometimes it's pretty painful. I just had a 12-0 run with my Scream deck and lost to Sarah Surfer. Ooh, Max. The 12-0 run is solid though. I haven't been able to feel like I put out enough power consistently to feel comfortable with it. I know that there's some people that are having good runs and good luck. It just hasn't been kind of jiving for me, unfortunately. So we go White Widow. They did double drop in here, which feels kind of silly. With it being Astrodem, but I'm gonna go White Widow, see if we can full cap that left lane, and then we do something like Green Goblin anywhere else and it'll stay because it'll be on their side of the board. So the Elsa Bloodstone comes down. They're not going to be able to get the benefit there, unfortunately for them. Let's go Green Goblin into Asgard. Then we have the Diabolical, like, Debris follow-up. We can also go, I guess, Debris this turn. No, I kind of like the Debris this turn. Debris into next turn doing Titania Green Goblin. See if we can full send, full cap Asgard as well. Tickler, you said I have an SAT test tomorrow. I'm here watching TLSG. Tickler, don't stay up too late on my behalf. Definitely get some good studying time in. You'll thank yourself for it in the morning, I'm sure. The Warpath countered. So we have the Warpath. Do we think they're gonna play heads up enough that they cap it out? Because we could do this. This is safer. If they cap it out, we're not stuck with a -3 Goblin over here. We're just stuck with the Viper, but we are going to send them 2 things in Asgard, and we give them the draw. And so then they'll have to break the Warpath bonus. I like this one a little bit better. It's a little bit safer. Stegron. Oh my goodness. The Stegron countered us. The Green Goblin was the play. It was the line. But, man... Soft Crush, she said, just watched your Strong Guy video, tried it out, and faced 3 mirrors 3 times. I've been playing all day and haven't seen it once. It's one of those that has really popped off and picked up. And so, it's not super surprising to see the counters, but it is a little bit, maybe frustrating. We're on the frustrating side. All right, Vexing. You need to reel it back a little bit. I typically let those things kind of auto pass through, and auto mod actually caught that one. And it's definitely not some kind of language that we allow in the chat. So take a breath. Everything is okay. But if it continues, we'll have to like slow it down a little bit. Why not Jeff mid to try and clog? I assumed that they would do something there. They're playing pretty heads up, but I figured they would probably cap out that location. And I wanted to do Jeff left in case the Murder World in the right didn't go through. All right, Vexing, have a fantastic night. Appreciate you stopping by. So, like an Eliath, this goes up. This is a flat 19. I think we just have to Eliath right. But if it is, we don't have priority. So if it's a blob, Shadow King would do it. It's questionable, but we'll go ahead and do this. Lacey said getting warned by TLSG is wild. It's the most awesome. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. The Galactus OK is so toxic. It is. It is when it's in game. It's so toxic. We do have a really like, relaxed or laid back bunch, and so we're very usually pretty chill, but within reason. My goodness, the blob rotation was beautiful, and that is an absolute like random blink pull. Because they could have so many things in their deck of what was like 16 at the time. They may have beaten us anyways with just a blink and then something small, but it adds insult to injury for sure. Because it was an echo, so it was a 1 cost up to 6 cost, which is so crazy because there were so many things that it could hit in that deck. Just about everything that was in there could have been a potential, and we ended up with the blob anyways. Had we had priority, the Eliath would have absolutely saved us, but unfortunately it did not. Killian on the YouTube side, you said, how do you know when to use Titania? I always feel like I mess her up. So Titania is one of those cards that I don't use her unless I can guarantee that it's either going to stay on my side or it's going to cap out the opponent. And so if there's ever a doubt, I typically don't do it. Unless it's just like that last stitch, like a Hail Mary play. So We could do Hood into the Muir Island so that it at least starts scaling. It'd be above negative by the end of the game. Usually Titania on 2-card lane, yeah. With Widow or Goblin, yeah. Or on like a gut read if they have potentially 2 cards and you think they're going to play in a lane. Sometimes if you have priority, you can position it in a way that cap them out when they play there. I have a 200-word essay due tomorrow, and I'm still here watching TLSG. Vodka flip. Hopefully you can get your essay done soon. Don't procrastinate too much. In school, I was a chronic procrastinator, and I always thought as I went up to the next level, or like the next step, or the next grade, that I would get punished for it, and eventually would have to like, buckle down and change my ways. And each year I realized that I could continue to do the procrastination, and take an assignment that would have otherwise taken me hours, and then if it's the last like 2 hours before it's due, I can finish it in like an hour. And I just continued doing that all the way up through college, and it was very stressful. I don't recommend it. Even if you can get away with it, it is way too stressful. But I never got the shoe never dropped where I actually got punished for it. 200-word essay. I mean, it depends. It depends on what the topic is, or like what kind of notations you have to do with it. But it's not incredibly lengthy, but it still has to be pretty structured. So it depends on how the assignment and how rigid the instructions for it are. So we can do like Titania Black Widow here. If they don't play here, we're going to cap them out. We have Madam Web that can move a card out of this lane to eventually be able to recall the Titania. Let's go ahead and snap it. And this Straw said, hey TLSG, how do you feel about the fact that they are changing Kingpin and Scream to not work on unrevealed cards? I get from a consistency standpoint that like none of the movement things have an impact or affect the unrevealed stuff. Still super unfortunate. What's your favorite archetype? Probably Junk. I like Clutter. I like this style of build a lot. And so we're going to send the Titania their way. They're going to be capped out anyways after the Falcon comes down. You love to see it. Scream is fine. I don't know why they need to nerf him. So there's not nerfing or targeting Scream specifically. It's just functioning in a way that it wasn't intended. And so they're changing it to be more in line with how they want move to function. They want it to be, it doesn't impact anything unrevealed unless the card specifically states it. But I do agree that it feels kind of bad because Scream is already not broken, and now one of the probably easier triggers with her, with Juggernaut, now becomes you have to drop priority to be able to get that to function correctly. Scream for me is often a 218 value, which is a little too strong. If you get her down, loads of value. But it's a deck archetype that if you don't get Scream, it doesn't really stand on its own otherwise. They keep nerfing move. They didn't nerf the OG move. So now that it has like Madam Web, Aranya, Dagger Vulture, all of those are doing some incredible things. So, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, we picked up the Widow's Kiss from Widow's Bite from Mirage. Interesting take for sure. So they have initiative. I feel like we do something. They play a beast this turn because we could always do like Cannonball. We can always do Cannonball. Next turn would be like move a card out, use Demon to recall Titania, and then do like Eliath. And if we cap out this lane, then it's that guaranteed amount of power that we're fighting against. I kind of like it. We don't even need to play the Widow's Bite. If you're playing Scream, you really have to commit to the whole package. Yeah. Or just lose this to decks that can go taller. Then Janix, I'll push that one through. So the Scream package sucks. This is why she needs to be a 210. Yeah. Yeah, it's not one that is the package. The package is not overly strong by any means. Let's move the Hood. And let's go ahead and do, I guess, Eliath. It's going to bring them from a 27 down. We can go up to 25 plus the 5, or plus the 8. And so with the cannonball capping out that second lane, it became too tough for them to be able to win from there. So we'll gladly take the cubes. Shadow King their Muir would have been sick. That would have also been sick. Taking out that bishop so that it didn't have that big power anymore would have been a good play too, and probably a little bit cheaper. So we could have focused elsewhere. Go ahead and grab the follow-up 3-cuber. Then jump back in. See if we can get a little bit of climb going. You need Shadow King / Sluke and whole screen package. We'll just get countered. Yeah, it gets countered pretty hard. And if you don't get those key pieces, then you're just kind of pushing the opponent's cards around, which is frustrating, but usually not enough. It's not usually frustrating enough that it can win on its own. Just outpower him. Oh yeah, in the left. But the Shadow King, I think, would have been a more fun line. So we can go White Widow so that it's not... Actually, Hippo Lord Slaps. I faced them earlier when I was playing on my phone. They were running Hela. And so we would lose Death's Domain even if we did like the White Widow here. So I think instead, the strategy that we're going to go with is we're looking to fill. We're looking to fill their location so that even if they can resummon, they don't get much value from it. Ooh, they switched. Okay, they pulled us with a... They changed it with a switch up. We do get magic to be able to extend the game. We have Jeff that could potentially go in Death's Domain now, but that would be the only thing we had there. Agent Venom, since they snapped after seeing Death's Domain, maybe they're running like a Patriot version that runs Brood or something else. I'm going to go ahead and rip away the Death's Domain. What gross locations? I agree. The Crochet Death's Domain sewer system is crazy. Agent Venom Fastos, the fastest Fastos you've ever seen. Let's go Debris. Almost cap their right, almost cap their left. I do have to look out for maybe a bounce package, so like Falcon or Beast. But even still, the rocks would then come into their hand prior to their 1-cost cards, which is pretty problematic for them. No, they're just playing Agent Venom into Hela. It's the new hotness. I mean, I've seen crazier things. I saw Full Flood Sarah absolutely pop off. So this feels like it's probably not gonna go through. But we do have an extra turn, and so if it doesn't, then they've capped their lane, unless they do like Beast or something similar. So I think we're gonna take a gamble here on the Viper play and see what happens. Beautiful. Nocturne disappeared. Nocturne disappeared after going from 5 to 4, which doesn't feel like it should be as big of a deal as it was. Just absolutely disappeared from the face of the earth. You're right. So we're winning right, except for Silver Surfer pushes this up a touch. So we may need something over there. We can always do Cannonball to push over into Necrosis so that they don't have much space to play in the left lane. We could also do Doc Ock to pull something from them. But I think I'm going to try a Cannonball here. See what we can make happen. See if we can maybe cap out that left lane. They did play 1 card left, 1 card mid. Let's see what it was. Windpool, it's fine. Into the Juggernaut, also fine. We need, actually, maybe not fine. Not so fine. This is base, base, base. We can take this down. Ooh, that was Fastos +2. And Agent Venom. So we could do Shadow King. What does that bring them to? It brings this down to the 3 base, so it's 1. So they're a total of 3. They're a total of -1. We would be a total of -2. We would lose it by 1. Eliath mid. Oh. I don't know why we're stressing. Eliath mid should be able to make it happen. I appreciate you, chat. You're keeping me in line. All of them popping through. And then Lucid Fire had said infinite ranks are global, right? So rank 1 is actually the highest rank in the world. There's a split. So there's a worldwide one, and then there's a like a regional rank too. But So Killmonger, Surfer. Oh, we're not gonna be. Oh my goodness! What a close lane with the Goliath. Whew, that made me sweat. we won it by 1. Goodness. Take the 4. And we're doing some steady climbing with some clutter. Then it does look like it is time for a Twitch mandated ad break. We're right at that cusp. So we're gonna jump over into a 1.5 minutes of ads. I'm not gonna go anywhere, but I'll queue up for a game with about 30 minutes left in the ad. Then we'll be right back at it, you guys. Don't go anywhere. So the biggest gap was 2 to -2. Yeah, it was it was a very tight game all across the board. I like to have those. Those are some of my favorite ones. And so while we're doing that, maybe I can split a card. I have a lot of credits. I have a lot of gold building up. Cannonball's primed for a split. We've actually split him, I guess, only a couple of times. So not likely to get gold off of it. We could, but everything else is either black and white or gold. So the Cannonball is the one that's fallen behind. So let's go ahead and split it, see what we can make happen for him. See if we can get him black or white or gold. Probably not this time, but we'll continue focusing our credits there. So the in-game Infinite Rake is regional. I think so. I think the one that's displayed is, but there's a leaderboard in the news tab that should tell, like, there's the tabs that you can look at, like overall ranking, to see which one, like where you fall. I believe it's that. I don't think it's on this client. It's only on the phone for whatever reason. It's only on the mobile client, but from the news tab, you can see the infinite leaderboard. Pretty sure the in-game one. So this one's worldwide. But okay, this one's worldwide. The other one is regional, and so your regional is typically going to be higher than worldwide. I think that sounds right. We're back on our trackers, and we should be close to back from break, if not already. Yeah, we're already back from break. Let's launch into another one. Stand Pokemon said, "Bro, have you stopped?" We did. So I stopped for about 6 hours. I did dinner with my family. I got my daughter kind of settled into bed, and took over the parenting duties as my wife finished up some of her homework. And then as soon as she was done, I ran back upstairs to stream overnight. He said either of Cannonball's 700 variants are better than the Spotlights. I mean, this one's not bad. I like the particles. I like the hands reaching out for it. I don't mind this one. And then TLSG After Dark. Your wife has homework. Yeah, she is in. She's finishing her bachelor's degree. She has a job that she's probably going to stick with after she finishes. It's more of a a personal goal, just to kind of prove to herself, hey, I can do this. And so I'm definitely supportive of her. So she has a full-time job, full-time school, or not full-time. She's part-time student. And then we have the kids and the moving and everything. So White Widow is decent here. We could also go like a Doc Ock. So if they play here, we're going to cap out this Asgard lane, whether we win it or not. Next turn, we can go Magic White Widow. And I think we're in a good spot. Got all of your drops. Infinity Stoned. Congratulations. Enjoy the Spider-Man 2099 variant. It looks so amazing. But it just doesn't have the... I don't know. It looks incredible. But it feels like it's just not a strong card. Like, it's not one that is very easy to use. Oh, the Kitty Pryde. I almost missed the Kitty Pryde, and I was wondering why they weren't capped out here. So I'm going to see if maybe we can cap them out in Isle of Silence. Okay, never mind. They're just going to retreat. We didn't even need to snap. The best variant I'll never use. Yeah, I'll pull up the variant, because it looks so good. But honestly, I don't know if I've ever even split Spider-Man 2099. How long did your wife have left to get the degree? She has 3 more semesters. And then Jaspar, you said I was lurking on Alex's channel while I went to work and was pleasantly surprised to find out my boy TLSG streams. Welcome in, Jaspar. I'm so glad that you found your way over to the channel. Hopefully you're having a great one. And if you have time, we're gonna be streaming for quite a while. I'm gonna be doing the full overnight stream. So let's look for the newest. Here we go. So the Spider-Man 29.9 variant that you get from the drops looks really cool. I like it. It would be one that I would definitely utilize, but it's just not a great card, unfortunately. Maybe one day. I'm holding out hope that maybe the next patch he gets pumped up. I have so many sick Adam Warlock variants, but can't use them. Yeah. I feel bad about Adam Warlock. I wish that he was a bit better, but he's just not. I actually liked him better at the cheaper cost than at 5 cost. I feel like 5 cost, the card draw just isn't, you don't have enough time to really get the full like need out of it to warrant the deck space. So we could hood into Vormir. But we do have the Viper to be able to send it over their way. But if we play Hood anywhere else, they're going to know that we're either Bounce or that we're Clutter. So I'm going to go ahead and play Hood over to the left. He needs to have lower cost. Yeah, I agree. At lower cost, and his ability being random is super unfortunate. So for a very similar effect, Cannonball. Cannonball is just an on reveal, so his thing just happens. You don't have to do anything fancy with him. And it targets the highest power card. If Cannonball targeted a random card in the lane, he would be trash. So that's, I think, Spider-Man 2099's like biggest downfall is that it's random. There's no way for you to be able to like control what effect you're going to get out of it. I constantly watch your videos. You, Lambie, and Regis, in my opinion, have the deepest of knowledge of the game and think about the game entirely differently than anybody else. Solid work. Thank you so much, Jaspar. I'm glad that you found the channel, and hopefully you continue enjoying it. So this looks like a snap game to me. Look, they're all snap games, but this is a snappable game. I'm gonna go Blight White Widow, and then I'm gonna hold the demon. Next turn might be magic. Actually, maybe we go Viper this turn. Next turn we could go like maybe Doc Ock into Magic plus White Widow to finish capping out Kamartaj. Lambie doesn't play Snap anymore. Yeah, he's been playing a game called Paragon. I tried to look at it and get into it and see if it was anything fun, and it didn't hook me off the bat, and so then I had to. I ended up just closing it back down, unfortunately. So let's go double Doc Ock and see what we pull. The big name of our game is going to be getting them to be full capped or full cluttered. And then Wham Bam, you said, I was thinking of having 29.9 as a 5/7 destroy random card in the location he moves into once per turn. I feel like even once per turn might be like, it would be better, because then if you move it multiple times over the course of the game, if you move it on 5 and 6, you get a little bit more value. But it still comes down so late, and the random effect, it really holds him back. Similar to like the Stegron. Like you can never really rely on it, so it makes it hard to snap into. So even if you get wins with it, the cube equity typically ends up failing because of the like uncertainty of what you're getting out of it. But you were the one with puppy cam? During the videos? Yeah, during the videos we had puppy cam. So Valkyrie, what else do we pull? Unfortunately, the Doc Ock takes a hit here. We could potentially get Shadow King to set it right. Oh man, big onslaught onto the Patriot. What an unfortunate turn of events. Well. Our best bet is like White Widow magic and hope that we can clutter them up. Whew. So the skip is a solid decision. If we get Cannonball into Camartage is decent. Why not Widow? A win last turn? So double Cannonball takes out the Onslaught. Patriot remains, but it would take this down a good amount. So I'm curious if this would be worthwhile. Because that would bring us up to 19. Taking out the Dazzler on the last turn, taking out the Onslaught, will give them just the 3 power in the right lane. I guess 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7-ish power in the right lane. And it takes this lane down by 10, yeah? I think this is going to be our play. Double cannon? Yeah, double cannon on the last turn for sure. Will Shadow King bring Doc Ock's power back? It sure will. It could bring it back to 8. Because it kind of overrides everything that was there. So they did skip. A Blue Marvel maybe does it for them. Let's see. Do like a Jeff, a Titania, Demon, Cannonball. Just in case, for whatever reason, we need a little bit more support here. And I think we send it. I think the double Cannonball is just a bit too rough. The Onslaught was unfortunate. The Valkyrie pull was unfortunate. But I think with the clear, we'll have a way to win. The Blue Marvel, big call. So that's why I wanted a little bit more in mid, just in case. I'm not sure if the 5 was necessary, but we had it just in the off chance. We do take down mid to 16. The right lane we take up to 20, and we'll grab the 4 cubes from Butt, which is a solid player, a very good, cohesive player, and they go on runs all the time where they just wipe the floor with me, so it's good to grab a couple of cubes from him. Cannonball is still crazy. He's not as good as he was in like the Professor X like height or era, but he's still very, very strong. Snap Judgments and KM best weekly meta videos are great. Yeah, we have a lot of really good content creators. And then Alex's like meta snapshot are really informational as well. Just being able to get a good pulse of like what's out there. And so even if you don't use those decks directly, you can use that information to then potentially run something else, but those can kind of give you the litmus test of like what decks you need to be able to beat with whatever deck you're running for it to be able to perform well. Makes no sense that they gave Cannonball 1 power back. I know. He's such a phenomenal card. He struggles outside of Clutter though. So even in like the move Disrupt, he definitely still struggles because you're just displacing the power. You're not really getting rid of it unless they're full capped out. Said big brain on Dara too. Dara has one of the biggest brains in Snap for sure. I think we try and rip away Aunt May's. I don't necessarily want the cards bouncing around the board and getting buffed up. Wait, I don't know if I fist bumped him or not.
Avengers! Assemble.
His brain is massive for no reason. What does that mean, Jasper? So we have Hood Viper. So maybe we cap out this left lane. It could be that they go with like a Jean Grey, but it looks like a Spectrum deck. So I want to maybe like fill up some of the lanes that they might be leaning into otherwise. Yeah, opponent has the Pax variant. The Pax variant is beautiful. So Debris is great. Break the Namora. Finish clogging the left lane. And then we do have a turn 7, so we can always do like Cannonball Shadow King final turn. So let's go both into mid. The Debris and then Demon, because we're going to get a rock to the left and right. I don't want to fill it up too much. Namor an Infinite Ladder is wild. It is so wild. Big Iron Man left. Okay. don't have priority because they definitely have us in the left lane. Unless we can push these cards around or out of the fray. Eliath still may be like the most power for us. It's not going to add any kind of clutter. We could do Doc Ock, but I'm a little bit afraid of what we would pull. And so I think maybe it's just like Eliath, and then we see what happens. So Ant-Man, ooh, the big claw. Scary. Thanks for sharing the Sarah deck in YouTube. Loved it. DS, it is one of those decks that if it is ran and seen too often, I think it gets very old very, very fast. But for now, it's such a unique build and such a unique idea that it's so incredibly fun to play. So Shadow King here, we lose 2 power here, lose 2 power here. We're going to be exactly the same, but their claw comes down a touch. If they do like a Spectrum, that brings it down. I don't know if we win this one, because mid is not all that formidable. We probably need to retreat out of this one. Like an Onslaught pushes so much over into the right that we just can't really compete with. We're going to be pushing the Namor over, and we can't really do anything with that one. We could try to do Cannonball left. That pushes an armor out. Hold on. That may be a decent line. So Cannonball left pushes armor out. It leaves it at 4... flat 4 power, so it's 8 power here. But then we still have to win one of the other ones, and I don't think we can do that. Maybe like a Shadow King or like a White Widow. I think he plays Spectrum right. We'll jump out of it. I'm not sure that we can match into it. We're going to lose to the Namor in the wild, which feels even more wild, unfortunately. But I think it's better than losing 4 to it. Cannonball mid kills the claw. Cannonball mid kills the claw, but could we win right after that? I think would be my big question. Because I'm not sure if we won right or left without Cannonball in that lane. Namor won? Yeah, the Namor won it. I'm back. My last play was Iceman right, Spectrum mid. Yeah, I don't think I was going to be able to beat it. I was trying to find a line that could do it. I thought about Cannonball left, Cannonball right, but I just didn't have enough power developed the rest of the way. And so, welcome back, Straws. A good game indeed. And so, we were chatting about the Namor that you had. I have to say, I think it won the game for you. Then Woke Boomer said, TLSG, hey bud, I just made Infinite with True Destroy. I just wanted to thank you for easing my qualms about it when I asked if it was a viable deck at the moment. Yeah. It's one of those decks that it really isn't talked about a whole lot. But that's just because it's nothing new. It's like a very established, tried and true deck. And so it doesn't get covered very often, but it's still very, very strong. So Dinesh plays almost exclusively Hela, which without Shang-Chi could be a bit problematic. The Corvus is decent for us. They lose Jubilee, they lose Odin. So if they end up losing or playing Hela, we know that they can't re-trigger it. I think we do Viper. I'm gonna do Debris. I'm gonna stay away from the Doc Ock line unless we can use it without pulling a card, because Hela is such a high roll deck that I think we would end up stabbing ourselves in the back. Destroy is a staple deck for a very long time. Yes, it's very strong. Like I think the biggest question was that they had was, is it strong into this current meta? I think it's always a very, very strong deck. So what did they lose with Gambit? Did they lose their Hela? No. Coal Obsidian. But it destroyed something in mid, I believe. Destroyed our rock. Unfortunate for them. So we need about 6 more power, 7 more power to win mid. At 5, I think we go like a Viper Jeff. We can always do a Doc Ock. Or even a Red Hulk into mid. Make sure we have that one on lock. Since they only have 2 spaces in the left lane, could always do something like that. Pull into their lowest power card with Doc Ock, which with Hela could be any number of things, but I'm hoping it's like Lady Sif. I think we're gonna try this. Ship it? Yeah, we're gonna ship it. And then Woke Boomer with the with the timeout. Woke Boomer. I actually have it copied and pasted.
I'm coming for you.
And so, whoa, the Jubilee in the left was unfortunate for that Ghost Rider. We will gladly take it. We'll have that ship sold. Like a Red Hulk, just to add insult to injury here. And then we should face the retreat from Danish, I think. Rest in peace, Woke. Magneto? Oh, no. So we tied left. We win mid by a lot. I think we win that one. Yeah, we win that one.
Victory.
The Titania saves the day. And then actually the Red Hulk. The Red Hulk from the Great Portal is what saved the day there. My goodness. The Magneto was monstrous. Glad it wasn't able to derail us, though. Snap him. We probably should have. But that was actually a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Let's see if we can break back into top 100. 28 power Red Hulk. Yeah, 28 power Red Hulk is ridiculous. I play Clog with Red Hulk exactly for plays like that. I typically do. There are some merits to a potential Goliath. Or sometimes I've played without some of the other tech cards. But I feel like Shadow King is super important right now. And then Goliath can be really good in certain matchups too, at being able to kind of like protect you from those big bursty plays for decks that intentionally want to drop priority. Ooh, next up we have good guy Binks himself with the turn one Loki. Why do I see a message deleted from Woke? So they used there's a channel point redemption for a timeout, which is just kind of a silly thing that I have on the channel. But whenever you get timed out, your messages are deleted, and so he's like temporarily timed out from chatting for 2 minutes, and then comes back. But so they're gonna have all kinds of clutter against us as well. We do have the Jeff, which solos Space Throne right now. So we love to see it. And then Thunderbolt's Tower is going to start becoming pretty scary for him pretty fast. I feel like we snapped this. Too chatty? No, they weren't too chatty. They used a redemption that caused it to be caused it to them to be timed out for 2 minutes. And so the immediate snapback now gives me hesitation. They could have a Jeff of their own. Doc Ock pulling our Shadow King is unfortunate. But we do have the good old Viper sending their way. Now we have a Doc Ock of our own if we want. If we do a Doc Ock, there's a chance that we pull their Green Goblin. So if we were to Doc Ock, I feel like I would want that lane to be full otherwise. I'm just gonna pass here. Either that or maybe, oh no, we don't have it. We don't have priority. I think we just pass here. I would send the Doc Ock. So they have Loki. So there's a good chance that they have, I mean, maybe it's not a good chance. It's a chance. that they have our Green Goblin. And then they could also have Eliath. So we're just gonna passively skip it. The Legion, of all things, unfortunate. Binks, I would put nothing. I would expect nothing less than the Legion line from Binks, and so that does cap us in right lane. But we have the lead right now with all of the rocks, which are a beauty to see. So now we can do. Is it the Titania Doc Ock, or is it the like safer debris play? Make sure that they're filled here, and then on the last turn we can go big. Depending on what they drop, they have priority. So if it's a goblin, it still comes back our way. I think we're full committing here. So I'll go ahead and... Oh no, we don't even need the negative hood. What are we doing? And then posture check. Infinity Stone has said watching both streams is like the Super Bowl. All right, the hood into the beast. Into, ooh, Negasonic, clearing out our debris. Very interesting. We do have the demon. I kind of wish we wouldn't have played the hood. It feels silly. But I think we absolutely have this lane on lock. Unless they had something that buffs it up in hand. I wouldn't put it past Binks to have something crazy cooked like that. But let's try to push the Legion. We'll do Cannonball, Demon. See if we can grab the 8-cuber against Binks. No, we'll grab the 4-cube retreat. Oh man. I didn't mean to do the Arisham. Now I feel bad because he was running Arisham. I meant to do the Sweat Brow with Scarlet Witch. And I feel like I BM'd him for Arisham. Oh no. If you guys are in both chats, tell him I didn't mean to do the Arisham emote. Gosh. I said W toxic TLSG. It's TLSG after dark. We have to get a little bit edgy. And then Arnendam on the YouTube side, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. He Miss Marveled you though? No, he didn't. No, I didn't see a Miss Marvel happen. I thought this was a positive vibe stream. It was meant to be, but something after that, after the sun went down, it just, I guess it just clicked. Wait, did he really? I didn't see one. Maybe he did.
Hey,
Big
welcome.
said he
It
didn't
took
mean
you
to
long
do the
enough.
Miss Marvel. Okay, okay. I didn't mean to do the Arisham. We'll see. Let's see. I don't know. I redeemed points for the Miss Marvel. Did you really, Bosch? That's incredible. I didn't even see it, but that is incredible. I didn't mean to do the Arisham. It was actually a slip. I meant to do the Sweat Brow. Is playing Clog supposed to spread positive vibes? It is. So, in the words of KM Best, I think it's one of the most accurate descriptions I've heard. He said, I am possibly one of the nicest guys that continually plays the most evil decks. And for whatever reason, I really mesh and gel well with those just like evil builds. So like Mill was one of my favorite builds when it was top dog for a while. It wasn't ever top dog. Whenever it was decent before Doc Ock got changed, I loved the Mill deck. I loved Clutter before it was really even strong. And so it's definitely been, for whatever reason, it's just...
Hey, welcome. It took you long
gels
enough.
very, very well with me. So we can do... Oh, no, we can't do both. We could do Titania Viper. Build them up in mid. I think they're going to have the Falcon or Beast to pull these back in. So maybe it's just safer to do Doc Ock. We get an 8-power bonus on our next play. And Domo Chev, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. And then 9 square inches. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to 33 for the stream, which is wild. The support from you guys is crazy. Jack said, "Oh, maybe you're not such a nice guy." I mean, maybe. I feel like I'm a nice enough guy. You might be right. That is a big silver sable. We are just hoping for the Shadow King to come up. And then It's Fate Baby said, "Hey TLSG, found you on YouTube when I got into Snap a month ago. Been loving the videos and I'm so stoked for your full time." Thank you so much, It's Fate. I'm glad that you're enjoying the videos, and hopefully there will be many more right around the corner. You said he did Miss Marvel you, but I remember there's a redemption in Binks' chat to force him to mismarble the opponent. That is, I don't know that I could do something like that. I would feel so guilty, like immediately. Unfortunately, our Shadow King got bumped up with a +8 in Krakoa. Unfortunate. It never fails. It could have also been Green Goblin, and then that wouldn't have been great either, but unfortunate. I guess let's go Viper in the left. Call it a day. And so big Sage, okay. That might not be bad to reset either. Either right or mid. Could be a reset. How's Clarice doing? Clarice is doing really well. Her and the other dogs are absolutely loving the new house. They like are running around playing, which they haven't done in such a long time. And so they're loving it here. So a Shadow King brings them down to 4, 5. Brings us to 5 as well. So we'd have to do something else in addition to it. A Shadow King here brings them to 0. Brings us to 8. So I think that's our play. And then into like Demon Titania. Now they could defeat us with like a big hit monkey, which they're looking to probably flood here. But I think it's worth at least seeing it play out to see where they position their cards. The Rocket is big, but unfortunately our Shadow King is going to be bigger. Oh wow, not a huge last turn. Because all of those should have been free, right? Did they? Unless they got Black Swan down on turn 5 instead of before. I wasn't paying attention if it got activated or not. 30k channel points to get Binks to miss Marvel the opponent seems entirely worth it. I mean, it was a good use of it. We just hit ads. So right when we ended it, I just didn't give you guys a prior warning. My bad. He forgot to activate it. That's a rough one. And so I feel bad enough whenever I get the redemption for like snapping on an opponent. I feel bad enough with that one. Ooh, that's a lot of 4 cards, and we only have 1. But we're eventually going to chip it away and get it down. And so I typically just very passively complete the bounties as I do some streams. We got plenty of time. I hate forgetting to activate. Me too. Either that or holding it and thinking that I activated and then like missing and it like not fully going through is also devastating. And then Doctor, you said TLSG is too nice and has pent up frustration to take out on poor snap players. I guess that's why I like to run evil decks. I don't know. I really enjoyed running like control decks in like Hearthstone or actually I was in Yu-Gi-Oh. Actually, no, thinking about it. Yu-Gi-Oh! I liked control decks as well. My main build when I was playing that, it may not have ever been super competitive. This was just in like my neighborhood, and it may have been one of the reasons why people stopped playing. Was I ran a very heavy gravity bind build. Which, if you're not familiar with like OG Yu-Gi-Oh, Gravity Bind would limit you from playing anything above, I think it was like either 2 stars or 3 stars, something really restrictive. And so typically you would just have really weak monsters on the board. I had the like 1-star and 2-star monsters that could attack the opponent directly. And then I had like huge equipped cards to be able to buff them up to a normal size and would just directly attack the opponent. And so it's very similar with the control style that also ran like Dark Typhoon to stop the opponent from playing like their trap cards, things of that nature. And so looking back on it, I guess I've always enjoyed a good evil deck, I guess. I bet you played Kaiser Coliseum too when it was legal. That one, I don't know if I had ever picked it up, or it may not have been out when I was still playing. But after seeing it later on, it would definitely be something that I would have played as well. And then on Hearthstone, I enjoyed Control Warrior an awful lot. Gravity Bind and Messenger of Peace. Yeah, it was one of those decks that it just like the opponent, if they didn't tech to it or build to it, they just couldn't do anything. He said I used to play that all the time. But now I use Gravekeepers, which stop the opponent from doing anything regardless of their graveyard, or regarding their graveyard. That one sounds like it's a pretty solid one as well. I haven't kept up with it because the game changed so incredibly much, but have some very fond memories of it. So I don't know that we beat a destroy deck, unfortunately. Maybe we try to bait out and wait out their Killmonger. Go ahead and go Doc Ock. Druid is way worse than Hearthstone. Okay, Druid is also pretty bad, but Druid is more like a ramp deck a lot of times, and then Warrior is more like heavy control. When I was playing, it's been like 2 or 3 years since I played before. And then on the YouTube side, Mordecai said nighttime TLSG, clutter time baby. Also, I feel I don't know why, but I like playing annoying metas or characters in video games. I tend to wait when they have 2 cards down. Yeah, for whatever reason, like the annoying ones are the ones that just like mesh with me incredibly well. So I think we have to magic here, and so maybe it's like a magic or titanium magic to try to send into their side on Crown City. And if they don't play into there, then we have some good benefit. As long as they don't get or have their Killmonger, we might be okay. And then Titan said, wow, so many people. We got a massive raid from Alex. So when I ended earlier, we raided over into him. And then when he was ending, I was just launching up my overnight stream. And he raided back over my direction. And so it was passing the positivity around. Figure people don't feel bad playing evil decks against me, so why should I feel bad? I mean, that's true. The decks are in the game. It's on the devs to make sure that they are well balanced, and so I completely understand. So, ooh, a big Venom. We do have Shadow King to take that down a peg or a notch. But I'm thinking maybe they have like a double death. Because they had Moon Girl that they wanted to run in their deck. So they didn't get a copy of Venom, thankfully. They did get a copy of Nico, so they could potentially change Limbo. That's always a concern too. And then EMC, rooting for you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have the incredible Alex that hit us with the very generous raid earlier. So do we ever cannonball here? I don't know. We could also do like this. If they don't play left this turn, then we have the lead and we have it handled. We have the Shadow King to handle the Venom. Or actually, Shadow King into Cannonball would do it. So we just hope that they don't play left this turn. If they do, oh my goodness, they played everywhere. This is a locational change. It is. I always fear Nico. It feels like more often than not, it's that locational change ability when I'm leaning onto Limbo. And that will absolutely rip away the 4 cubes. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. We did win left, though. We actually almost won mid, too. But not quite. You could make 2 Shadow Kings with Moon Girl. We could. We could have done that. But Nico had other things to say about it. So I'm wondering if there's a pattern. I haven't played Nico enough to know if there's a pattern, if it's truly random what it cycles through. Because they copied the Nico, which felt like it was the wrong play to do. But if they knew that she has like what, 5 spells, if they knew that 3 of them had already been taken care of, that the other 2 would be the only choices. I've never paid that much attention to it though. It's true random. Yeah, but it doesn't recycle back to the old ones, right? Like if it hits copy, then it's not likely to hit copy until it cycles all the way through. Because I don't think I've ever seen like a double up. Otherwise, you would sometimes see the same spell 2 turns in a row. So I think the order itself is random. I think that the only pattern is the spells can't repeat. Yeah. And so like on turn 5, you could see potentially 5 of the spells. Nico has 2 different spell cycles, only 2. Interesting. Because if it has a cycle, that can bring a lot of things to like how to play that. You don't have to kind of worry about what it's potentially going to hit instead. In this case, though, there were 2 Nikos. Okay, that's true. If the second Nico, I don't know if it like resets that order or anything. They copied it on one turn into the next. Snap? Oh, I did. I snapped. I snapped on the ego. I follow the I follow the gentlemanly agreement. So Luke Cage could be a Hella build. Unwritten rule? Yeah, it's the unwritten rule. And the other unwritten rule that I have, ooh, that's a beautiful Viper into the hood. Way to be ego. The other unwritten rule is that if they snap me back or we both snap at the same time with ego, then I stay regardless of if I'm going to win or lose. If they wait a couple turns to see if like, this turn shakes out the way that I want it to, and then they snap, if we're going to lose on turn 6, I'll leave at that point. And so in this case, they waited an extra turn, and so I will, if we look like we're in the losing position, I would gladly leave and retreat out. Imagine if Snap ever had a competitive tournament, then we were in the final with both players at their last point of life, and then Ego turn 1. That would be beautiful. That would be cinematic, and I'd be here for it. So speaking of competitive tournaments, there is going to be another Conquerors or Conquest event for Snap with all of the creators. That it's going to be all creators are able to enter, and then once it gets to the top 32, at that point they're going to be showcased and streamed, and all of the streamers will be live with it. And I don't know the exact. Actually, it's actually upcoming. I think it's like a week and a half away. They said that they're working on some announcements for it, but very excited about what that looks like. The right lane is a tough lane for our cards to fill into. So that's a retreat, probably a retreat, but we believe. Wait, for real? Yeah. It's something that they're working on the announcements for, and they said we could share with our communities, but there's nothing that's been like posted about it. Okay, so Magic comes down. We do have Jeff in the right lane now, and so that is going to be an immediate move from them, which is scary. Got back into Doc Ock. Jeff over to the left. Cannonball mid. They fill this turn, right? And so depending on which one it hits here, we could win mid. We probably lose the other ones, but we could win mid. Ooh, the Jubilee is beautiful. Oh no, we don't have anything above 11 power. The Goliath comes close, but doesn't quite get it there. Ego tried its best to throw. That just couldn't succeed. Unfortunately, not gonna make it happen. They had too many big things going on for them. They threw by not snapping right away. Yeah, they threw by waiting to see if like their Hella would get discarded or if it would be a good rotation. And so then I don't mind retreating those. If it's like the immediate snap back and like the fist bump, then I stay regardless of like win or lose. Next up we have Hydro Prod. How long are you streaming for? The whole night? Yes, we are going to be live the entire night. And so I'd say another 6-7 hours. And then Frank said, go to sleep. Why do this? Not that good for health. Or not that good for health. So typically I'd be awake now anyways. Typically I'd still be awake for another like 2 hours. Like 1 to 2 hours just trying to like wind down and get things taken care of. And so it's not, I'm only extending it another like 3 hours and then I'll take a nap. So I'll be good. I'm definitely excited to be streaming for the first day of drops. because it's not something I've been able to do in the past, and so I'm definitely very excited about it. But they haven't played Kitty Pride yet. I kind of wonder if we Doc here, see if we can completely cap them out in Asgard. That would give us an avenue for like Shadow King to pull it back our way. The long stream guy, exactly. What time zone are you in? I'm in Central, so it is just before 1 a.m. Right now. Face of the Juggernaut, unfortunate. Also not awful. They played the Athena to make sure that Athena, or they played the Rock to make sure that Athena could scale. We pulled the secondary Rock, and so it is looking pretty cluttered for him pretty quick. A good debris here could be magical, but no such luck. I think we go this and assume that they either play something into Asteroid M or they play a 3-cost that pulls over, and so then they would be capped out. We're going to take a little bit of a gamble on it. Oh no, the Iron Man. Okay.
Iron Man.
One more rock left. Yeah, they have one more rock left, but the Iron Man is big. And we just kind of threw with the Titania. Because now it may come back our way, it might not. Unless... Not awful. Debris, if they don't play here, they're capped. And then Shadow King brings Angela down back to 3, so it's only 6 power over here. I like it. I hope that they play over here this turn. That's the goal. Okay. Okay, well. The Cosmo was not it. Cosmo was awful. Unfortunate. We would have been better off doing debris right, I suppose. And then we just have all of our rocks. And we have Eliath. And so I don't think there's a way that we win this one. Like a Jeff move into Eliath right would be the best case scenario. Then if they play something here, Titania bounces our way. I don't think we win it. Subterranean? Yeah, the Subterranean. That's unfortunate. And so Agent Venom popping Titania back our way. Wait. No, it's a tiebreaker, and we're not gonna win the tiebreaker. Had we moved Jeff over all the way to the right, we would have won. Crazy that they played Agent Venom into Limbo. So Jeff to the right was the winning line. What a rocky game. It was a rocky game indeed. Not even the pretty ones from Debris, just the plain old ones. It was close, but we didn't quite get there. Had we held... No. Had we held Shadow King, we wouldn't have been able to do both the last turn. 12 versus 11? Yeah, 12 versus 11 was wild. Or it was 12-12 in the right lane. But if Jeff moved over there, it would have won. But then we wouldn't have won mid had they not pushed Titania our way. And so it would have been a big read for sure. The Cosmo is what turned the tides for him. So Kitty Pride, another Kitty Pride deck. It's unfortunate. Let's go Jeff. I'm gonna go Jeff in the left, actually. We have magic to turn away a Vormir. So Kitty Pride, Agent Venom, they probably have some version of bounce, I would imagine. What if we went magic, and then we wait to do the Green Goblin until we can do both? We can do Titania plus Green Goblin or Viper on the same turn. Said played that evil splat deck you featured yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Like there are stints where you do lose. So if you lose to something that can go bigger, like a Black Panther, you lose to like displacement, so something like Arrow. But if it's like a normal deck, you just it absolutely explodes so much power, and it's such a surprising amount of power that you just can't do anything. So if we did like Titania Debris, hope that they don't play into Mojo World this turn. We could potentially fill up their Central Park, fill up the other lanes. So they did. They played the Kitty Pride. But their other lanes are getting pretty full pretty quick. We have Shadow King for one of the lanes to set it back to base. I think we try for a Viper left. Give ourselves an opportunity to like set the Athena back to base after she's, I guess it'd be right before she scaled on the last turn. Either that or sending something in mid, but at least on this side, if it doesn't go through, we can move the Jeff away and we have another space to play in the left. Leviathan, he said, good afternoon from Australia. I'm off work today and it's a long weekend. Gonna settle in and watch you for a while. Thank you so much for being here, Leviathan. I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a great day. So the Kitty Pride, the Madam Web, it's getting very sticky very fast. Either like do a Doc Ock. We could try for a Green Goblin, but I just don't think that that would go through in either of the lanes. That may be our only chance. Like if we don't get something big here, then I think we just lose. So it is the double play, the Iron Man, unfortunate.
Iron Man.
We'll give him the fist bump. It was well played. Weren't able to match up to it. The Madam Web was, I think, the unfortunate piece because they did have the flexibility to move their stuff around. Then everything else, Kitty Pride typically does really well against Clutter. And so that was one of the downfalls of Clutter before when Ajax came out. Was Clutter was really strong, and then the rise of like the Athena Angela stuff came up, and it kind of pushed down the consistency or effectiveness of Clutter. And so it floating around is always a little bit dangerous, especially if you run into like a lot of bounce stuff, I suppose. And then Ruro said, are we full time now? We are. I mean, we've put in our notice at work, but now I just have to wait until I gave them 2 weeks and I'm working half days. That way I can stream half the day, work half the day, and then make the transition at the end of it. But for the time being tonight, I'm probably going to call in tomorrow because I'm going to stay up and then I'll take a good long nap afterwards. So the Deadpool, unfortunate. Because it's going to get really big really fast. It also means they probably have a kill longer. And so they have ways to destroy our negative stuff. How did work take it? They were stressed. So
Opponent snapped.
they're already, so our team of like 6 is already down 1 person. One person is has been vocal about actively looking for something else. One person took off time this week, I think, to go to do some interviews, and then now I quit. So they're down to like 3 people from the original team because they called for a return to work, and just some of the things from the higher leadership have been really kind of questionable, and so a lot of people are like switching out. May I ask what you do or did? So I was in data analytics, and so we were remote for 4 years. We got a new head honcho, somebody that was leading the company, and they came in trying to make a name for themselves and made a lot of decisions that didn't really have the intent of like the employees or in the intent of anybody that was working there in mind. It was very much like, I said so we're doing this, and I think that's slowly backfiring on me.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
The Scram deck is fun too. Finally gives me a reason to play Stegron. Yeah, I didn't feel like I just had enough answers to a lot of the decks, but I think in general it's a really fun card. I feel like it's just an archetype that is like 1 or 2 things away from being really, really good. So let's do this. Maybe we hope that they don't get Killmonger, or if they do drop Killmonger, they drop it this turn. You said full-time content, rooting for you. Thank you so much, Fissel. If I can continue the momentum that I had the last couple of months with like maybe 2 streams, KM Best, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good night. Hopefully you had a great stream earlier. But I put in my notice at work, and so we're making the switch, the transition over into full-time content. And so it's I'm nervous, but I'm excited at the same time. He said Snap is slowly eroding my ability to walk away while I'm on a winning streak. I mean, you can't quit on a high note, right? So without Cannonball, we never can even potentially win this one. They do have the extra energy from White Hot Room. Let's try like a Debris Viper. We lose to their Killmonger. We lose to a wide array of cards. But we've already snapped. Unless they can rip away Limbo, we're in good. KM, I'm so happy for you. I'm nervous. I'm excited but nervous. I turned in my 2 weeks. We set a sub goal. The original sub goal was 1250. And we weren't anywhere close to it, so I bartered my wife down to a sub goal of, oh yeah, without Cannonball, we're out of this one. I bartered my wife down to a sub goal of 1,000, and we smashed out the 1,000 sub goal in about 7 days. And then the positivity just continued to roll in, and we actually reached the original 1250 that was set. And so I'm going to be live every day in October as like a celebration to switching over into full-time content creation. They may not be lengthy streams, especially on the weekends, but I'll be live at least in some capacity, just enjoying the full time. Got to go record, but congrats! Thank you so much, KM Best. Hopefully the recording goes smoothly so that you can get a killer video up. But we'll catch you whenever you get back. I'm gonna be live all night, so I'll be here. Quite gone. You said after a night of playing Splat, I switched back to old comfy Zoo. I dropped Kyra for Luke actually. My pocket is full. Your pocket is full of Scream and Toxic decks. And I think Zoo does fantastic against both of those. And so Zoo is one of those decks. It's not super exciting, but it's always pretty consistent. And then Scott on the YouTube side said, I hope it makes the higher ups at your old job think twice about how they treat the people. Yeah. Me too. I think that they're rethinking like the calling everyone back, because it was very, the way that they did it was super like either you come in or you're out of a job type of thing. And so it definitely didn't feel like we were appreciated, or it just felt like because I said so, you're gonna do it. The Djinn Hours, Johnson. We are streaming some Djinn Hours tonight. We're on the old Binks schedule, and so I'm gonna be going all night here. And the Captain with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you, Captain. And then the Soup said, do you have plans on continuing the free-to-play account series? So the sad thing that happened with that was I recorded from day 61 to about 98 or so. And I hadn't edited it because I waited until I was going to wait until I had the entire thing to like write out the script and edit the clips together, and my hard drive fried. And so I lost the footage. Whenever I started back creating content, I did have the intention of like starting up the series again. I actually did 30 days, and at the end of the 30 days, I kind of stepped back and looked at it and realized that it's pretty much exactly the same as it was before. The only real difference is that you actually want to engage with the booster shop now instead of ignore it. And so it didn't feel like that was enough to like revisit the series. I hope that they either change the acquisition system or something for like either new or returning players, and then I'll absolutely want to return back to it. But otherwise, I'm gonna have to like restart from day 1 and then record up to 100 and kind of just smash that all together. But it is something that I have on my list. I really want to revisit it and come back to it sometime. It's just about about finding something that changes enough to warrant it. So the Chimichanga, as long as they don't have a way to, I guess they can't pull the dagger out, right? Or they can't pull the vulture out. So with a Shadow King here, that sets this back to the base of 3, which is so unfortunate. So then we can win this lane. We just have to be careful not to play any other like 3. I guess we can play one 3-cost card. Oh, it's the final turn. So this wins here. After that, it's kind of... They could have a Heimdall to shift everything over to the left. If it's going all in on the move. You could do something like this, but if they move dagger over, that hurts us a lot over there. We don't have priority, so if they have Heimdall, the vulture would pop over here. Heimdall, these two move, all four move. So it'd be a super strange read, but we could Shadow King mid. And maybe just do a Chimichanga Viper. My gut's telling me to try it. Oh no, the dagger move tells me it's probably not Heimdall here. The Goliath. Oh no. Had we stacked heavy into mid, I don't know that it would have done it anyways, but unfortunate. We're gonna send the Titania their way and then it comes back with Viper, which is always an interesting line. But these decks that run both Goliath and Heimdall are on the tricky side. I think move is in a super strong spot. It's just one that requires a little bit more thought process to play each turn. So it's not one that I can slam consistently or a lot of. Looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. You said Fissel that your firm needs to realize that work from home is now extremely valuable to employees. Yeah, so we were work from home for 4 years. 4 years, and then they called for return to work over a course of like a week and a half. And it just, a lot of the employees adjusted their life and like, being able to get their kid onto the bus or to school in the morning. And so then a very unapologetic like return or you don't have a job, put a lot of people, can't say everybody, put a lot of people into a really tough spot of like trying to find something else so that they can continue that norm that they had. Did they bring the offshore resources back into the office? No, the reason or the justification that they gave was that everybody is going to return back into the office so that it's fair for everybody, because there's some people that did have to work in office still, even though they'd have different job functions. They're like customer facing versus my role that was very not customer facing. And they gave us the excuse that everybody was returning. Once we returned, come to find out that a few of the like key departments kind of just got a bypass. So like our IT department and a couple of the other ones are still working remotely. And so it's like they're, yeah, because IT, I think if they brought them in, a lot of IT jobs are remote, and so I think their fear is that they would lose most of those. But it's going to be the same thing for like analytics. Did they sign a long-term lease for the office space or something? I don't know. I don't know. We got a new leadership, and they came in and just and then the posture check from Lua. I appreciate it. We got new leadership. They came in and kind of unfortunate fashion said that things are going to be the way that they were going to be. So Quicksilver, we're always worried about Galactus, so I want to go with the debris to clutter these two lanes. Similar thing happened to the company that I worked at, and I noticed that you said worked as one of the keywords there, and so I can imagine how well that worked for them. So we can go Viper. We can also go Doc Ock, see if we can finish capping out Fisk Tower maybe. And then Thor said, where I work in the UTK, the company has embraced flexible working. I do 1 day per week in the office. Yeah, and I think that goes a long way, even if it's some kind of hybrid. But this one, we were in office remote for 4 years, and then it was you return now or or don't return at all type of ultimatum. And so a lot of people decided to choose not return at all. We can go Titania Viper. We send them over 2 things. They both move. And we're only moving 1, so we don't cap a single lane. And then very likely that both of these get capped out. I think we're in a decent spot. The Wiccan. So the Titanium may actually stay. They both may stay in the right lane. Both the Rock, Titania. Interesting. Not like Hawkeye in this list. Kate Bishop. I think Kate Bishop is a good one in it. I ended up cutting it just for I kind of like the Eliath, but honestly the Eliath hasn't been doing us that good. Like I think Red Hulk would have won us more games at this point, and so it might be that we end up cutting it back. So a Cannonball goes up to 6, 7, 8, 9, or a Demon goes up to 9. The Cannonball here pushes 7 out, and so it's just 5. So then we should win. Oh wait, it's not even the last turn. Oof. I always forget about Limbo whenever it's a game like this. Let's go with I guess just the Jeff play. And then I'll wait. Maybe it's Jeff plus Demon, but we'll see. And then AIDS, thank you so much for the resub with Prime for 3 months. You said, what was your job you're retiring for? And congrats. So my job was data analytics. You said, wait, like don't lock it in, wait. My job was data analytics. So I looked at a lot of large data sets and numbers and formatted those data sets into like easy to read and easy to consume like dashboards and views for the leadership, so that they could kind of quickly gauge whatever the health of whatever initiative it was. They could gauge how it was going. So let's go ahead and lock in the Demon. We can do Eliath, but I think I'm going to do Cannonball. If it pushes the Wiccan, then it is more power or value. But who interprets the data? So I would be the one that would take the raw data, and I would like interpret it and like apply any kind of like filtering, make sure that it was pulling the. As an analyst, you do, yeah. And so I would take it, make the assumptions for a lot of times there were gaps between what the request was and what like, we could actually pull or how we would actually need to pull it. And so that would be part of like my responsibility would be like interpreting what the data was, what the need was, to make sure that we're pulling.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Johnson Bit, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to 34 for the day. Smashing out the original wife goal. Very much appreciate you guys. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then Anthony on the YouTube side said, no way you're up right now. Happy days, Anthony. We are up for a long degenerate stream tonight. We're just getting started. We're 2 hours in. I'm gonna go until at least I'd say at least like 6 or 7. Probably a little bit later, just depends on how the flow is going. But that's another like 5 or 6 hours for us. At minimum is what I'm planning. And then Max, you said a lot of times in my experience, leadership wants to know things, but they don't have the slightest clue of where to begin or what information to collect. Yeah. Yep, so a lot of times it would be, hey, we need to know about retention, but they don't necessarily know how to ask for their like specific segments that they need. Like, is it everybody? Is it just, part-time? Is it everyone under a certain amount of years? Like, what information do we need to bring into that story? And so a lot of my role was really being able to determine and dictate those things. So a White Widow is decent here. Not necessarily Green Goblin. Green Goblin's okay here, but then we wouldn't be able to play in Brooklyn Bridge after. I think we go... just White Widow. Kind of want to do both in case they play one card in Quantum Realm, but in case they don't, I want to leave the option open. The wife's company have increased days in office to 3, which is pointless, but we know that they're testing before 5. Yeah, at least they did some kind of testing. At my job, it was just from one day to the next. You come in or or you don't have a job anymore. And so they didn't test the water, and I think they definitely should have. And so we are going to be able to fill up their Brooklyn Bridge lane. They do have the bishop in the right lane, which is a little bit scary, because now we're going to have to either fight for Danger Room or hope for like a Shadow King. You said a sudden return to office? Yeah. Yep. A very quick, a very unfortunate, like immediate return to office type thing. So let's do Hood, see if it gets destroyed, and then we're going to go with a magic. They could potentially have a Falcon that pulls back in the Sable, that pulls back in the Titania. If they activate Black Swan here, okay, so just Beast, that is fine. And if they activate Black Swan to flood everything next turn, we extended the game, so they'll have to kind of use their big play a turn early. Did the team presentation Did the team was it not understandable by the seniors, so they need the team back in office to explain in person? No, the reasoning that we were gave was that not everybody gets the opportunity to work from home, and so it wasn't fair for those that didn't. Like, we have different roles and different responsibilities, but that was the like umbrella hope answer that we were given. I don't think they activated. No, it didn't look like they did. I'm concerned that Viper won't go off in this left lane. We might stab ourselves in the back here. We also kind of need to make sure that we have a lower cost card to resummon Titania. So I guess I'm just going to go Viper. The last turn could be Cannonball, Shadow King. Could be Eliath Demon. A couple things that it could be. And so Rocket, Sage, a lot of big power over in that right lane. My goodness. Shadow King looks like he would be eating a fantastic feast. Not so much the debris. We don't have priority, but a Cannonball first. Cannonball first into Demon should give us the avenue to win, unless they have an Eliath. So what we're going to do is it'll push either the 4-power Hood or maybe something different. Then we have the Cannonball back as that backup. We call Titania back to our side. I'm going to move the Jeff over to the left just in case, but that should be our path to win. Sounds like upper management BS? Yeah, it sure does. And then after everything was said and done, not even all of the teams were returning back. So like IT and a few of the other harder to fill departments got granted some grace in that return. They're not even in the discussions of returning anymore. And so we're seeing a lot of turnout in the teams that were forced to come back. And then Anthony said, did you take a nap? No, so I actually ended the last stream. I cooked some dinner for my daughter. We played a little bit, and then we got ready for bed. As she kind of wound down, I snuck back off to go stream again. And so I didn't get a nap. I'll be tired by the end of the stream, but I'm excited to go for it as long as we possibly can. I'm glad in the U.S. Less workers have some rights, but if the Tories get there, if the Tories get their way, they'll be gone. Yeah, I'm glad that the employees have some rights, because that helps make sure that they're not like overworked or like being taken advantage of. So it's definitely important to have those. How is your daughter now? She is like 3.5, just over 3.5. The guy versus the late night streamer guy. It sure is. He's the guy. And we have the same avatar too. And the same card back. I feel like this might be my alter ego. It's the late streamer guy versus just the guy. We have an interesting Galactus opportunity. We probably won't take it, because typically without a deck that can follow up on it, it's pretty bad. But the opportunity is there. All right, so the White Widow, we would have to do Galactus left if we were to set it up, but probably not. With the White Widow, with the rocket, they're looking to do bounce. Maybe we can Viper the Widow's Kiss back over into their hand. We can also just do maybe like a Doc Ock. Go ahead and do that. Let's Doc Ock. I'll Doc Ock over to the right. Gonna watch 6 hours of TLSG to get the variant. Very nice. Very nice indeed, Captain. It's a very nice variant. If you haven't seen it, we could do Galactus into Eliath. That wouldn't be awful. If you haven't seen the variant, it looks really sleek. It just makes me hope that they buff Spider-Man 2099 sometime. I didn't know that's what your name meant. My name has many meanings. And then Theodore said, morning, how many hours of streaming do you have? Wasn't expecting to see you live. So I have another probably like 6 is what I'd guesstimate, unless I just like hit a nasty wall that I can't pass. So I don't think we're ever gonna get Galactus off unless we tried to do like cheeky Green Goblin. Green Goblin could potentially give us an out to do it. I don't think we'll have priority though to be able to make it happen. So the Demon, the Beast, so that will pull the Werewolf over into the right. Actually, we will have priority. It takes a turn 6 and then just ends the game though. It feels kind of bad. Can I pass up a guaranteed Galactus though? Have you opened your collection boxes? Collection boxes. Like from the collection track? Galactus Cannonball it. So the problem is, once we Galactus, Limbo is gone. And so it's, do we win with 6 power? Or not? Which feels like probably like a super solid, probably not. I can't turn down an opportunity to good old Galactus, so it comes down to whatever they play here. No way we can't win with 6 power. Their Werewolf is gone. They're not expecting it because it's not a deck that should run Galactus. They need 5 or more. Huge. They beat the guy at his own game. The surprise Galactus is the worst. I'm not even gonna throw an emote their way. We take those though. We absolutely take those W's. Drake, you said got the first tier drops. Nice. So it'll snowball pretty quickly. I grabbed my variant from my stream earlier, and then Makita. How do the drops work? So exclamation point drops will give you a couple of links. The first link will be the one that you follow to make sure that your Marvel Snap account is linked to your Twitch account. And then the second one is how you can check to make sure that progress is being made. And so, as long as you have a Marvel Snap account and you link it, then that's just sitting back and enjoying is really all that you need to do. And that goes for any channel that you're in. And so any channel that's streaming Marvel Snap is going to give you the same drops and the same chance at them. I kind of think we skip here. 3, 4, 5, 6, but then we won't draw. But Aunt May's feels a little unfortunate, especially if they get a Scream down. But I'm going to try it anyways. To get our Jeff. Wish I actually ever used Spider-Man 2099. Me too. You and me both, Drake. You can still link after getting all the drops. Wait, you can? Rin. I didn't realize that. So we do get a Viper or a Debris into double Viper. Feels super strong. We also have their Arrow, which they have an incredible Arrow variant. For a card that I just can't use very often. Double Cannonball eventually. We have the Stegron. Let's go ahead and snap it. We've been playing pretty passively, just letting the games go by. I think we start playing a little bit more a little bit more aggressively. See if we can get some bigger cubes in. Green Goblin to the right. That's always the play drug. Our White Widow is gonna stab us in the back. Well, our snap now feels hasty. Is it better to purchase the season pass from the website instead of Steam? Makita, yes. So on the site, you gain progress towards a lot of people lovingly call it a whale track, which is when you spend money at the web store, you gain progress. So like just buying the season pass there, I think it was a little bit of gold and a mystery variant, just from making the purchase there instead. So we could go Stegron. We could try for like a Viper, see if we cap this one out. Gonna be our best bet. Okay, wait, Polaris was a mistake. Huge. So very huge. Now we're back in this. It went from feeling like almost a lost game to feeling very, very winnable. Now they could have Arrow, and if they do play Arrow to try to pull our Viper and cap us out here, I feel like we can combat it with a Cannonball. We don't have priority, so Cannonball would hit Arrow. It would hit Jeff. Arrow over here first, and then I guess Jeff. It still wouldn't cap him out of the game. We could take the chance that Stegron would cap this lane out with a rock. It's a 3 out of 4 chance. Three out of 4 chance to pull the card that we need, and we could also backfill it with a Titania, which would beat a potential Arrow. I feel like the play for them has to be Arrow and Kamartage. No, it's a double drop. Oh no, that is unfortunate. And that is before Stegron came down. We will lose off of that on a turn 5 play. Unfortunate. Had we went with like maybe a big Arrow, we could have done it in the right lane to try and combat what they were doing. We would have won by 1, but unfortunate. They could have moved their Jeff, which is why I didn't want to lock in that lane. They played it well, and then they played it poorly, and then they played it well. We have their Arrow. I thought it was a copy. Oh my goodness, they don't have Arrow. I thought it was a copy from the Daily Bugle, but it was from Weird World. You're right. They had no chance to Arrow, so we were freaking out for no reason. Oof, that's a rough one. Greylock TV, thank you so much for resubbing for 4 months at tier 1. You said, hope you're having a great stream. So happy you're turning this into full time. I'm glad I can support you on this new life journey or adventure for you. Thank you so much, Greylock TV. I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the sub and the support. And just being here to watch and enjoy the streams is always more than I could ever ask. But I always do greatly appreciate those that do come through. That if they want to make 29.9 playable, they should start with making him target the strongest. Words are tough. Make him start targeting the strongest card. I agree. So something very comparable in power level in cost is Cannonball, and Cannonball targets the highest power. And so that's why Cannonball is good. If Cannonball did something random, he would be unplayable. And then he said TLSG in the morning. Yes, please. I may be a little bit sleepy, but we're gonna be I'm not crashing out yet, but a little bit more tired than we normally are. As a 5-head, oh my goodness, as a 5 drop, he doesn't offer too much impact. Yeah, because Cannonball, you can just drop it and it does its thing. Spider-Man 29.9, you have to drop it and then do something to enable it, which makes your last turn play very like structured or very specific. Let's go ahead and go maybe Doc Ock left with their Kate Bishop. If they send us like Acid Arrow, then we do send one of theirs back with the Viper, which is nice to see. TLSG is now one with Twitch emote. Oh, the 5-head, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought I was reading, but it was a 5 drop instead, so that was my bad. So we pulled out their Kitty Pryde. Unfortunate pull. That means the capping them out will be kind of difficult. Let's go ahead and go Viper. Get rid of the Acid Arrow while we can. And then Gar, you said good game. Hate Clog and can't believe I won that game. I was really afraid of a Nihilus coming down. I thought you threw with the Polaris. Wait, no way. So unfortunate. The extra Kate Bishop, the Pim Arrow, and then the full Clutter in the left. So we are stuck with the Acid Arrow for now. Maybe not forever, but for now we absolutely are. And so I thought you messed up with the Polaris, and then you turned it around, and I just was not able to find a way to make it win. But very good game. I understand you not enjoying Clutter. It's not necessarily a very fun deck to play against, or if play against very often. And then Crave Mega with the resub of Prime for the 2nd month. Happy to hear you made your goal, man. A bit late, but happy to be here. I appreciate you. Better late than never. Absolutely. And so glad to have you. Hope you're having a great one. So in the left lane, if we have to go at least 6 or more. So it's going to have to eventually be the Cannonball. But they protect this right lane with something like Kitty Pryde, which is so tough to really be able to do anything. We also won't be able to do Debris. I feel like I don't think we can win this one. We can try and do this, but I'm pretty sure they play Kitty Pryde here because they've been playing it pretty well, pretty cautiously. So I doubt we catch them. Stand corrected. Wait, it's the last turn? Oh my gosh. Oh, we're throwing so hard. At least it was only for 2 cubes and it wasn't more. I thought it was turn 5. What are we doing? My emotes are gone. They said that I'm muted in game. Can't even give them a fist bump. That was a late night play right there. It was a play. It was a play for sure. Not a good one, but it was a play. It existed. Let's go ahead and jump over into another one. You said, wait, that's how mute works? No, I don't think so. I think it just glitched out. I thought it was a funny bit. It was one of the plays of all time for sure. Where it goes down in history, probably nowhere. Sleepy TLSG moment. We'll turn it around. We'll get a little bit of energy back. Don't you guys worry. So we have the Hood, we have Jeff, Viper, so a great start. But I think this person runs movement with like the Madam Web with Cosmo Elias. We have to kind of look out for those. And then Melphis, you said you're just so chill, even during misplays. I need to learn how to do that. There are some times where it gets super frustrating, but misplays are going to happen. And even sometimes, like, sheer dumb luck is going to win for the opponent, or you lose like some really high odd games that you should really be able to win. It's just kind of part of the game, and so I kind of try to take those in stride. But I think we Magic with Madam Web. They probably have a better shot than us in this game because of the Cosmo, because of the tech tools. Yeah, the Cosmo is unfortunate because they can always shift it out, and then it makes it really tough to read where my things can actually go. I'm enjoying so much, by the way. I remember watching you when you were just starting, when you had maybe 100 followers. Happy to see you. Makita, thank you for being here. If you saw me when I had like 100 followers, you are definitely a real one. And so it is very much appreciated, because we've come a very long way since then. Honestly, giving them your Titania and then dropping a Shadow King on it to give them extra power, it's just an indicator of how generous you are. Yeah. I mean, we gave them a little bit more power. We were just trying to be generous, neighborly. So I think we go Doc Ock. We have Viper, but I'm a little bit scared of like the Cosmo move. It's always a concern. We have Shadow King to maybe eventually hit the Vulture. It gets very tough to read very often with the Cosmo in play. Into the Ghost Spider move, which that's a really sleek looking ghost spider. I think with the gold background, it looks like it makes her really prominent, which I think is kind of, it looks nice. So, do they pull out of left lane this turn? We could just go Titania Viper. We have the Cannonball Shadow King for the final turn. Titania Viper, or Titania Demon, go ahead and go Viper in the right. Might as well. Shadow King and Viper. Now before they Cosmo out. But they can't Cosmo out. Because we clogged them. So the Luke Cage. Oh man, the Luke Cage. Luke Cage doesn't stop Shadow King, does it? That was the super weird, like it doesn't make sense to me, but it doesn't function that way anymore. Like this just kind of overrides all of the bonuses. It's crazy. Yeah, it feels strange that Shadow King bypasses it. We're gonna be able to need to do Cannonball Shadow King last turn. We could always, no, we don't want to debris. We could do Typhoid Mary, but I'm not sure that that's the best play. Go Cannonball, hope that we draw maybe Eliath. Eliath could be decent for us. Maybe full skip. Oh, a Cannonball of their own. Interesting. So now push their Cannonball back. Take it. Eliath? No. I feel like we really needed the Eliath to bring this one home. I'm sorry about the ads, guys. I missed the snooze. I try not to have ads during the gameplay. I did a very poor job there. So I apologize. So Shadow King, that brings them down to 3. Titania comes our way. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should win, so 7. We should have plenty. Do we ever go Typhoid Mary? We're gonna go Typhoid Mary on it. Without them being able to move to left, they lose a lot of that that mind game component. This Typhoid Mary play works. You're inarguably the greatest Marvel Snap player of all time. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. So the big Eliath. Oh, wait. Huge. We don't even have to worry about the Typhoid Mary. Nasty. Let's go.
Victory.
We will take the 4 cubes against the movement deck. Whew. Max with the Galactus. Okay. I feel like I would never use that one because there's not like a nice way to do the Galactus emote. Like I feel like it's always gonna be a negative connotation. Unless it's like at the start of the game when you're just kind of spamming a lot of your cool emotes. Maybe then it won't be. But if it's after a play, it always feels like a little bit harsh indeed. So right around where we were before. I don't have it, but I'd only ever use the Galactus okay if I lose a match. I could see it. First location is Lemuria. We have our White Widow. They do have a card in this left lane. So I think we go ahead and start our Clutter mission. Since when does Shadow King work with when they have Luke Cage? It was like maybe 2 patches or over the airs ago. It makes no sense why it does. But it does. They changed it specifically with the functionality for Luke Cage, Shadow King's compatibility specifically against Luke Cage. It feels like it shouldn't work that way. Like it makes no sense to me why it does. Here we are. Yeah, so about 2 months ago, when they were updating like the wording of a lot of the cards to kind of be more in line or consistent with each other, they added that one in as well. We do have I mean, next turn we have a potential triple drop into Hala. We're like triple clog with a Green Goblin, Titania into Viper. Is it just stacking most power in 2 lanes rather than go wide? Wait. So Blackburn, hope someone can help clarify. I was trying out the Sarah Onslaught Breeze deck, but I was wondering how the play lines are against Hela. So against Hela, I would probably stack one of my pretty big power plays into the lane that they played some of their weaker cards in. And then I would put my bigger stuff into like one other lane. So I'd stack my power into 2, and then you just kind of have to hope for a good flip from their end. So we could try a Viper if we didn't think they were going to play, if we thought they were going to pick it up. But if it doesn't pan out, then we're in for some trouble. Does that mean Valkyrie beats Cage 2? You would think so, but no. But no, it doesn't. It's because Shadow King has the text, resets all cards here to their original power. And Valkyrie says set. It makes no sense to me. But here we are. All right, we're going to try... I'm just going to do a full skip, actually. So now we go Green Goblin. Actually, we have Jeff now. Protect the left lane. So we can go with like a Debris. Maybe clutter some of their stuff. We keep the Jeff lane safe. So like Debris, Green Goblin, or I'd go Green Goblin first, actually. We can even go like full Send. We still get the triple there, and we have the left lane protected. Let's go ahead and try it. Viper is free now. Where left? Ooh, in left? Yeah, it should have been free, right? Since we didn't have priority, we would know that the werewolf is going to bounce out. It's a good call. It would have been free to backfill that mid lane. So they might think that they were going to play in limbo, but no such luck. The Debris is going to backfill the Lemuria as well. And so now we can move our Jeff out. We put 5 more over there. They can move their werewolf, but that would mean they played at least 1 card. We could do Hood of Viper. They can't change Limbo because we'll have to move Werewolf over first. With this, we have Demon next turn for this lane. We have Eliath for the right lane. That's what we're going to lock in. Or maybe Shadow King could do it too. Ooh, big Sage. Okay. Big Demon. Big Beast. Okay. I feel like Cannonball is going to be better for us because they're very limited on spaces. We go like a Jeff move, Demon. Oh wait, Demon left doesn't do it, does it? Because we need 6 more on top of the 3 that's there. We have to go bigger than that. Feels pretty bad. It would have to be either like a Cannonball or an Eliath. For more power. Actually, it's going to be more power with the Cannonball because I think the Viper will get destroyed. Now I'm going to move the Jeff over because if they play something here, Titania will bounce this way. Demon mid. If they move Werewolf over and lock him in here, then Demon mid's not going to do anything for us. So if they play a card, our Titania comes back our way. Cannonball left, Demon right, Jeff mid. Don't see how you lose. Send it. We'll send it and see. Thanos Agent Venom is something or cope. I think it's probably might be something. We lose mid, we lose right, and so that is how we lose. Had we kept Jeff to the right, that actually won it. But I really thought Werewolf would bounce over into mid after Sage pushed Titania over. I would have thought Werewolf would have bounced before our Cannonball play happened. Cannonball is a must in Clog. Yeah, I would say there's a couple of versions that can run it without him. So like an Ajax version, or sometimes like a move deck. But Cannonball is a really big resource a lot of times. The Werewolf didn't bounce. I don't get it. So he didn't bounce because I'm guessing because whenever the on reveal was initially played, lane was full. So not until the on reveal fully resolved did Titania then move. And so at that point, Werewolf's checks were already over. I imagine. But I would have thought Werewolf would have moved as well. And then G-Force said, hey TLSG, so glad to hear you're full time now. I've been stuck around rank 95 for the past few seasons. Have any pro tips for someone who's close but can't quite crack Infinite? The biggest thing is to not play too nervously. So the first few times reaching Infinite, I definitely played worse on those last couple of turns, or those last couple of games. And is that, they said good game, that was a close one. That was a very close one. Is that we weren't quite able to get there, but it was very, very close. But as always, very good game. But I would say try to play something that you enjoy. Because if you play something that you enjoy, it's going to feel like that grind takes less time to be able to, get to Infinite. So if you lose a game, it's not going to feel as big of an issue or like as big of a deal. As if you have it, like if you're enjoying the archetype. And then otherwise, play something that is pretty decent into a large variety of decks. So something that's kind of boring, but also very strong if you have the cards for it is Destroy. So Destroy is a very cohesive, like 10 to 11 cards that always does really, really good. So Titania's last in the stack because the card needs to be fully played. Yeah, it needs to be fully played to be able to fully resolve. So as long as this left lane doesn't like pull a card in, golden. Oh, it's Kitty Pride. Unfortunate Kitty Pride. Wait, why did they? Oh no, did we pull her in to the left? I mean, Viper to potentially hit the White Widow is kind of fun. Crimson Cosmos becomes a little bit difficult to play in. I guess it's not awful. We could also do something like Titania Chimichanga, in case they don't go Kitty Pride here this turn. Then we could potentially cap them in left and right. In case they go something like bigger or like 5 cost. Pulled Sable? Wait, why did... So they played Kitty Pride in mid? It's crazy. So big claw, but bigger... They're not going to get or be able to play in the left or the right. And so they're full locked in there. And so when we lock in a Cannonball in Crimson Cosmos on the last turn, I think that should be able to win it for us. I guess it depends on what they play. It has to be something big on their end. So they could do, what, Arrow, which would pull the Doc Ock over, and that wouldn't be great. It could be a Cannonball of their own, which would leave them with 6. We would overpower it with the Cannonball. Let's do the Hood to pull Titania back our way. Is that better? Or we just leave it? It goes down to 3 power, so a -3, -4. I think we're more power just leaving it over there. No more Kitty? Yeah, no more Kitty. Just a big card in a big Goliath. Otherwise, we had it, but the big Goliath was a bit too much for us. Could we have cannonballed right with the claw? No, probably not. They can Goliath you? Yeah. Yeah, they absolutely did too. All right. It's turn it around. I thought we'd be able to climb pretty smoothly with Clutter, but a lot of people, it seems like, are running things that are doing well against it. Especially like the Goliath version. Next up, we have Ari. The first location is Westview. Since he got introduced, I always think of 3 tech cards: Goliath, Shang-Chi, and Shadow King. I need to kind of shift my thinking towards that, because a lot of times I do get bamboozled by the Goliath when I really shouldn't. So Project Pegasus is decent for us. We can go ahead and curve out like a green goblin, debris, throw like a hood there as well. Speaking of Goliath, do you like cats or are you more of a dog person? What is that? What does that have to do with Goliath? Am I missing the connection? But I like both. I do think cats a lot of times are, depending on the cat, I feel like a lot of cats are very temperamental, and so it's very, it feels like almost like you don't have a pet.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
But there are some that are very like loving. It just I haven't had any luck when I've had cats in the past. I haven't had any luck with the cats being loving, and so dogs are a little bit easier for me. Oh, it was the Goliath cat variant. Gotcha, Captain. And then Spam on Rodeo. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so they do change the right lane. Ooh, into Fisk Tower. It's a Deadpool deck, right? I think we just skip here. You look fat? Well, that's kind of rude, Frank. Not the observation, just the way that it was phrased. I have gained some weight though. The observation is fine. I think it's just the like outright like, hey, you look fat. It is it's kind of the part that feels kind of maybe not rude, but just kind of blunt. But no, I have between working full-time job, doing the full-time content creation, and then full-time dad thing, I've gained a little bit of weight. But now that I'm switching over, quitting my full-time job, that should give me room to be able to do workouts in the morning. And so I'd like to be able to get back into running is something that I want to be able to do. I guess if we could have capped the right lane, we could have destroyed the null. But it's really difficult to be able to cap it. And we don't have priority, so can't really do a whole lot here. We'll go ahead and retreat at it.
Escaped.
What do you think is the strongest deck right now? Probably bounce. Unless someone's running like a direct counter to it, probably a bounce deck. Overnight streaming, surprise, surprise, and good morning from Germany. Welcome in, Captain Goulash. Hopefully you had a great night, and hopefully your morning has started off well. You're glowing, dude. Nothing but positivity. Nothing but positivity. But I mean, I especially since I first started content creation, I've gained a good amount of weight. But a lot of that was like burning the candles on both ends, and then a little bit about having my daughter makes it kind of difficult to have that like routine workout. And so I'm not able to just like leave the house and do the runs like I used to. But she's getting a little bit older. We are quitting the day job, and so we're able to move back in the healthier direction. And then Saber, you drinking coffee or you drink coffee? I used to almost like live on caffeine, but I kicked the habit about 2 months ago. You got to add the morph Excel emote to Twitch. I can do that, Max. And then hydrate from Nightshade. Thank you so much for the hydrate reminder. I'll have to get a refill here in a minute. But I used to drink caffeine. It was like from the time I woke up till the time I went to bed. I was consuming caffeine, and then one day I just kind of quit cold turkey. Ended up like it was the worst couple of weeks I could have ever imagined. But now on the other side, I don't wake up and feel like garbage every morning until I have had coffee or had caffeine. And so it was a tough call, but I'm glad that I did it. And so now it's just primarily water that we drink. And hydrate again from the drug. Making sure we stay very well hydrated. So we got the Doc Ock, but we kind of have to play it into an inoperable lane. As we try to wait out our potential Viper, I don't really want to play it into either of those lanes, though, is the problem. Then our draw is gonna be bad. He said that Cassandra avatar looks like a toe with eyes. It does. I can see it, especially from like pretty far back. I could see it looking just like a big toe. And then Ryan, he said to explain the Shadow King change. He previously added power modifiers to set the card back to its base, and now he removes the power modifiers. And so I think it just makes the wording of Luke Cage awkward, because Luke Cage said the power of cards can't be reduced. And so I know that it has to do with like the modifiers that are added. But in my head, it's a little bit harder to grasp for me in my head. The Hazmat, interesting. Hazmat movement, like Hazmat dagger move. It's a very interesting build. We can try to be bold with the Green Goblin. Probably doesn't work out for us, but we're probably going to retreat out of this one anyways, unless we get some kind of lucky play or lucky cap. Fog movement deck hybrid? That's what it kind of looks like. Shadow King basically makes the cards like the cards never had gained that power. Yeah. Man, we were doing okay with it. We hit a very difficult wall. Like it feels like the matches that I was finding myself into earlier, like the matchups have kind of shifted a bit. Any verdict on Scream? I'd say it's not, at least where it is right now, probably not worth the keys. She feels like a really solid card. It's just the supporting cards around her don't feel incredible. So I think she's very much playable. And so if you enjoy like the Stegron, the Juggernaut, the Cannonball Arrow stuff, I think it's probably okay. But I'd say probably not. So we're going against a bounce enjoyer with the Rocket Raccoon. And so we have to look out for them pulling that back in eventually. I'm sure that they will. So Altar of Death, we have Jean Grey. We could lock them into having to play into like Quantum Realm. But since we're wanting to clutter, that doesn't really feel great. I'll go ahead and skip on 3 then. If I'm 35 ranks today using a Scream deck. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's necessarily bad. It's just, if you don't draw the Scream, a lot of times the decks that she goes into well usually don't have enough like oomph to get it, or to be able to win without her scaling really well. And then Ari, we played like 10 minutes ago. We did. You wiped the floor with me if I recall correctly. It's just really predictable. Yeah. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Is like the disrupt pieces are relatively predictable, and so then if you have cards built in to be able to protect against being full cluttered or capped out in a lane, then it's nowhere near as effective. The thing about Scream is that she feels like Cannonball if you skip her. I feel like, I think that's also a good point. I feel like she is probably one card release away from being super strong, or like one very specific build find away from being really, really strong. And so,
Hey, welcome.
if you
It took long
decide to
enough.
skip it, she's definitely not great right now after the first couple of days. She's okay. She's playable. She's better than a Scarlet Spider. But I think she'll always have some consistency difficulties, especially when they change her interaction with Juggernaut. And then Flame Catalyst, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Scarlet Spider is awful. He is. I tried him as long and as much as I could, and I just could not get it to work. But Flame Cat Analyst, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 36 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here, and appreciate the support. I don't have Namora, but Misery seems like it'll be a weird Grandmaster clone. I feel like we might be able to find a home for Misery. Might be a handful of ways to do it. So a Shadow King could be pretty nice. Do like Goliath, a Titania Demon, and then Shadow King. How confident are we that we win right? I think we're in a decent spot right lane. We can go with the Jeff move to just add a little bit of extra. We could probably snap it, but I'm not going to last turn snap them. So that's going to set all of theirs back down, especially the Bishop. Then we have the 10 power, the 5, the 6, and then the 2. So we'll lock it in. He said, I'll be getting Misery. I'm a Thanos enjoyer, even though he sucks. He had his time in the sun, to be fair. He definitely had some time in the sun, but right now in his current state, he does kind of suck. Like, he can win some games. A lot of times it just probably won't happen. So depending on what they have in the right lane, the big hit monkey, the decent push in mid, but I'm thinking that they had it on lock with the Bishop. Yeah, the hood comes down. So we snag a mid with our Shadow King play. We snag right with the Jeff move, and then with the White Widow over there as well.
Victory.
And Flame Cat, you said, hey TLSG, just got ready to wind down for the night and saw your YouTube video saying you were live. And stopped by to throw my sub your way. I actually took about a 6-hour break. I went live when that video launched. Took about a 6-hour break, and then once everything in my house kind of got settled down and shifted into a more like everyone started going to sleep, is when I snuck off to start streaming again. And so I'm glad that you found it. I'm glad that the plug still worked and was able to bring you over into the stream. So I think we look at maybe something a little bit different. This one out, and there are some decent stats for this on the Scream side, on Untapped. And so this isn't something that I cooked. Yeah, so it's a partial Clutter, a partial Scream move style build, and it's definitely up my alley. I want to see if maybe it's gonna feel better than like all of the other stuff that I've tried with her. But let's go ahead and try it. And then Bazi, thank you so much for resubbing with Prime for the second month. I appreciate having you here. That pushes us up to 1255. So we blasted through the goal that my wife and I had originally set, and then we definitely blasted through the 1000 that was set for me to go full time. And then Drew, you said, congrats on doing what you want to do. It's difficult, but you managed to achieve it. I would say give it like 6 months and see if I'm see how I'm doing. So definitely set a reminder to check back in about 6 months to make sure that it was the right call. So I'm nervous, but I think it's definitely going to be a good thing. It looks like it is time for a quick set of ads so that pre-rolls are turned off. So I'm going to run those. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we will run a little bit of Clutter Scream. See how that does. We'll be right back Don't go anywhere.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
TLSG jump scare? No, we didn't do a jump scare. I don't think. And then Epic Cutie Pie. How do you check how much time is left for drops? So from the drops command, if you look at the second link, the second link, your inventory tab will tell you what progress you've made towards them. And then Rycorn, you said, hi, first time watcher. Someone gave me a free sub, so I felt I had to come and say thanks. Congratulations on breaking your goal. Thank you so much, Recorn. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream and the vibes, because I'm very much enjoying having you here to check it out. But also enjoy your sub while you have it. Extreme Noodles, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. We are in a hype train. I didn't realize we ran ads during a hype train. But, oh no, we're just close to one. So I appreciate it. That does push us up to 1256 for a total. And so a total of 37 for today, which is wild. Very much appreciate all of the support. So the first one up that we have is Robo Hobo. We have our Polaris, we have Debris for a little bit of clutter. Oh, they run a Craven and it got demolished in the danger room. We love to see it. We could go Green Goblin and just look to full cap one of the lanes. But I feel like the right location or Nidavellir is not the location we want to do that in. So maybe Green Goblin left. We go maybe Debris to the right. Actually, next turn, maybe a Polaris to the left. We pull their Kingpin out of danger room. I was wondering, how do you link your Twitch with Snap? So the first link, so marvelsnap.com/Twitch drops. So that would be the first link listed there. Will take you to Marvel Snap, and you link. It'll have instructions to link the two together. Let's go ahead and go with the Polaris to the left. We pull Kingpin over, so they may have like a Juggernaut in the White Hot Room. Maybe a Scream. Wow. Take that call. We'll take the Juggernaut call out. My goodness. So like a type. Go White Widow, Debris. Start filling up their right lane now. But nothing moves, so our Miles goes back up next turn. I feel like we need to play the Miles out. So maybe it's a Miles, go Titania, Debris to make sure that they're filled in the left lane. And then we get some Clutter in the right. Been working really well. You said I put Killmonger into my Scream deck, given how prevalent Flog is, and how much it counters Scream. So that might, it sounds like it might be a pretty solid idea. And so Spider-Man is going to pull whatever card it grabs into mid, because it can't go over to the left. And the Miles Morales into the Ghost Spider. So mid is now full, and then their right lane is what is weak. No one cost for us, unfortunately. So no Cannonball. But we could always do this, and I think it's decent. But the Titania pullback, make sure we win here. Unless they can flood like big power in this lane, we might be all right. It would have been better had we had a 1 cost to use alongside like a cannonball or an arrow. There's the cannonball. So we are not going to be able to win now. A cannonball of our own would push theirs away, destroy it. Might have given us a chance, but as is, we'll take the L, unfortunately. Arrow left, cannonball right next turn. Was that, did that come? Oh, you said, oh wait, it's last turn. Okay. I made that mistake earlier, so don't feel bad. I made that mistake earlier, and I locked it in as the streamer. I locked it in with a what I thought was 1 extra turn left, and it was in fact not an extra turn left. I really dislike these the win 8 cubers. This happens so infrequently that I have to like waste time in proving grounds, kind of cheese them out. This is an untapped plugin. I love this. On the screen, on the Twitch screen, where you can kind of hover over the cards and see what they do. Yeah, it's untapped plugin. And so they recently-ish, maybe like 3 months ago, released it for the Twitch platform, and I think especially for like newer players or somebody that's just maybe like returning, it lets them see what the new cards do without having to like ask. Then Cambria's how's the grind? A little up, a little down, but overall it's an enjoyable one, but definitely a little bit up, a little bit down. And so we've ran a little bit of Clutter. We switched over into a Scream Clutter deck, and this is only the 2nd game with it. I haven't seen Clutter, or haven't seen Scream so far. That I love that it shows you the card with the variants. Yes, and so it pulls up the specific variants. I think it's a really well done idea. So this is a bounce deck. They can pull some of the stuff back in. We have Viper so that they have another like useless hood when they pull it back in. I really loved your original Conquest deck from last year, showcasing Black Panther Zola control. Is it bad that I don't remember that one? Did it have like Daredevil Professor X? Have you played against Dexter this stream? You both are doing long streams. I did. I played against him in my earlier stream, and then I played against him once on this stream as well. So the Bishop makes it kind of tough to win Asgard. We could always, like, Polaris pull a card over. Might be okay. Into Acid Arrow right. Good stuff. Still trying to find a consistent deck myself. Yeah. Yep, and I think, especially with how fast the meta kind of moves around, I think it's in one of those spaces where there might not be a great consistent deck at the moment. Green Goblin could hurt us if we did like Green Goblin, White Widow, or just the Green Goblin. I think we do, maybe it's just like White Widow. We throw like a basic arrow and we hide Miles and Demon to the left. Just in case we draw Titania next turn, would allow us to do both of these. He said Acid Arrow is risky. Potentially. By the time they get it pulled in, the main idea was hoping to take up enough of their space that it's hard for them to get a consistent use of it when it comes back down. So with priority, they can flood, so Green Goblin's a problem. This right lane is also a problem. With the Falcon coming in, I don't think we hold this one home. We probably lose this one. I think they full send, yeah, the full board. But I was willing to save for an extra 2. See all of their flood come down. Cannonball right wins, but there is a monkey coming. Cannonball to the right would win with the monster, but I don't think our 12 power in the left would have won. Big hit monkey, yeah. A big hit monkey, not able to do it. We win right though. No, we may not even win right. If that's the real Mysterio over here. What does Hawkeye Arrow do? Oh, wow. What do Hawkeye Arrow do? What do they do? So there are 4 potential arrows that you can get, and they all have different effects. So one is a basic arrow that has the on reveal that you get +3 power if you play a card there next turn, so similar to the original Hawkeye. One is Pim Arrow. It acts like an Ant-Man, where if the lane is filled, then it gets bonus power. One is a grapple arrow, which will pull the next card that you move to the lane that you played the grapple arrow into. And then the last one is Acid Arrow, which is the one that has the on reveal. It sends to their side of the board. So with Aunt Maze, I think we want to probably rush Scream out. I'm going to go ahead and play it into Aunt Maze. Let it get moved. They get their Kate Bishop down before ours, unfortunately. And then Binks with the massive 851 person raid. Welcome in, Binks. Welcome in, fans. Hope Binks. We had some really good matches today. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Did I out degenerate hours the degenerate himself? Welcome in. I got a good laugh out of the Miss Marvel emote. Someone came in and said that it was a redemption. But I got a good chuckle out of it. I didn't even realize that it happened until somebody told me. Goblin to the right? We could do Goblin to the right. You said right up until that Pink's Miss Marvel snapped you. I got a good laugh out of it. 30k channel points. I think it was well timed. It was a good one for sure. And so White Widow, the Titania, a bit unfortunate. But we do get the Green Goblin. We have at least a space to play. They were trying for the full cap there too. And so now we do a Viper of our own. We send Widow's Kiss Titania their way. Enjoy your night. Thank you so much, Binks. Hopefully you get some rest. I know that you've been putting in some crazy hours. I think you watched me like 5 times in a row before today.
Hey,
yeah,
welcome.
today we
It
were
took you
definitely
long
trading
enough.
them back and forth. And then yesterday you wiped the floor with me. And so now it's a good mixture. But I hope you absolutely get some rest. You definitely deserve it. And then all the Binks Raiders in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. We're running a little bit of Clutter right now. I haven't been having a huge amount of success with it. And so we've been kind of just climbing a little bit up and a little bit down as we get on good sprees. And then Purge 41. You said, oh, Scream is here? Scream is in this one. It is a little bit more of a like a movement, anti-movement Clutter deck. So it uses a little bit of both. I'm not sure I'm fully sold on it, but if you get 1 to 2 procs on Scream, she's a decent value for a 2 cost. I feel like a whole lot more might just be like overkill or overcommitment. So they do have priority. If they play into the Aunt Maze lane, then we'll fill it up with our debris. Then we'll go ahead and go Hawkeye. Does Widow's Kiss have an effect or just a 0 power body? And so Widow's Kiss, if the lane is not full, it's like a reverse Ant-Man. If the lane's not full, it gives -3 power. If it's full, then it just goes to 0. So it takes up that space. I need a TLSG Binks buddy cop movie. I mean, anything is possible. The debris is going to fill up that left lane. They now have no space to play their cards. And so it will force the hide retreat here. Nice to see Scream in a deck that isn't Kingpin Arrow. I'm not fully sold on it. I liked the idea of having a few of those movement pieces. So like Polaris. Polaris works well into the Clutter stuff, and she used to be core in like the Clutter builds. but eventually kind of got phased out as we got new resources. We have the like arrow cannonball, so we're looking to finish capping out 1 or 2 of their lanes. Can proc a couple of times Scream, but most of the time it's going to just be like medium range value. And so I'm not sure I'm fully sold on it, but I do kind of like the idea of not going all into like Kingpin and that sort of thing. Which card do you think most desperately needs a buff? I would have to say Kang. Kang is one of those that just it's never been good. Maybe Jugs can be in combination with Scream. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Juggernaut, but I'm not sure what I would cut. Like maybe the Miles, which takes a little bit of your like high power cheap cards potentially away. And so Miles Morales serves as like a backup line for like a 5+1 on the final turn. So if you move a card of theirs on 5. And then Drunken, you said, hey TLSG, so just randomly checked Twitch and saw your stream, and welcome in, Drunken King. We are having a fantastic stream so far. We had an Alex raid earlier. We had a Binks raid just a minute ago as Binks was winding down. And so we've been absolutely vibing and having a fantastic time. And so welcome in. Welcome to the party. We're running a little bit of Clutter, trying our very best. Hella needs a buff. Gilgamesh too. He's not big enough. I mean, I don't know if a more real and more true take has ever been had. It feels like both of those are very severely in need of something to make them worthwhile. On the other hand, we have like the Adam Warlocks of the world that are just too strong. They probably need to be like dropped down in power, increased in cost or something. But let's go Triple Clog. Triple Clog in the right lane. They do potentially have Cosmo. We have priority, so we don't have to worry about it this turn. But they potentially have Madam Web, because Porcupine runs a Madam Web movement style of deck. The Warlock OP confirmed. Warlock is OP confirmed indeed. You heard it here first. If you're looking for the worst takes of the day, you found them. The dagger variant, I really enjoy this dagger variant, yeah. So let's see what they played in Triskelion. Madam Web? No, the Ghost Spider. Super unfortunate for them. We are going to be able to have this one locked in. They typically run like an Eliath, a Cosmo, and I think a Heimdall as well. But with how much restriction they have, I don't know that it's going to be enough. We drew Scream a touch too late, but I think we go something like Stegron, Basic Arrow. We'll be able to do Miles plus like an arrow on the last turn, which I think is pretty decent for us.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Dagger does get moved, that's big. Wizard, you said, I have a question, how to play with Titania? Very carefully. So Titania is one of those cards that I typically don't drop down unless I can guarantee what effect I'm going to get from her. So I don't drop it unless it's either going to full cap a lane, or if I have the feeling that the opponent is going to play something and we have priority, so it's going to finish capping them out. Because I don't ever want a player where it's that like, is it going to come back our way? Is it going to stay on theirs? Because that creates a lot of potential room for like losing those big games. So I think we just... Now they could move one of these to the mid and then play a big card here potentially. They only have one space, so they won't be able to pull our Titania. Pulling the Green Goblin would set them to 0. They could then do an Eliath. Maybe it's this. It's kind of scuffed, but that's what we're gonna lock in at. And then in Cryptic, you said hopefully this helps towards your going full-time goal. I have some good news for you. So we actually crushed the going full-time goal of 1,000. We're at 1,258 right now. And so I've turned in my 2 weeks notice. It is signed, sealed, it's delivered. I have about 2 weeks left doing half days. Arrow pulls a possible Eliath. True. And so we are making the transition and we are going full-time. So that's very true. With arrow in the right, whatever they play pulls over. It's a good call. I'm team on reveal Hellcow. The team on reveal Hellcow is probably the right team to be on. And so just the dagger move middle. Eliath is fine. We have so much power coming down. It's not going to be enough. The arrow, the miles, get the cheeky 7, the 27 will take the 4. They were absolutely dominating us earlier when I was running a little bit more of a traditional clutter. And so it's good to get the flip side and win on them for once. It's not real if you didn't call your boss on stream. I mean, no, I didn't do that. I couldn't even fathom being able to do that. Like I don't know. I feel like I would be so awkward on the call that nobody would want to see it. And White Duck, welcome in. I see that I'm scrolling up. I missed a couple of the chats. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night, White Duck. And then I love ball dressing. Thank you so much for the congratulations. I'm super excited, but also super nervous at the possibility of going full time. Just ask Dara. Yeah, no, I know that Dara did it, but yeah, I don't know. I couldn't just do a simple boss I quit, click, hang up. I knew that it was gonna be like a conversation, and so I decided to do it in person at the office and turn in my resignation right after. And then X Hate, I said, hi bro, saw your video on Sarah Onslaught. I can play that deck, but I don't have Blink. So without Blink, it's funny, I answered this question a lot today, actually. So without Blink, it does lose a lot of its consistency, but you could replace it for like a Swordmaster, you could replace it for like a Bishop or a Groot. All would be decent, or even a Copycat, all would be decent. Did you tell your boss you're quitting to stream? No, I didn't, Epic Cutie Pie. I just told her that I had other obligations that I needed to pursue. Or that I would be pursuing. So I think we go Titania Green Goblin. I think they play in White Hot Room because they don't want to clutter any of their lanes this turn. Arrow is good in Hella too. Yeah, Arrow is pretty decent because it can like stack a couple of their bad cards together. So it's either this or we go Polaris to cap out one of these lanes. Still feel like they're gonna play in the White Hot Room for some reason. Polaris is better. Yeah, Polaris would be, I guess, decent to make sure that it happened. They get a copy of our demon, a buffed up demon at that. I need sleep. Cassie, I understand it's super late. I think they should revert Kingpin back to destroying cards. I loved that version of Kingpin. He just never was like super consistent or great, but I loved what that could do. Can't really do much of anything here with the Dream Dimension. With us, I guess we probably should have leaned into the players. Looking back on it, we should have leaned into the players because then Miles gets set at 1 regardless, which gives us a lot more flexibility on this turn or the follow-up turn. But it is what it is. We're going to lock this in, assume that they play in the White Hot Room, and we're going to cap them out with the Demon play. And then we're going to get a couple of arrows to follow it up. What does Kingpin do now? So Kingpin now, he negatively afflicts the cards that move into his lane by -2. And so instead of being that full destroy monster that he was, he's now a little bit more timid. So not bad. We could go Cannonball mid. We lose to maybe an Eliath. Eliath would bring them to 13. This would bring us to 12. So we lose to the Eliath play. But otherwise, we're able to recall the Titania back. It goes to 11. Ours goes up higher. The snap scares me for sure. But I'm going to stick it out and see. I'm hoping it's... No, it's okay. Yeah, it's the Eliath. Unfortunate. playing it in the left lane wouldn't have made a difference. Yeah. Goliath is not real. Goliath is very real, and he can hurt quite a bit. So I have found out. Yeah, and so Kingpin now just negatively afflicts cards that move in. And it's only on your opponent. So if you move a card into a Kingpin lane, it doesn't hurt you. Versus before, it didn't matter if it was yours, the opponent's. He just wreaked havoc on everything. And so now it's when an enemy card moves here, afflict it with -2. And so before, it didn't specify whose card. And so I had a time where he destroyed... I want to say he destroyed my Magneto when I was trying to pull the opponent's cards. Some kind of crazy shenanigans that just super unfortunate. Seems weak. Yeah, so he's now a 1-cost card as well, so he's a little bit easier to curve into. But yeah, still, he's never really found a great home still. Yeah, again, it's not super weak. If it gets down, it can create some good value, especially in combination with Scream, who will steal 2 cards from it. So it's like a Craven and a Kingpin all rolled into one. But you still need the cards that are typically not as strong, so like the counter movement stuff. Scream Kingpin feels still a good hit. Yeah, whenever you hit that 1-2 combo, those games can be really devastating for the opponent. So before we go any kind of clutter, I think I'm going to go like Kate Bishop Hood. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we wouldn't be able to draw that way. I'm going to go Green Goblin. Cost change? Yeah, the cost change definitely helps a little bit. Then Peak POV, what up, TLS? Hope you're well. That Sunspot variant is so sick. Oh, the one that I had? That was one that they did around, I think it was around Christmas in a bundle back then. I haven't been spending as much on bundles now, but it is one of my favorite Sunspot variants. If they did Wave into Galactus, we should have done Hood, Viper mid to fend off the Galactus. Yeah, that's the snap of a Galactus play, unfortunately. So seeing the wave, I should have respected it. But I locked it in before realizing what was going on. So we could do White Widow. If they have Eliath, we're in pretty big trouble. Otherwise, we might be able to get lucky here. So Kate Bishop, last turn we can go Cannonball Demon. Ooh, so Jubilee, they're capped out of the game unless they get something that stops us from doing what we need to do. Unfortunate for them. Went from a good play on their end to an unfortunate pull. Let's go with this. We'll lock it in. It's fine, you can still recover. We did indeed. Flame Analyst, you said, I've been thinking about the open design space in Snap lately. I think it would be interesting for something that creates an extra location to win or populate. I feel like that would be crazy from a design space. I feel like that would be very difficult for them to code without maybe breaking something. And we've had so many bugs with things that roll out. I would almost be afraid that that it would take a lot to be able to make that happen, but it would be cool. Why would they play Jubilee against a Goblin deck? I don't know. Maybe they're super tired. Maybe it's super late. But I'm glad that they did. I think an inverted Galactus would be cool. Blow up a single location. I think it would be kind of a cool, because then it still comes down to a power dynamic, but you have more space to be able to do that in. It'd be interesting. I'd be more concerned with the gameplay impact on a 4th location. I mean, debris gets extra. Debris would get extra value, and so I'd be happy. Let's go with our Kate Bishop. We would hope for a Scream, but we don't have her yet. Is there any other decks just like the 3-cost dump deck? There's a Dracula dump that's similar-ish, but doesn't have quite as much like surprise factor. But I would say that's probably the closest in like nature to how that other one runs. There's a reason they try to make Galactus condition hard to fulfill. Why Professor X was changed? Yeah, because those conditions, if they're too easy or too consistent, it definitely feels bad to play against. So Asteroid M is going to pull the 3 costs over. Like a Viper along with the Titania. Polaris doesn't pull anything for us here. I really like the Viper. We don't have any good targets on it yet. But we might just do like Polaris, it pulls into mid, and then we'll see from there. I played Glenn. He played... Oh, no, I missed the ads. I apologize, you guys. I meant to snooze those. The ads are going to start here in just a second. Very much apologize. Something like Hood, Titania, Viper. Fills up 2 of the 3 lanes here. And there's a chance that they maybe play a card there. It's also going to fill up our mid lane, though. I'm a game designer, so I've been thinking the same. I also want to play cards on the opponent's side of the board. Like Jeff says, nothing can stop him from playing anywhere. That'd be an interesting one for sure. I like the idea. Wait, it's not the last turn, right? What in the world? I guess they can move the Nocturne, yeah? How's Scream worth a key? I'd say probably not, in all honesty. So they can move the Ultron, or they can move the Nocturne, so this isn't like a dead lane. I don't know that we have a way to recall the Titania plus do everything we needed to do. Be like Grapple Arrow, Miles, Min. Doesn't feel great. Try to pull whatever they play into Astrid M. Could. I guess we could, yeah. The Miles into Arrow. They move Nocturne, they play something here, we try to rip it out. Kind of like it. We'll get the retreat though. Grapple plus Demon plus Miles is just less power. It's just less power than what? Than just the Arrow? Or what they're going to have over there. And the tricking, I haven't played in forever, but I just noticed you can undo intern. Yes, that was such a big quality of life change that they added in. Being able to undo the lock turn, so if you like make a mistake, you can go back and change it. I use it all the time. Then Arrow or Arrow Demon. In the right lane, we could stack the Miles, the Demon, so 12, and then the Grapple Arrow, so 15 power over there. Just the Arrow is only the plus 10. And then we would win left by pulling the Titania over. Does Kate feel worth it in this deck? I don't know. We're still light on the playing. We've only played it like a handful of times. It doesn't feel like it's just popped off like crazy. We've only played it for 7 games. So we've won 57% of those, but it's still very, very early on to really be able to tell. Kate is one of the, Kate helps you even out your curve. So like you can get the potential Grapple Arrow, which would enable your Miles. You could get the Acid Arrow, which clutters that additional space.
Snap! Victory!
Is sending Martyr via Viper to the enemy side worth it? Probably not. Like I mean, at the end of the day, it's still adding +5 to their side of the board. Even if she can jump somewhere that it might lose for them, at the end of the day, she's still power there. Based on recent trends, it feels like lower cost cards see more success in play in comparison to others. Yes, very much so. So lower cost cards are more flexible, so it doesn't matter so much if you like, have them early, if you have them late, you can get value out of them at any point. The later game stuff, it's a lot more rigid in what and how it can do what it needs to do. And so it needs to be like a really big impact for it to be able to fully pay off like it needs to. And so like Scarlet Spider, the payoff for it is just not worth how much you have to invest into building it up to just be offshot by something like a Shadow King without even being able to really pull it off or pop it off. So the Invisible Woman could be Cerebro 3, could just be looking to do like Hitmonkey, Shadow King stuff. We can try and figure it out with like a Polaris pull, which I think is kind of a fun way to go with it. Let's go Green Goblin for now, start cluttering up this lane. And then depending on where they play, we might Polaris to pull the Invisible Woman away. And then Mr. Mist, I just finished all the drops watching you. We'll continue having you on in the background while reviewing. Thank you for the stream. Thank you so much, Mr. Mist, for hanging out. And hopefully you enjoy the variant. Hopefully they change it where he's valuable soon. But we'll see. I'm going to hope that they don't play into the Invisible Woman lane one more time. And I'm going to use Polaris to pull over the hood. We have Titania poised, and so we'll be able to yank one over and send one over. And so we're going to be able to cap them out in that left lane. Polaris the Invisible Woman onto the hood. I thought about it, but instead we ripped the hood away and capped them out here. And so you'll love to see it. We have the Miles. Could just go do like a cannonball. That way we still have the cheap Miles next turn. I guess we don't even need to call Titania back, do we?
Oh, snap.
I'm gonna snap. I think they retreat now. And it feels like they probably don't have a winning line, but I'll still snap into it and see what happens. We could save the cannonball for next turn, but I feel like we drop it this turn into like enabling the cheap Miles, or maybe it's just no, because we don't know if we'll have a one cost or not. We want to make sure we have a cheap resource to don't need to call it back. Never mind. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. They enjoy losing though. I mean, they are a losing enjoyer. Can Viper reduce Morales' cost? No. Are you sleepy? Maybe a little bit, but not huge sleepy. Just a little sleepy. Oh, like a hood cannonball still moves the Viper, unless they can beat the big power here. I think we're okay. I'm gonna do cannonball before the hood comes down,
Victory.
so that we don't accidentally push the Viper to the left. Not necessarily the one cost we were looking for, but it gives us a net positive of 2 over there. We would have taken it. The order, yeah, I was gonna switch it to do cannonball first and then hood, so that we didn't push Viper over. They just retreated before we could. And then Johnson, good night TLSG, best of luck. Thank you, Johnson, for hanging out and having a fantastic stream. You guys are making this an incredible launch to that full-time posture check. Had I gone on much longer, I may have been laying on the floor. So I appreciate the posture check. I was sitting like an absolute goblin. You guys have made this transition into full-time kick off with an absolute bang. I've been absolutely loving it. So, well, my friend, I have to catch some Z's. You've made my entire night. Thank you for being such an awesome human. Never stop. Thank you so much, Jaspar. Hopefully we see you again very, very soon. I'd love to have you in another stream sometime. But hopefully you get some good sleep, and we'll catch you around on the next one. So they have the White Widow. So they're maybe running full Clutter. So maybe we can out-clutter the Clutter if we're lucky enough. Death Strike isn't bad. We can go Kate Bishop. And Torch, we can't draw, but there's a chance that Mirror Dimension won't let us draw next turn anyways. We could also go with a double Clutter piece of like Titania White Widow. But we have priority. So we would want to do like White Widow Titania in case they played a card or two. But it's a little bit too risky for my liking. So I'm just going to go Kate Bishop. We're only going to generate one arrow, but that should be fine. Acid Arrow, not a bad one to have generated. It will take us a minute, like 30 seconds to finish this out because of the way that they have Kate Bishop written. If she can't generate all of the arrows that she needs, it's like the whole system freaks out a little bit. And then don't forget to drink water. Thank you so much, Pan. I actually need refill. Even my backup jug is empty. Where's your dog? So my dog is, right now they're downstairs, but they typically hang out with my wife now, which is a little bit sad, but they typically hang out with my wife while she works. Like an Acid Arrow, a Demon. We're just looking to fill up these lanes now. Is all that we need to do. We could always do like Lady Deathstrike to clear some of their stuff. But I'm wondering if we can full send this left lane. So they may have another Clutter piece, and if so, Hood Viper. Hood Viper does us in the Triskelion.
Opponent snapped.
So I think we like White Tiger. It's just looking at getting these two lanes filled now, which shouldn't be an issue. We won't get all of it filled, but they also have some ground to make up here. They still didn't fix the Hawkeye bug? No, they didn't. And then with the Hydrate Reminder, A-E-OK. A-E-OK. I appreciate the reminder. Starting to run dangerously low on it. So the snap, they definitely win right, but they have to be able to flood both Mojo World, or one of the Mojo Worlds, I suppose. Said Lady Deathstrike mid location for the win. To the left with Titania. Next turn? Next turn, yeah, potentially, depending on where they play here. What if they got Lady Deathstrike from the Triskelion too? Ook. It's a very scary thought. They're thinking awfully hard after their snap. There we go. Okay, Scarlet Spider Demon. So our Lady Deathstrike mid is not going to be fantastic here. Not awful. I do kind of wish we would have done White Tiger left though, but okay. So Polaris, the Mockingbird. We're gonna push one of their cards out of Mojo World, and so we're gonna win that one, and we win the left. Oh my goodness, the Cannonball for the win. We will gladly take the 4 cubes. What a wild set of locations.
Victory.
Why would they go 4 into this? I don't know, Ook, but I'm glad that they did. We're finally on the upward climb. Scream, I don't feel like she's doing a lot in this deck most of the time. So I feel like the Clutter piece of it is really holding the deck down and doing what it wants to do. And then Scream is in there as like a sometimes backup type of thing. Like, is it better than being able to do the Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider stuff? I don't know. Next up we have Ta Deeg. And locking the foot over to the left. And then Cambria, you said good luck with the grind. Keep up the good work. Later. Hopefully you have a great evening or night, morning, depending on where you're at and what time it is. But hopefully, whatever it is for you, it's a good one. And then name I don't said bye. Name I don't. I don't know if you're leaving or they're leaving. Either way. Without a Viper for the hood, we're a little bit scared. I kind of think we do a Polaris. Polaris pull will discount our miles. We can go like Miles, Demon, White Widow next turn. Miles, Demon, Titania. They had the same idea, the same Polaris. And then John Jutsu, or Don Jutsu, I apologize. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Or morning or night, whatever kind of time frame it is for you. And so we can't do anything into Hellfire Club for like our Demon Miles. But we do get the Viper, which is going to send the hood their way. And we have a Miles, a Demon for the other one. The Viper was a very solid top deck here. We could potentially get hit with a Juggernaut here. Would be nasty. And we would absolutely lose. Ooh, this is a 3 cost. Yeah, that's the Juggernaut. Ooh. I mean, we win still? I guess we still win. But because we ordered the Viper before the Demon, thankfully. Had Viper went over to the right, would have ruined Hellfire Club for us. But we'll take the 2, I guess. And then Gorm, you said got my second drop reward. Thanks for the entertainment, TLSG. Absolutely. Hopefully you enjoy the credits that came through, and then soon, hopefully you enjoy the variant. I'm torn because the variant is beautiful, but it's on a card that's not strong right now. I feel like if they brought down his cost, he'd be a little bit more easy to utilize. So like 4 costs maybe, but then he's still iffy. It's because his random effect. If it was similar to Cannonball, where it targeted the highest power
Hey,
card,
welcome. It took you long enough.
I think he would be much more playable because then it takes away that random element. You know that you're going to get a good ability or a good effect for putting in the effort to make him function. And so if it's going to keep something like that, I think it should target the highest power. And then say 7 in Magic or 7 Magic. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 39 for the day. Huge support coming in for our nighttime, our TLSG After Dark stream. He's somewhat useful in Madam. He could be useful. His ability is so sporadic, being that random target, that it's hard for me to ever like fully dive into or like snap into him, which I think is my biggest like constraint for like really trying to brew or do things with it. That although it sounds ridiculously broken, I wouldn't mind 29.9 being able to destroy each time he moves. That would be an interesting one for sure. If it's random, I don't think it's too broken. If it's the highest power, then definitely should only trigger once. So we do have a double debris that we could potentially drop next turn, which I think is a pretty fun line. This is 7 power, so we would have to beat 7 power here eventually. I think we just go like maybe Miles. Next turn, do a double debris drop to really start fulfilling their lanes. Like Scream, where he only destroys once per turn. Yeah, something like that too. I think could keep him in check. All right. Scary, very, very scary. But I'm gonna go double debris. Fill up the left lane, almost fill up the right, and then we'll see. We'll see what happens. Ooh, we are gonna fully fill up that right lane. Oh, okay, never mind. What a good drop indeed. such a big double Cosmo. Such a commitment to being able to do that. So can we ever win this lane now? So like something like this, we lower the amount of cards that we have in our hand. Kind of want to keep the demon. Unless we draw Titania, I guess. I'll keep demon. We might go arrow to the left next turn because it would steal the double power from Cassandra into like the demon play. Good boy Cosmo, so brutal these days. He was absolutely brutal there. The Ronin here is great. What else could they have? We don't have priority, so we're not going to rip the Ronin. This one might be able to do it unless they can get something bigger than 10 power or bigger than 9 power in the left lane. I guess Hawk would be, what, 8 plus whatever? Iceman's not going to do it. And Iceman was the last card played, so we're going to rip away the left lane. Demon is going to steal the right lane. We're going to grab the 4 cubes against Black Panther after the deadly double Cosmo drop. I thought we were out. I thought we were completely out of that game, but we found a way to claw our way back in. Try Angel. You said I didn't have chat up. So when you were saying 7 in Magic, I thought you were reading 7 in Magic and thought the name was something else. Oh no. It was SE 7 in Magic. So like say 7 in Magic, I think is the direction that it would be pronounced. Definitely a cool name. It was hard for me to pronounce, but I like it. Once per location. Once per location could also be cool, because then you can't like bounce them back and forth. I do kind of like that spin on it too. Let's go Hood in the left. We want to clutter the New York location. Ooh, we're going against Dexter. Always a good game when we go against Dexter. So we want to full clutter New York if we can, most of the time. Let's go ahead and skip here. We have Viper to send Hood over. Ooh, Madam Web is scary. Super scary. Shuri's Lab's not awful. Go like Scream Demon. Then we're looking at the clutter stuff after that. But I don't think we outmove a Madam Web deck. So it may just be that we throw Scream down next turn. For this one, I'm going to do go ahead and do Viper. We're going to start working on our clutter pieces. Don't forget to post on YouTube, community, and Twitter, mate. What, that I was going live? So I added it in the... in my Discord, but I didn't do a second notification on those two. But that's a good call out. How are your stats tonight with this deck? I'll check them here in just a second. I think we go something like this. Next turn, Debris into the Avengers compound. Ooh. War Machine. Are they going to Legion us? Are they going to go with the Legion into New York, maybe? Okay, so Scarlet Spider. Fantastic use of Shuri's Lab. Right now, the left lane is pretty susceptible, but the big Scarlet Spider, the big, what, Infinite? May not be in our wheelhouse. They can also move Jeff if they position like the Infinite in Shuri's Lab. So if we did like an arrow Titania. But we have priority. If we did an arrow Titania, that'd be 20, 30 power. This brings us up to 42 for just a tie. That's all we can do is tie what they currently have here. If they do Infinite here and move like their Jeff over, then Infinite plus Scarlet Spider is going to be more than we can handle here. And then FSPSIPI, we're blessed with another late night stream of the legend. Hope you're doing well. Me and my family are doing incredibly well. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here and enjoying the stream. I think we're going to lose to Dex here. We did win one earlier. So when the Scarlet Spider expands, it's going to be big for him.
Hello, so happy.
An extra 10, so it's a 30 power lead. We didn't beat the 20 anyways, but and then JF
Hey,
on
welcome.
your
It took
side,
you
I
long
know
enough.
links will get removed from chat, so feel free to read this later. Created a Snap News aggregator. I have my favorite creators with their own pages for fun. I don't have ads on them. Ooh. JF, that sounds incredible. And then Ted Bird 60, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And I'll check out the actual site here in a little bit, or after the stream. Okay. More realistically, after the stream, after a nap. Can you try it to include Shang-Chi in the current deck? You probably could. But we probably get pretty close to cutting Scream at that point. And so Scream is already on the light side with just like the player's cannonball arrow. So if we cut any one of those pieces, like you could probably cut Miles for it. Probably be okay. So I haven't found that I have a lot of need for Shang-Chi if we get them cluttered. Usually Cannonball can do the job. But for games like that last one, would have absolutely come in huge for us. So playing the Hood in Shuri's Lab was super confident we were going to get a Viper on it. Which now, because we don't have Viper in hand, feels... Okay, well, never punished. We'll take the Viper. We're going to send the Demon over their way in Shuri's Lab. Goodness. So Gladiator hits the Cannonball and pushes them over into mid. Take it. 4 words, TLSG. And then the Hydrate Reminder from Fizzle. On this next set of ads, I'll have to run downstairs and grab a refill. Running low. I think we just like Green Goblin. So these are gonna, the cards are gonna shift all over the place. I think it's just Green Goblin and then maybe Demon. Maybe it's just Green Goblin. That way next turn we can maybe do a White Widow plus Titania. Build them up. We'll snap it. I think they're running the Splat deck. So the Silver Surfer, like last turn, Blood or Dump style deck. And I think we have a really good shot against that one. Because we're going to be able to dominate the left lane, and it just comes down to winning one of the other ones. So between like Arrow or Cannonball, we don't have Cannonball anymore, but between Arrow, we can sometimes dislocate where they're trying to stack up their 2 cards. May have Killmonger. Oh, wait, it does have Killmonger, you're right. So I don't know if he has it right now or not, but it's definitely a card that they have in their deck. Sarah does come down. They can't stack the onslaught onto it, so huge. But Killmonger comes in. It takes out, so it would just be, I guess it would hurt their left lane because of the Widow's Kiss. But we do have to watch out for the Killmonger play. We go first, so we could pull their Sarah out. That doesn't do us a lot of good. Feels like this was very much the wrong location for Sarah. Yeah, it definitely does. Knowing that that was kind of our target lane, feels like it was probably wrong. But with the Killmonger, I don't think there's not much we can do. Otherwise, we're trying to get as much clutter their way as possible. But I know that we'll have priority going into the final turn. We can't like play around the potential Killmonger. Taking a very long time for their turn. Okay, so that is a double card or triple card drop. So interesting. Strong guy. Funky now. To Rogue. They have priority. The Demon Arrow. Yeah. They could have a Sage, which Sage ends up being pretty good for them. Strong guy's not going to be able to proc unless they have Swordmaster. They could beat us in mid potentially with like a big Sage as a follow-up, like Sage Surfer could do it. Is that the Sage Surfer? It is. Sage and then Surfer is big, and it's going to be too big for us. We're going to lose the 4 cubes. Unfortunately. It is time for a quick set of ads to disable pre-rolls. And so I'm going to run, get a refill on my water, and then I'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Make sure that it's plenty of time and it delays any other ones. We're going to run a quick set of 2 minutes. And we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. And then Adizi said it was not the wrong location. I knew I was gonna lose that thing. Gotcha. Yeah. And so you wanted to make sure that it wasn't gonna clutter one of the other ones. And so it was very well played at easy. I wasn't saying that you played it wrong, because you definitely came out on top. Always good games whenever we face each other. If you're still here, we ran to ad right whenever it happened. What's your favorite card from this new season? I'm really looking forward to. Actually, I forgot to close my door. I didn't want to disturb anyone that's sleeping. I'm actually really looking forward to Toxin, but I'm also a little bit afraid of Toxin. So Toxin is one of those cards that feels like it may be really strong, especially in bounce. But because of that, it might be like too strong, where it becomes like really problematic. You said we've been playing each other since the beta. Yeah, we've been back and forth playing each other for a very, very long time, and they're always good matches all the way through. So I'd say Toxin is probably the one that I'm looking out for the most for the new season card. I feel like there's a couple of other ones that are pretty cool, like Misery. Feels like it's going to be kind of hard to brew with. My goodness, what are these locations? We can't draw a thing. Misery feels like it's going to be tough to brew with, but she might be one that just like has a standout or a breakout deck that is just crazy. So they never let bounce be good for more than 2 seconds. I mean, we'll see. I think with Toxin being the cost that it is, it's crazy strong. Maybe I'm overhyping it in my head though. And then I'm excited to try Misery, but I think there's a good chance that she could fall flat and just kind of be bad. Because she's one that is probably going to be in a very specific build or be useful in a very specific build. So Misery is the one next week, and then Scorn. Scorn, I'm also a little torn on Scorn. So I think Scorn potentially opens up the possibility for like Zodia combo Wong stuff. So like Wong, Mystique, like Gambit. But that's so fickle and finicky that I'm not sure how strong it's going to be. I think Scorn by itself is going to be decent whenever you have like MODOK or a whole bunch of discards. So maybe like a Swordmaster proc, potentially to be able to target it into like a Dakin could be good. But it could also be one that maybe doesn't ultimately make the cut in a general discard build. So I'm not sure that our normal ones that we see really benefit from it greatly. And then the last one for the month we have is Anti-Venom. He is... Just realized I got Mr. Negative from the hub, which is wild. We're going to go ahead and play Mr. Negative on 3. Anti-Venom is a 4-cost, 6 power that sets the cost and power of your deck's top card to 0. And so since it says set, you should be able to use Luke Cage to reserve or keep the original power. But it's going to be so intermittent when it's useful. And so, like, if you hit a Taskmaster, great. It's going to be really hard for the opponent to really like gauge if they can win that matchup or not. But it's still, I'm not sure if that's really enough. Because I'm not sure like how consistently that would happen, that you'd be put into a position that it actually benefited you. We have the Taskmaster. By doing Jane Foster, we'll pull into Iron Man and Cassandra Nova. We won't have Wong. So it feels maybe like the wrong decision or direction to go. I guess our other cards are going to still fill up our hand and clutter it with Orcus Forge. So I'm going to give it a shot. Do you think it can counter Null? What? Which card can counter Null? Oh wow, we pulled the Mr. Negative, not even the Iron Man. Woof. Okay. Psylocke doesn't really do much for us. It's just gonna be 2-cost cards. Maybe we play Psylocke. Maybe we play Psylocke here. Maybe it's Ironheart. We get 1 card draw to potentially hit like the Wong. And if we hit Wong, we go Wong, Mystique, Sage, Taskmaster, and we would win. I'm loving the gold splits in your hand. All of these cards are ones that I've really enjoyed playing with. So I've played with them a significant amount. We are Mr. Positive. So the Wave, Sarah Onslaught, they're going for the all-out dump deck. So this is the like hit monkey stuff. The good thing that we know is that they can't do anything else into the Crimson Cosmos. We have Mr. Positive over here. Funny enough, he used to be positive power in beta days. He didn't have a negative amount of power. I think it was like 4-2 for a while. And then they realized that it was too strong. So Wong, Mystique, good old Sage into Taskmaster. For giggles, we'll throw Mr. Negative over to the right. Mr. Positive Rick. This one does kind of look like a Rick variant or like a style. I could see that one being a Rick and Morty esque variant. They could probably put Mr. Negative back to its original state. True. Yeah, his original state was... Oh my goodness, it's only going to be 16 power. We're going to lose. We needed probably the Mr. Negative over to the left, if anything. But I think we lose. I don't think we keep enough power here. Especially if... Oh no. Oh no, this is just like cinema. They're going to have like the, Hit Monkey, the Surfer. We're just going to get dominated. A Sage in the Forge. Okay, Magic. No Surfer. No Surfer. Oh no. Just like cinema. What have we done? Orcus Forge punished them? But they're strong guy? Yeah. Yeah, it punished them. But being able to steal the Wong definitely put them back on the right side of things. What have we done with this deck? Go back onto the positive side of things now. Isn't the Hip Collector a homage to Rick? Ooh, I don't know. Is it? I don't know if I have the Hip Collector. Or an homage, sorry. I'm tired. So we're going against Dexter again. Maybe running a different deck this time with the Makari. Seems like he's having a pretty good climb though. Makari plus Madam Web. Interesting. I would want Wong into like mid, but I also need to make sure that Los Diablo Space is not going to destroy the magic. I'm going to go ahead and play it. How many more hours are you planning on streaming? Probably another 3, 4, 5 hours, I would imagine. And so we do magic that left lane, the storm lane away. So they're running the like War Machine Legion stuff.
Opponent snapped.
And so they can always Legion to rip that one away. So I definitely don't want to get too comfortable in assuming or hoping that it's going to be there. Oh, Mr. Negative. They moved the Storm to go War Machine. No Scarlet Spider. Okay. He said Mr. TLSG is simultaneously too late and too early. That's why I'm called the late streamer guy. Because it's too late to... It's stop and go to bed, because then I'd be sleeping through the morning. But it's too early to start anything. It's Dexter? Yeah, it's Dexter. So they can even Legion turn 5 if they need. Yeah, they could even Legion now. Ooh, Legion into Savage Land. Savage play. They did not do that. Okay. Were they Sandman? No, I don't know that they're running a Sandman. I feel like it's not that type of deck. You can do it. You can pull through. We'll see. See, it really depends on if they rip away Limbo or not. Otherwise, we have the Sage Ironheart combo for the final turn. If they did Legion here, fine. We could have done Taskmaster, yeah? The Legion's gonna win it for him. Yeah. We should have done Taskmaster to copy the 11 power Cassandra. Knowing that that was very much in Dexter's wheelhouse. TLSG versus Dexter, yeah. Yeah, he's getting the better of me today. Jane Foster with the negative power just wasn't quite what we needed it to be. Taskmaster, on the other hand, would have been our winning line or winning play. I went to unlock it right around the same time he locked his in. So, it is what it is. I wish he would stop stealing 4 cubes from me, though, and go back to doing, like, 2 cubers. All right, we have Clifford. It's all right. Yeah, no, it's good. We'll get him back. We knew that the Legion was a possibility, which didn't play around it. Cho with the timeout. Are you sending me onto the timeout? I'll set up your timeout here in a second. There you go, Cho. You have a little bit of time to think about what you did. Max said maybe the real 4 cubes were the friends we made along the way. Absolutely. Speaking of friends, we have straws. So friends all over the place.
Gotta run, hun.
So running a Hella deck, pretty confident against Hella as long as we get either the game extension or Mr. Negative. And then from Big, you have the posture check. I'm not making the same mistake twice. From Big, we have the posture check, and we'll correct ourselves a little bit. And then Drake with the emote only chat coming in. Let's go ahead and launch into emote only for a couple of minutes. Feel free to spam any and all emotes within reason. I'm sure there's some pretty off the wall stuff out there. I'm gonna throw a little bit of the Binks jam down. I really want to get some animated ones. I think those are the ones that are like the most fun for me to see. Are the ones that are animated. So I want to get some cool ones created. And I do like this new hype train one. I don't know why. I do. It's a cat scare. We're playing against what I think is a very limited pool of players now. Because it's such an off hour for everyone. That it's like Dexter, Azrael, and a handful of others that are actively queuing and actively playing. All right, let's go ahead and go Ravona. It's a bounce deck, which I don't. They could have a Shadow King. But if we don't have priority, then we could beat them with our our Sage Taskmaster stuff. So big Cassandra Nova coming down pretty early. Let's go ahead and, I guess, play it into Muir Island. Ooh, so Agent Venom, and then for Sable. They have to have Falcon in hand for them to make that call. Otherwise, I don't think they ever fulfill that left lane on a hope I draw it type of thing. Go ahead and play Magic. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Negative, and so it's just going to come down to drawing a Wong and getting and playing that out onto the board. Do get the Wong. Wong, next turn we set up like Mystique. We can set up the Mystique. We can always fit the Sage Taskmaster on the very last turn. We have a shot. We're alive. May not be a great shot, but it's a shot. Negative, not bad. We draw into Taskmaster. We draw into Iron Man. Could be pretty good. First we need to do Mystique, and then we'll do the negative. And with negative, we should make sure we drop priority, because this is going to go into a negative lane. So what would their snap lines be? Just be a big flood? Maybe they have the counter to this. They have the Nico spell, that's location change. I've been destroyed by that multiple times tonight, unfortunately. We're going to release you guys from the emote-only chat. You guys are free to chat once again. One out of 7. Feels like it happens to me more often than I care to admit. All right. I thought the negative deck would be good for a couple of like catch-up games. We ended up bleeding more, so I'm gonna go ahead and toss the negative for now. I had a little bit more of this one. We had an okay rate with it. We had a 64.3% win rate when running this one. The Scream Clutter version. It's just I let a bad loss persuade me to switch decks, and then I did worse with that deck. Egg's not great at the moment. Yeah, probably not. I wanted to shout Nico mid, but since it was emote only. Yeah, but the chances of it being location change on turn 6 are 1 out of 7. And so it's Snap confirmed it for me. Yeah. One out of 7, but you draw the opponents on their 7th game each time. I mean, it's just the luck of the draw. Yeah, the Boomer Snap was probably telling, unless they were trying to bluff it. But no, it does make sense. All right, let's go Kate Bishop. We're going against the movement deck again, which is a pretty strong deck. I just don't enjoy it.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
The Mau 56. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we'll go Green Goblin. We can always set up a grapple arrow into Kiln on the turn 4, or the last card we play on turn 4. Ooh, okay, so Iron Fist. They're gonna double move a card in Kiln. So I don't think we even like a Vulture. A double move on Vulture is going to be big. To Mau, how's it going? Zon Aster, good morning. Hopefully you had a great night. And then Commodore, you said maybe dumb question about alliances, but are the available balance shared or individual? They're shared. And so if you pick one up, it drops off of from the opponent or from your person or your alliance member. I don't know why I was struggling so much with that. So like a basic arrow, a grapple arrow, Polaris to pull one of these over. But I don't think it's great. I'm gonna do this. See what they play for that movement card in Kiln. Vulture plus Ghost Spider. So if they do Vulture, they can do, so it's the Orania. So Iron Fist moves it left, and then Vulture moves it back right. And so it's going to be at that double scale. Wait. They must have Madam Web. I feel like they have to have Madam Web, and they want to use Orania. I guess maybe not. We can always arrow. It pulls herself over. We can set up for a cannonball. I know that they have Eliath and they have Cosmo in their build that we have to look out for. So playing arrow into mid, make sure we don't move the Vulture unnecessarily. So they do maybe a big Eliath here. We push Vulture to the right, we still win. We push it to the left, we can win, unless they Eliath mid or Cosmo mid. But we might outpower them if they just do a Cosmo mid. They can do a dagger shift from mid to the right with Orania. With our 10 power arrow there, I'm not sure that it's worth the investment into. Yeah, dagger in the right's not big enough to beat that lane unless it did a double move, which with Orania, there's only the single trigger is what they're able to do. So the dagger does shift over. It's 9-11 power. Brings them up to a little bit. Ooh, okay. The big dagger here. Cosmo is the last one. No, Rogue. Okay. So we pushed. It came down to where we pushed the dagger. Had we pushed it right, we would have lost. We pushed it into mid, and we had enough to come over the top. My goodness.
Victory.
And then Nightshade said, posture check. I appreciate it. I ended up sitting back all kinds of wonky. But we're on a redemption arc now. We went on our little bit of a falling arc. We're on the uphill climb now. Can you send me that luck, please? There you go. The next one that the next 8 cuber that you're in, you're gonna win. So Clifford running some Arisham. Can't play one cost cards here, so like maybe the White Widow. We have Viper, so we could send over the White Widow as well. But it looks like maybe we should have played it into mid. A Debris could give us a decent amount of extra clutter, but not quite yet. Couldn't do the Viper. The biggest piece is going to be getting them tapped in one lane, and then we can focus on how to win another.
I want the throne.
Okay, so luckily it didn't hit anything yet, but we do know that they do have a Killmonger. We've already dropped a Viper. Hood becomes risky. I think we're just going to do like Miles. Depending on what and where they play. Sarah's scary. Do one of these. Titania, Green Goblin. Tap them out in left. Then it's like a Cannonball Hood left after that. What? Go ahead and play Hood. Monger. You think they're gonna Monger this turn? Because if so, then it doesn't catch what we needed to catch. But if they're taking away Titania, then it gives us that backup line, I guess. Not awful. Man in the right lane. Posture check again. I started lining and leaning way too far back. So the Eliath comes down. Be Eliathing to you if I didn't. I wasn't a little bit glad that that happened. We don't need to pull this back. I feel like we just do Cannonball Demon. They've already used an Eliath. Big Fury. Right now it's at 12. The 10. So it's going to remain at, I guess, not even 12. It's less than that. Maybe to overtake it with a Demon. We leave our Titania in the left lane. We'll take that.
Victory.
Cannonball Demon mid never loses. We can't do Demon mid because of the Hellfire Club. How you feeling about Scream? She's playable. She's a fun card. She can potentially have a really high impact if you're going all in on the effect. But I think in most cases, she's kind of just mid. He said this is why you're the streamer. And I absolutely don't mind backseaters, because there's times where you guys have pointed out something that I just simply overlooked, and so I don't mind the backseating in any way, shape, or form. And I just read the posture checking again, and I realized that I immediately went with a better posture and then went straight back into goblin mode. So the Aranya, so a bit of a movement build at least. It could be Destroy, it could be Phoenix Force, but most likely it's more of a like Madam Web move. You said, I mean that's true. Deranged. It never loses because it simply can't lose. Let's go Debris left. We have Viper to send one of the rocks their way, so probably in Necrotia. Unless they have Vulture, so then it's only one more spot left.
Gotta run,
So now I'm less confident that we'll be able to get it to trigger where it needs to. Let's do something like maybe it's like Pim Arrow Viper. We have the ability to do Polaris Titania next turn or after this. The Atuma is unfortunate though. And we could have capped mid, but we did not, unfortunately. So I think next turn we're going to go with like a Titania whatever here. We could also go with Scream Polaris, which I think is a cool line. Scream Polaris to pull a rock over into mid. Clog the right? Yeah, I was gonna clog the right, but Atuma said otherwise. So let's try to pull something over. They may cap this one this turn. If not, we'll pull a rock over to stop it from being destroyed by the Atuma. And Scream is gonna get a little bit of benefit from it. The Spider-Man 2099, interesting. What could they have? Ghost Spider? If it's Ghost Spider, then what do they do? Like Cannonball Ghost Spider? Might be okay. $20.99 gamer, $20.99, and they don't even have the variant yet. Nerve. Let's hope for the best. If they move the Spider-Man, it is what it is. So it'd have to be the Ghost Spider being the only way they can move it at this point. And then that leaves them 5. So they could do that, an arrow, that, and Cannonball. Which they go first, so Cannonball would only be 8 in the left lane. We would win it with 10. Will the variant finally make 2099 playable though? Probably not. Ghost Spider's gonna hit Scream. Oh, if it does. Okay, Legion. Iron Fist. Wait, no. Okay. Whew. That was an array of emotions. I thought the Legion was super sneaky. I thought the Legion was super sneaky in Hellfire Club. Because it ripped away all of the -2s. But our Miles was enough to just barely pull it up. And then Scream. Yeah, Scream being that +6. And so in this deck, she's not super all in where she's like a 210, 212. It's more so looking at when she works, she offers that additional pressure onto those lanes while you can disrupt the opponent a bit. Wearing a sombrero is just as likely to make him playable as any other buffs they're considering. I mean, they might be considering some. We don't know for sure. We're going to jump into a quick set of ads so that pre-rolls stay disabled. And then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. Forgot to buy the Scream variant the other day. Oh no, I didn't forget. I spend very little money on variants. The only time I typically will buy one is if it gets me close to a milestone in an album. Otherwise, I'm like super frugal with where I spend them. You said that Arjum is dope. It's the thumb one, right? This one, yeah, this one looks sleek. I really like it. I think Dara had it earlier, but it looks really, really good. I slapped an orange cosmic border on my Scream, and it was not worth it, but it looks so good. I mean, you're investing at the ground level. It can only go up from there, and so whatever change they make can only improve the return on your cosmic orange border. I love Scream just because I get to play Arrow. Yeah, I like any excuse to be able to play Arrow. Problem is you never play him, so no one ever sees it. Yeah. But with Dara's, I actually stole a copy of it, and so we got to admire it for most of the game. Next up, we have Catador. Arrow works good in my Scar deck, too. Arrow in the Scar deck, I think, is also a decent call now that she's 10 power. All right, let's go ahead and skip on one. We have the Scream. Scream into Polaris, potentially. Or Scream into, like, Debris into Polaris or Green Goblin. We have a couple of ways to enable it. And then Freaky Target with the Prime sub. Your notification should go off here in just a second. I'm not sure why it's...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
That pushes us up to 42 for the day. We're at 1260. We've exceeded the 1250 goal. So very much appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a good night. Let's go ahead and go Polaris to move the Craven. They go Polaris to move our Scream. Okay, unfortunate. We're just gonna swap their places real fast. And right now it looks like we're probably going all in on the anti-movement. So they wouldn't be expecting a hard Clutter turn, I don't think. I think it's like Debris. Where do they play this turn? Maybe it's not even like a hard play. It's just Green Goblin. Islands. Need a reason to play my orange cosmic border. Stegron, yeah. Green Goblin, we can actually Viper back over here. If they play a card into Stark Tower, Titania will cap it out. Actually, We've been playing super passively. Let's go ahead and start playing a bit more aggressive. I know I said that before, and now we're actually going to do it. I just need a reason. Oh, yeah. I have several borders that I've unlocked that have gone to waste, so I probably need to apply a few more.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, the snap back is scary, especially with us having prio. Got a door. Okay. So the double drop in Stark Tower with Scream and what is Stegron? Scream and Viper. Okay, but Titania is gonna send their way after Viper resolves, so they're still tapped out in that left lane, and we can recall it back. Ooh, wait, we need a 1 cost? That is not a 1 cost. May not ever be able to win that left lane anyways. We have a lot of power in right. They have a lot of power here. So doing something like this takes them from 23 to what, 16? Brings us up to 12, 13, 14, 15. We lose by 1 with the debris. We needed something like a demon, but we hadn't played it. We already played the Titania. So I guess like a Miles. High left. This would lose by 1 left, right? Or is my math bad? And then if anything moves, there's Scream. You say math? Was that bad? Was it bad math? You got to give me a break. It's like 4 a.m. my time. The last time I woke up was 6 a.m. yesterday. So got to give me a little bit of a break. Not arrow left. Maybe that's the good call. All right, so Kingpin, Spider-Man pulling the Miles out. It's fine right now. White Widow. Thank you for, thank you, Ook, for reminding me of the obvious. We could just play an arrow and be fine. Poor Miles has been through it today. He saw his variant world. Arrow play was the good call. Ook, you head over here. You take control. He said, now please send me those 8 cubes so I can finally hit infinite. I mean, you said it's taken too long, but it's only been live for what, 2 days now? Miles does not like this multiverse at all. He just keeps getting beat up by Kingpin, which is a fair crossover. We were able to grab the 8, which is nice. So the deck is doing well for us. This one, I think I just needed a little bit of a reminder that it was fine. And so we're at 72% win rate over 18 games. So the deck's popping really well. So they snapped on 1. Let's go with the Kate Bishop for now. Depending on what tools we get. Kitty Pryde can be kind of tough with the bounce. I'm so on the fence about Scream. This deck? Ours? Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tar. Are you up to date with the Marvel movies? Seen the upcoming trailers for next year? I don't know that I've seen the upcoming trailers for next year. But otherwise, I do think I'm up to date on the different trailers and releases. So I think we go Scream Debris. Then we try to angle like a White Widow Viper. A little bit later. So what trailer came out that you're asking about, Drug? Cannonball is nice. We do have Arrow to help kind of scale our Scream. It also feels like maybe a little bit of a waste for it. Arrow doesn't pull anything here. We could try to do with a double clog this, but I think they're probably going to play in the left lane. Probably play their Kitty Pride over there. I'm going to try it anyways. Big, huge. There's a new Captain America movie, but Falcon is the captain. I hope that it's... I didn't care for his show branch off. It just didn't feel like the story was as like gripping immediately. It felt like it was kind of slow, kind of boring. So hopefully the movie can kind of finally paint him in that Captain America light. Because I don't think the show that he had really did a great job of it. So now the last card that they played was, I think, Kitty Pride. But we have the left lane locked. The Cannonball can come in really big for us. I don't really want to do any kind of like Polaris or Arrow or any shading. Actually, why don't we go ahead and Arrow? Next turn would be like Cannonball, Pim, Grapple somewhere.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, Arrow wouldn't do anything since the Kitty Pride pulled up as our last card drop. Yeah, I did see Thunderbolts.
I am Iron Man.
Big Iron Man. But the upside here is... No, we don't have priority. I guess the upside is when we Cannonball, it's pushes out whatever. I was thinking if we had priority, we push out their Cannonball or their Iron Man into Isle of Silence. I think we still win, though. Just do one of these and call it good. They did announce the Secret Wars. Yeah, I was thinking we had priority and could push Iron Man over, but no such luck. We'll get a little bit more power in left. And I think between these two, we're able to... Oh, wait. Why don't we go ahead and do Polaris, too? We're never competing for mid, so I'm going to do both in the left lane. Call it good. So Ironheart. Okay, good thing we put a little bit more in the left lane. That Polaris is more right. Oh, more right than Pim Arrow? I don't think we should need it. As long as they didn't have an Goliath, it shouldn't have mattered. And if they did, it also wouldn't have mattered. We'll grab the 8 cubes. What is that, back-to-back 8s? Wild. We're on an upward trajectory now. We just needed a refill of our water, and it turns out we are good to go. So the deck it has some crazy stats right now. Said 8 cubes, get back, gang. We're gonna get there. The new Thunderbolts movie will also be the MCU debut of the Sentry. Ooh, nice. That'll be interesting to watch or to see. Then Drexy with the follow. Appreciate you. I don't know why I called that one out. I was watching as it popped through, and it just kind of came out of my mouth before I thought about it. So you get an appreciation for your follow. I really want to see what they do with the Void. Yeah, the Void is going to be an interesting challenge. Hopefully it's not like bad CGI. Brandizzle, you said because you're streaming more consistently now, do you find yourself at a lower or higher infinite rank than usual? So I haven't... I mean, last season I did climb... I played super loosely up until like the last couple of weeks, and then I climbed from like 1,000 down to, I think it was top 4 or top 300. And this season we blitzed through infinite and ended at top 24 on day 1. And then of course it's as more people are getting there, it kind of falters. But I do think we're seeing that we're a little bit further on. Joe, oh, classic TLSG roping. I feel both seen and called out all at the same time. So we're gonna fix that. Let's go ahead and go Scream against a DZ. We have the Jin, so we can start pumping up some extra energy. Like, ooh. We could always, no. I was gonna say we could do Jin, Viper, Polaris, but we can't do that. Let's go ahead and go with this. Null's gonna be in the Sony Spider Villain universe, which means it'll be uber dumb. Oh yeah. I hope not, but seeing what they did to Morbius, just I feel like it just didn't. Could have been really good, but I feel like it just wasn't able to get there. So the wave, they're running the splat deck. They can't really do a lot of big things in the vault, but they could change it with magic. So I think what we want to do is Viper, White Widow, Jin. Keep our lines open. This is on Aster with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Go ahead and hydrate up. So the left lane should be a lock for us now. I guess they could have Killmonger, but with the Jins, with the Viper, the White Widow, that's not so much a concern anymore.
Behold my mighty hand.
I have an idea for Scream, which involves Silk and Viper, but it's I see the thought lines and where it's going. It may not be major cope. I see what you're stepping in. Behold his mighty hands. We're gonna do Cannonball to rip it into mid so that they can't win this lane, and they can't get a deep discount on these. So we might as well do Kate Bishop, Jin, another Jin. That may be overkill. I've seen the Silk Viper work with the Scream, really. And so push it their way and then it like bounces back and forth, bounce forth. It's super interesting. So they have the double drop right. They did go Sarah into the Jin. So they have 7 energy. Oh, it'd be what, 8 energy? 8 energy. So they can do 2, 4, 6, 8. They can do 4 3-cost cards. They won't be able to proc oh, I don't know what we're worried about. We have one right. We've won the left. So we do Miles, him, basic arrow. That'll push a little bit more here and here. I think that we get the retreat after this. Tribunal? No, so it's a Silver Surfer dump deck. It's a relatively newer deck. Within the last couple of days, it's really popped up in popularity, where the idea is you get Sarah and stack Onslaught on top of it, and then you can flood 6 to 7 Titania left, Miles mid. Yeah, that's better. With the Pim, that's better. It's more power mid. The idea is that you flood 6 or 7 3-cost cards that now cost 1 onto the board on that final turn. So you get your big like Hit Monkey, big Sage, big Killmonger, big Rogue. But the problem is it became so popular so fast that it's it's a very known deck. And so if it's a very known deck, it's also very fragile. So it can be countered relatively easy if you have certain things in your hand, like a movement displacement can really hurt the deck pretty heavily. And Clutter is also pretty tough into it. And so I think it's one of those decks that over the next like 3 to 4 days, probably not going to perform as well as it was, but a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks down the line, you'll probably be able to sneak back into it because it won't be as anticipated anymore. And so then you'll be able to like kind of reap the rewards that way. But I love the idea. I think it was a super creative deck. I didn't make it. It was somebody named, a user named Splat, who I've actually used a couple of his builds before, and they never They never cease to amaze me. So in Krakoa, we definitely don't want to go like Green Goblin, but we also don't want to do it in Machine World. These are definitely some locations. I'm going to go Titania into Scream. Very, very rarely do I play her before she's a guaranteed hit. This is just going to be one of those times so that we can go ahead and play the Scream a little bit easier and then also have had the Titania down to get the benefit on our next card. Never get Sarah Onslaught on curve. So with that one, you could Sarah Onslaught. Blink increases the consistency dramatically. Said bait Goblin Machine World, then Viper. Ooh, we could do that. That's definitely an interesting one. The Madam Web is a little unfortunate here because they can't move the cards that we've been building up against them. I think it's Green Goblin. I'm gonna go Green Goblin Hood. We just need like as soon as they move a card, we have the discounted miles. King Grade is big. Yeah, so Blink is definitely a key in the consistency piece of that deck. So the last card they played was Jean Grey, right? I guess we can't do like the arrow or anything, but we can do, let's say, basic arrow, Goblin. Maybe even throw a Pim arrow down, so we can do probably miles plus arrow. I think they move a card this turn, so it would discount our miles. What we're hoping for, anyways. Is that the Scream list, Max? So Jean Grey over into Machine World. Okay. Arrow to pull the Pim arrow over. And it also casts out in the left lane. We go last. They have to start here, but they could move like an arrow and it buffs up their Craven. But if they move out of here, they lose a little bit of their power in Krakoa. Maybe something like this. Miles right, arrow left, or arrow mid. I love Echo so much she's invisible. Echo is one of those cards if the opponent, a lot of times you have to time it very well, but there are a lot of times where you'll get a silly retreat from the opponent because they played like a claw into an Echo lane. Echo and Havoc are both invisible indeed. So if they move the arrow, they play something cheap in Krakoa, then it breaks our Pim arrow bonus. It steals the Titania away, and so they have a lot of strength there. I feel like Leg Day maybe falling asleep. They're taking an awfully long time to play. If I did a shot every time my opponent retreated after playing an ongoing on my Echo, dead of alcohol posing, that's a lot. Magneto pulls the Viper over. Helps the Craven about a bit. Yeah, the Miles arrow to yank their Magneto. We'll do it. will do it with the double negative in the hood lane. So the arrow is coming in clutch for us. It took them a while to find the play lines, but we actually got the casserole here. Love to see it. I'm guessing they didn't have any like thing low end, which is why I really think the Magneto is kind of cope in these decks, because you typically want to be able to do a couple of things. So like a 1-cost demon, a 1-cost Miles plus a 5 on the last turn is usually more impactful than like Magneto. But we will gladly take it. You said seeing Arrow be relevant these days is weird. It is, Don. It's still tough because I've gotten used to when she's in hand just not playing her because she's not good. That it's weird that now we see her and actually want her to be played. 111 Miles seems unfair to play around. It does. It does indeed. It happened from my Titania, so we will gladly take it though. So we're going against heavy. We played them earlier. I can't remember what kind of deck they were running for the life of me. It's a bit unfortunate. Let's go Scream. Hope they don't have like White Widow in left. All right. Odds of this being a... Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I was going to do Polaris into Nidavellir to try to pull their Agent Venom. But now we really don't want to do the Polaris because we could potentially rip this Squirrel away and give them like a free pass over here. Kate Bishop Hood. And then Ego, you said, used to watch you when Snap first started, then I stopped playing. Now I'm back and you're going full time. I'm so proud. I took a little bit of a gap as well. I needed some time to work through a few things, but I'm so glad that you're back. I'm so glad that it's right around the time that I'm going live or going full time as well. Because that means plenty of streams and plenty of content for you to be able to hang out and consume. The Jubilee. Jubilee breaks our Viper. But they're only going to be able to play one more card into Nidavellir. So, depending on what we think they're going to do here. White Widow. White Widow could win if they don't play this turn. If they do, then it looks silly. Oh no, we look silly. Because the Kitty Pryde is going to pull back up. So then it'll be a point differential. We may be able to because we take out, I guess, just the 6-powered Sandra, yeah. We'll give it a shot for 1 extra cube. Okay, the Iron, we don't beat the Iron Man. He never beat the Iron Man here. Then Frothy Buzzard said, hey TLSG, not a big Twitch watcher. I follow you on Twitter at least. Question. I'm a decent player and I hit top 1.5 thousand infinite and infinite on day 1. But I usually play the same decks. How do you recommend getting better at decks outside of my comfort zone? So I would actually recommend probably run them on Conquest to get a better feel for like the matchups, and then like if you lose to a matchup or like lose one game or drop one game, then you have a couple more to try to like work through what the better like snap lines against that deck or against that archetype would be. And so you get more comfortable without the stakes of like feeling like you're losing or plummeting your rank. Because at the end of the day, you can do Proving Grounds, Silver, Gold. You're not really losing anything but the time you put into it in Conquest. And so I would try just a variety of decks around Gold, and then feel what fits or see what fits. There's plenty of high-end players that really just stick to and run one deck or one archetype. I know plenty of people that only ran Loki whenever it was around, only ran Hela. And that's kind of what they enjoy. And so then they get really, really good at that. And so there's nothing wrong if that's the direction you go. But if you want to experiment with other stuff, I'd say Conquest would be the easiest way to like transition that frothy. Next up we have Allie for the White Widow. Wait, what happened to Loki? So Loki, what do you mean? Oh, never mind. You're trolling me, Bran. Never mind. You know what happened to Loki. I'm a full-time Hawk player. You're a pro Hawk player. And there's nothing wrong with that. If there is a particular deck that definitely meshes well or feels better, there's nothing wrong with specializing. Usually play Surfer. I'll just have to keep playing. Yeah, just especially as you get like more cards or you have a deeper collection, being able to build those optimal builds to get a feel for like how to run it or how to run it optimally. Wait, they dropped the Hazmat into nowhere? I thought it was some kind of generated card, but that's actually from their deck. Feels like we need to snap it.
Oh, snap.
It's kind of silly. How to counter Scream? With a like a gentle like clasp of the mouth. It really usually muffles or counters the effectiveness of the Scream. Red Guardian, Shadow King, Clutter can do decent things. So the big Brood. Yeah. The Polaris is actually beautiful here. We're gonna be able to cap them out in mid. So if we, he said thank you. Just watch them. Ooh, watch them all float away after that one. No, we'll see them spike in. Instead of your 11,000 collection level, play the game way too much sometimes. Same, absolutely same. So they're not gonna be able to have any owner reveals. So they will lose mid, they'll lose right, and we'll win the game. Go ahead and double stack on the right, and then I think it's just hate Bishop into Subterranean on the last turn to bring it home. The Hazmat in the left feels wild. It feels like super outlandish. Like I don't know why they played it into nowhere.
Victory.
Is it bad that I boomer snap when I get a bad draw, hoping my opponent retreats? I mean, if it works, how often does it work for you? We will take the 2 cubes, and we're now steadily increasing in our climb. So we had a little bit of a stall out for a bit, and then this deck is, for whatever reason, popping off at this little pocket that we're in. We're holding a 73% win rate. I'll load it up. But we are going to run to a quick set of ads because pre-rolls are re-enabled, and I want to make sure that they stay off for everyone. We'll run to the quick minute and a half, and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. That it works more often than not, actually. But the games that it doesn't, you elevated your risk from the 1 to the 4. And so for our stats for this one, sitting at 74% win rate over 23 games. Very, very solid for like the matchups we're finding ourselves in. See how long we can go or how much we can go for it. Going to top 100? We hope so. I'm going to be streaming quite a bit more often, and so depending on how often I experiment with decks, I think we're going to push for top 100. How do you track deck? How do you track deck stats? So my untapped deck tracker will automatically update the stats on their website, and so it makes it pretty seamless or easy to keep tabs on it. but it only counts games from the PC. Next up, we have the Mau Mau. We do have Titania off the jump. We have Scream in our opening hand, which is beautiful to see. Especially with the Asteroid M. So it's an Arsham. They have Lizard. Let's see what else they'll end up having. Let's go ahead and get our Scream onto the board in the game. We can Polaris left if we're looking to clutter that one, to pull the Lizard, to pull whatever else they have over. And we have the Titania as that follow-up to add a little bit more clutter. So let's go ahead and do that. I feel like we're going to snap into it. I feel like we're in an okay spot. The Mojo is a bit scary because we're both going to have that lane tapped out, so that does get pretty big pretty quick. With Limbo, I feel like all we need to do now is Debris, which that pulls Debris over. And then we can just look to win the other lanes from here. So maybe we throw Miles into the mix. Next turn we focus on like the Kate Bishop. Oh wait, no, Miles. Oh, Miles is gonna pull over into the left. Oh, what are we doing? We have the lead because of the Lizard debuff. Eesh. We probably shouldn't. Let's go Kate Bishop. Let's go White Widow. And then if we draw Viper, we can get the Hood Viper combo going. I like your haircut. Thank you so much, Lady Gaga. It was cut because I had to return to office, and since then I've quit. I've quit my day job, and so I no longer have to go super clean cut anymore. We can go Titania, Acid Arrow. We do have the basic arrow to use like alongside a cannonball. Let's try and lock that in, see what they go with. They could have a Legion and rip away Limbo, maybe. Right now we're winning over here. So unless they invested more in this lane, we'd be all right. Hulkling doesn't work in Arsham decks? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Maybe he does, because he's 6'7" without a bad effect. All right, so a Scream of their own, and then ooh, A. Scary. Maybe not too bad. We have Basic Arrow, which gives us 1 power. It gives them 6. So they go up to 15. It matches us at 15 here. Oh, but Lizard goes down. That's right. Oh, Frothy Buzzard. You said Hulkling doesn't work in any deck. Brutal. We're going to go Basic Arrow on the left so that it doesn't pull, it doesn't buff up their Scream. It'll debuff this, but it buffs this. And then we have Cannonball, which is going to push Emperor Hulkling away. And we hope that that is enough. So our Scream scales after a Cannonball comes down, which is also a nice addition in mid. Prepare for the random Luke Cage. Oh. Or the random 23 power blob is also scary. Man, we could have just played into Washington, D.C. and been fine. This was a random 23 power blob. Goodness, it grabbed probably right up to 13 and then a big 14 right at the end. Oof. Stream Sniper? No, I don't think Stream Sniper. I think it was a lucky blob. So if it was just 13, it's 10 less. That's still, I guess that still wins here. Ah, unfortunate. We should have pushed over to the right, but we did not. Anytime we lose, it's Stream Sniper now. No, I think stream sniping happens way less often than people think or people claim. Oh man, Ook, that is some Hulkling slander. I feel like Hulkling is at least usable aside from like, if you think of like Uatu, he really doesn't provide much for you. If you think of like Adam Warlock, I feel like both of those are less usable than Hulkling. But I do think Hulkling is up there because of his inconsistencies. But it's absolute slander on the Hulkling. So Machine World, oh, we get a copy of the Mysterio, unfortunate. So that's going to shuffle into our deck, and we don't necessarily want it there. Let's go Polaris. We pull one of the Mysterios to stack over into the big house. If we weren't shuffling our hand, Hood Viper as the next turn follow-up would be great. Mantis is probably right up there, yeah. Adam Warlock may see play if it had Hulkling's ability of 5 drops. It would, yeah, no, I think Adam would see a lot of play in that way. So Cosmo here, let's try to sneak in a Green Goblin right. And then we have a Debris that can finish capping it off from there. Adam got worse as a 5-drop. I agree, Frothy. I at least enjoyed using him as a cheaper, I think it was a 2-cost, right? I at least enjoyed using him as that cheaper tool. At 5 cost, the extra draw, it just comes down too late. So it's Cerebro 3. We have to look out for Luke Cage. It's Cagius. They don't have enough spaces to play. Maybe we can stop it before it comes down. Wait, no, this is 4. Mysterio is 4. What? They have Cosmo and Cerebro 4? What is going on? Okay.
Oh, snap.
Don't understand, but I'm going to snap it. We have the Cannonball that's going to push Claw away. That takes away the 8 here. They can do up to, what, 4, 8, 10, 12? Our Cannonball should be able to beat whatever they drop in left. Valkyrie?
Victory.
Valkyrie with a Cerebro 4? Yeah. I had the same confusion. Because they had Cosmo in their Cerebro 4 line. And then they had Claw and Mysterio, which is the piece of it that's the Cerebro 4. So I think it's just maybe they were getting teched really hard. And so they threw Cosmo down to help protect like a Cerebro. Or hope that it got hit by Agent Venom. But an interesting choice nonetheless. You also see Luke Cage in non-C3 decks. 5:30. Frothy, you said 5:30 in the morning. No, you're fine. It's 4:30 for me, so I completely understand. I get it. Let's go with the start off with a Hood. I don't get why Adam has to have a drawing effect. Just make him a card which revives after being destroyed or something. Yeah. Yep. You can change the draw ability altogether and probably be okay. So we lose a couple of cards. Ooh, we get their Deadpool. Oh, it's an Arsham deck. Never mind. I was excited about the Deadpool, thinking we hit one of their big pieces. Until I realized what it was we were going against. Let's go White Widow. We have Viper into the Hood next turn. We have Polaris to pull over any of their low-cost cards. What hours do you normally stream or are planning to stream now going full-time? The hours that I normally stream are typically more like during the daytime. So it's around like when like Jeff would stream. Is kind of a roundabout. I would probably start either earlier or just a little bit later, and then stream a little bit later than he does. But that's the best time frame that will typically work for my schedule. We could Polaris to pull one of their cards over. We're also looking to just like finish cluttering them up, but with Jeff over here, I don't think I think we ever get to land Clutter here. I think we're going to go Debris at Demon just to stop their werewolf from being able to skip very much or jump around. Vince left, the wolf going left.
Can never be fully known.
What, filling it up? Or if they move Jeff to be able to move him over to the left. Okay, Legion is an interesting call. Because they do have extra energy. No, they didn't add a Legion voice line. That was the voice on Weird World. So there's a voice tied to this location. So whenever it re-triggered is when that popped up. We do have Shadow King for a werewolf pull. Viper gets a bit scary, but I think we're gonna make that leap and maybe just play like Titania. So if they play one card, werewolf bounce over, Titania locks them in. Since we have priority. Okay, they just full skipped. What is going on with Clifford? Alright, so 14 power mid is what we would have to beat. If werewolf didn't jump out of mid. And so that it would be something like Polaris, Shadow King, Deadpool, so 5, 6, 7, 8. Doesn't do it. Is what we'd have to beat. I don't think we can do it. The cards and resources that we have. Best bet would be hoping that we can win this right lane. Like Miles, go ahead and reset the werewolf. Also maybe Polaris to pull like a rock or 2 cost over. Then if they were wanting to bounce werewolf, it wouldn't go through. You said you weren't kidding when you said all night? I was not. I was absolutely not. Oh no, we lose the hood. But they're not full. Okay, oh, never mind. Oh yeah, that's not gonna. And that werewolf jump saved them. Otherwise, we had just beat that blob with the negative goblin with the negative kiss. Ah, unfortunate. So second dinner said Scream taking points of unrevealed cards is not their intention. Yep. So they're gonna fix it, which will make her bad after the fix, or still okay. I think if you're relying on like the Juggernaut stuff, bad. But with Cannonball, you can't hit unrevealed stuff. Arrow, Polaris, it all has to be revealed. And so certain, I don't think it's gonna make her awful. It just is unfortunate that it did happen. Funny thing is that Kingpin also takes power from unrevealed cards. Like he wasn't a problem this whole time. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just because Scream is a little bit newer, a little bit more like flashy. A 4 power swing is way better than a 2 power swing. True. Yeah, and we are going against Dexter, who has the Craven now. Changed decks. And so Miro, the top link is where you want to go to make sure that your Marvel Snap and Twitch accounts are linked. And then the second one, once it's linked, you should start getting progress on Twitch. You can check the progress under the inventory section. Let's go Scream. I'm going to go Scream, Acid Arrow. Maybe push as much into Subterranean as I can. You're at 96%. Huge. So Viper into Vormir would be great here. Get a White Widow of our own. try our hand at a debris. We want to tap the Craven lane as much as possible. Okay, we're gonna lose the Craven lane from the Stegron, unfortunately. Maybe a Green Goblin, White Widow. If we can get a big enough lead in the right, the left lane Cannonball may be able to save us. Now that I'm watching for the drops, by the way, your stream is incredibly... Not that I'm watching for the drops, by the way. Oh, got you. I appreciate you, Max. It's definitely a little bit slower go in the overnight sessions. A little bit slower on the chat stuff as people are kind of winding down. But I think that's a decent change of pace. Hi Piglet, how's the deck going? The deck has been going pretty well. Right now we're against Dexter, which is he got us for 4 cubes earlier. But the deck is holding solid around like between 70 and 75% win rate for the most part. So Scream, okay. We double capped in the right. Unfortunate for him.
All systems go.
But we do have to invest more. Oh man. Maybe it's not super. Okay. Okay, the Titania top deck is beautiful. Otherwise, we had no shot. Now we do. We're live. There's a chance. Depending on how big of a card they can get here, we might be able to win this one. I think it's probably okay if they change Stegron and Arrow to affect Unrevealed. Yeah, I think it's probably okay too, but they did not, they didn't like that direction. So then I'm winding up. It's morning here. So big Arrow pulling the White Widow over, which does help their Scream. That may be an issue. So the Titania, we win right. How much do we win? Oh my goodness. The 2 cube victory from the Titania top deck. We'll take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. He said, yo, you're playing Snapster. We were. It's being super early in the morning. There's not a whole bunch of people that are in matchmaking. And so I've matched into him a handful of times now. That is the theme, Morning Power. What's your all-time favorite variant? One that I own or one that's just in the game? Because I think there's a lot of really solid variants that are in the game, but most of them I don't own. I noticed your name while watching his stream. Y'all both of the goats. D Lazy, thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a good night. Said in general, there's so many. I'd probably I wouldn't even necessarily know how to like narrow it down. So I guess I don't have one like off the top of my head that just like stands out as like, this is by far my favorite. If you White Widow Clintar, does Symbiote get -3 or 0? Ooh, I don't know. Wasn't it the debris split? So that's my favorite variant that I own, just because of the crackle, not necessarily because of the like artwork. Like I think it's a decent debris one, but the rocks definitely make it like what it is. It goes -3 as long as it wasn't capped out. You know it's gonna happen too. Not gonna be able to stop it. Let's go with the Acid Arrow Bar Sinister. They knew it was happening. They gave the frowny face. But by doing this instead of the White Widow, we're gonna have space to play in Bar Sinister after. So that's the main reason I went Acid Arrow instead of the White Widow. Do still have a place to play after the White Widow came down. Well, I love to see it. And then Crimson Cosmos is a pretty tricky location for us to play into. I think we just take this turn as kind of a bypass turn, and we do like Miles Morales. Actually, we can play Miles Morales to Crimson Cosmos. Might as well. Oh, we should have milesed into the right. No. Oh, the debris. Would you say Scream is worth investing keys or tokens into? She's okay, but I wouldn't say she's great. Free Titania though. Wait, did we get a? Wait, did they just give us a Titania? Oh, over here? Oh yeah, okay. Our symbiote absorbed it. Oh no, it wasn't insane debris. But we got their Titania. They could have maybe a Shadow King. Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate pull indeed. So maybe like a cannonball here to push a rock over and clutter them up a little bit. They could go cannonball as well, right? Oh no, it's an Ajax. Okay. Polaris is risky because it could pull the Acid Arrow and then they just win the right lane. We have, other than that, it's like this, but we have priority, so they could potentially take our Titania. Hazmat Cage, you lose. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't snap, so I'm not sure if they have it or not. I'm going to hope that they don't. Hope that we're okay. Debris mid, Pim left. We can't do debris mid because of the Crimson Cosmos.
Victory.
Rock stops your Titania from going over there. Oh, the one from debris mid. Yeah, if we could debris mid. Still on the upward climb. Take it. So over 70% win rate with a Scream Clutter. Scream a lot of times isn't doing a whole lot, but then there's the games where she gives you that scaling piece or that way to win in a lane that you wouldn't have been able to reach otherwise. He said it was Crimson Cosmos the last time too. Yeah, Crimson Cosmos is a tough one to see or read. So we have a hood. Go ahead and play out the hood. And then Frothy. I can't believe I gave you the Titania. Oh, it was a good game. The Titania drop was super unfortunate. But definitely a very good game. He said Twitch for some reason mutes the stream every time I refresh. That's strange, Drake. Does Titania count as move for Scream? No, like her bouncing? No. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We want to play anything but the Sentinel. So I'm gonna go do like 0 demon to clear up a little bit of space in our hand. Ooh, multiple man. We're looking at a potential Phoenix Force deck? Said you saw my hand right? Oh, no, I didn't see it. I didn't realize I was playing until you popped back. And then Jason, you said I'm new to this. What's that on the far right that's keeping track of the cards they play? So it is a tracker. Let me paste over the link. It's called Untapped. It's there. It only functions on PC, but it keeps tabs on all the cards that you've seen from the opponent. Don't see Phoenix Force too often these days. Yeah, we don't. But it's still a possibility. Let's go ahead and go Debris. We won't be able to get down beforehand. Ooh, Hulk Cluster. Oh, man. That is a massive multiple man. Yes, huge. Absolutely huge. Imagine they Phoenix the rocks. Yeah. I thought they were going to destroy last turn. We wouldn't be able to get Debris down before they destroyed. If they do now, it's a 50-50, which would be it would be so funny. Jason said, does it show cards played during Conquest? Yes. So in Conquest, it shows and keeps tabs over the entire battle. So once you've seen a card, it'll let you keep tab of it. So you know when you've seen all 12 of their cards. So the big multiple man comes in. But do we ever win that one? So 10 extra power here. Bring us to 24. We win this lane. And it just comes down to winning the other. Only going to have one card on the last turn. And the sad thing is Cannonball doesn't actually win it for us unless he doesn't have anywhere to go, at which point it would. And then Twin, you said, hey TLSG, I noticed you're streaming on both platforms. Which is more lucrative? Twitch is definitely more lucrative. I think YouTube is just more convenient for some viewers, and so I like to have both. But on the Twitch side, that is what potential sponsors use as my like concurrent viewership to determine like any like sponsor rates and things like that. Let's go Cannonball on the right. Depending on what we push or what they play, might be enough, might not. If they play something, I guess if they play something bigger than Nick Fury here, it would just force us into a tie, right? Be 14-14. Versus if they played something and we pushed the multiple man, it would die over here. So it would leave them with just 2 and us with 5. It's a matter of where they're potentially gonna play. Oh man, we made the wrong call. Goodness. Well played, Venom. Gamble left worth? Yeah, you lose the tiebreaker. That's true. We would lose the tiebreaker if they played something bigger than 6. So I think you're right. The gamble left would have been worth it. Ranged. And then Lady Gaga, you said, I'll continue to support you now that I found you here on Twitch. Thank you so much, Lady Gaga. I appreciate you hanging out. Just you guys being here helps more than you know. I thought they'd Venom right. Good Venom right. Really pulling for this full-time, for this being a full-time source of income for you. Enjoy your content. Thank you so much, Twin. So I've put in my notice at work. I just have a couple of more weeks. Made the Wong call, indeed, Drake. I just have a couple more weeks of working half days there and then streaming in the other half before I make that full leap into full-time. So I'm going to go ahead and run a quick set of ads because we have just a minute before they would start anyways. We're going to run the quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll be right back in a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our upward climb from there. Drunken King. Drunken King, how is the chair stream? Did it do pretty well for you? Every once in a while, I try to let it load into a match and see how it fares. Sometimes I think it may be a better streamer than what I am. Pretty entertaining. Usually, I see the numbers pop up and increase while I'm gone. I don't know how that happens, but it almost always seems to be the case. So we have a Hood, White Widow, a Scream Viper. We have a great opening hand here. Chair was snitching about your trip to New Zealand. Well, let's keep that between you, me, the chair, and the 1,800 people that are in here, because we don't need anyone else to know about the New Zealand trip for sure. So we have Hood, we have Castle Blackstone. I think we go ahead and get Scream down, just to let them play a few cards out and give us a chance to be able to identify which lane we might be able to full cap them in. Then Max, you just gained your 2099 variant. Huge. It's such a good looking variant. We just need somebody to crack the deck open to make it viable. I think White Widow. Do we ever do Viper here? Next turn, do like a Polaris to pull the Viper over to the right, buff up our screen, and negatively afflict the Viper itself. I guess if they have Luke Cage, it won't matter so much. Something like this. Not sure how we fare against the Ella matchup without like an Eliath or Arsham. Okay, Jubilee into Infinite is definitely not what you wanted to see. We can cap out the left lane with a like Titania Green Goblin. 17, 18. We'd have to play Arrow to the... Arrow's going to pull in. We'd have to get lucky with a top deck. Be able to potentially win Crown City. I think we lose this one. We should retreat out. Big Luke Cage, yeah. Big Luke Cage is scary.
We are the future.
Magneto, unfortunate. Actually a Cannonball top deck? No. Cannonball top deck could have been the way to win, with the Infinite getting pushed out of Crown City. Do we think we can bluff it? We can bluff them off of the Cannonball line. Probably not.
Snap. Victory.
I'm so surprised that worked, Straws. I was so nervous about it. I was hoping that the top deck was Cannonball, and I was hoping that you would think that that was it too. I apologize. I apologize, Straws. I thought for sure it was Cannonball. And then Kiss with the timeout. Oh, you're good. Great bluff. I feel bad whenever they work. but I always got to try them because you never know. All right, Kiss. We have a couple of minutes for you to think about what you did. But otherwise, you absolutely had me. That infinite pulling in the right lane was so big that I just no amount of power that I was able to put there could have competed with it. And so it was going to come down to the wire. It was quite literally whether we drew that card or not. Next up, we have Azrael. He said the Infinite was big, but the bluff was huge. Very good game, as always. And so I'm sure Azrael is getting sick of seeing us. Let's go Scream, Hate Bishop. They may not know that we're going with a Clutter line. I guess we've played them like 10 times. They probably do. Oh, wow. So they have 2 drops in the left lane. Interesting. Okay, so a 0 power Acid Arrow. 1 power or -1 power Goblin. I'm gonna go ahead and skip 1/1. So the Nocturne, they have the flexibility to move that out. The extra card drop over there later. So Green Goblin. These aren't going to be super negative cards. We're just it's similar to why we use White Widow, just to take up the space. Now we can go, I guess Acid Arrow Titania is not quite enough for us what we need. Need to draw in like either the Viper, or if they play Miss Marvel, it'll work. Ooh, if you grapple arrow and move the acid arrow, it would have. It absolutely would have. So it would proc Scream because it would be on their side. And it would discount Miles. That was definitely the play. That was definitely the much better play line there. Couldn't do the double drop in mid. And we're just looking to overpower their... Wait. Oh, the ordering. Oh, no. We're choking. Flip it around and we're fine. Oh, man. That feels so bad. But if we could have moved it, then it would have procced both. But in this game, you're right. We couldn't have procced it. I threw this game all over the floor. Unfortunately, we just tossed it all into the garbage.
Escaped.
That's okay. A couple of bad plays that we can learn from and move on and do better next time. It's the spirit. Yeah, if you get too bummed out on them, like you're gonna make some misplays, especially with me staying up so late. Like there's gonna be some misplays. The Jubilee Blink is broken. Like if Jubilee pulls Blink, it doesn't work correctly. What card is it trying to flip? Because it should be the card you played before Jubilee. If Jubilee is what pulled
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Blink out of your deck. And then Raw Rex DX3, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 43 for the day. Massive support from you guys. And there was massive support on the last stream too. So you're definitely making me much more convinced of this transition into content creation full time. That it's going to be a good positive for me, for you guys, for all the extra content, and then for my family. So Forge X23. What kind of cook does Mito have here? I think we do White Widow. That's going to be the most power. It's going to be 5 power. Okay, so Deadpool Hulkbuster. So it's just a destroy deck. I just wasn't expecting the Forge. Scream this turn. I mean, after you see the Deadpool come down, it makes you want to then grapple into Goblin. Oh, we could grapple into Goblin anyways. Oh, if we did Scream last turn, though. That's true. They're kind of worried about some of the 1-cost cards. Don't want to play them too early because of Killmonger. Don't have to worry about Killmonger anymore.
I definitely need to change my
Still do
underwear.
it? Yeah. Yeah, and we'll have the 1-cost miles to lean onto as well. So it's probably like Goblin, Basic Arrow, Demon. So we have 1-cost miles plus 5-cost arrow. But if they destroy their Deadpool again, I'm not sure that we can really consistently beat that high roll. Scream proc on the Green Goblin is beautiful after the Kate Bishop for the grapple arrow. But they're going to Venom, so the -5 helps. Just a 24 power Deadpool is a lot.
What a game!
As well. We would need power in all of the lanes. It'd have to be something. I guess Venom was their last card played here, right? The +1 energy from X23 doesn't help. They have 7 energy. Deadpool. Yeah, it's the last turn snap. I'd rather take the 1 than the risk. Cryo.
Escaped.
We're gonna mute the Miss Marvel emoter. Run in the destroy deck. Destroy decks are really good into the clog, so they definitely should have won that matchup. Next up, we have Italo. First location, Hellfire Club. Let's save our Titania. That is unfortunate. We're going against another Deadpool deck, but super unfortunate that they got the Deadpool there.
Oh, snap.
Hellfire Club always becomes tough for the Deadpool line. How long are you going to stream? I'm going to be streaming for
Victory.
another couple of hours at least. Maybe another 2-3 hours. I'd say like 7 or 8. I do need to text my boss and let her know I'm not going to show up for my half day today. But I'll be streaming for a bit longer. I'd like to be able to make a crack back at sub 200 before we end. Wholesome stream. Nero, thank you for being here, Nero. Very positive vibes that we have that flow around the channel and around the stream. So even if we lose a little bit, there's always something to be gained from it. Next up, we have Jimmy Chickens. The first location is Savage Land. Let's go ahead and play probably our Scream on 2, especially seeing the Aranya. But wait, were they running Destroy? I feel like Destroy has made a strange comeback recently. That just started playing the game. Is there any guide about cards and stuff? It depends on what kind of guides you're looking for. So I had a series on YouTube that was I played Marvel Snap for 30, 60 days to kind of give you a guide onto like what the early days of progress look like. Then Cozy Snap also has a lot of beginner guides as well. So card Misery should be it. For the big dagger. And then Jameson
Hey,
Dash,
welcome.
thank
It
you
took
so
you
much
long
for
enough.
subscribing for 1 month at tier 1, pushing us to 44 for the day. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. Let's go ahead and do, I guess, Viper left. For some reason in my head, I thought we had Polaris, but Viper will be fine. So they move it right, so they do have the space here, but it also dodges the negative part of Quantum Realm. All right, let's go White Widow, see if we can get lucky, and then we'll do Kate Bishop in the right. Beautiful. Kate Bishop's not going to go off, but they are stuck in the Savage Land. We win that lane. And then we just have like a big cannonball come down in here in mid, push their Vulture away. We have to look out for Eliath, right? Their last card was Cosmo. They'll play something this turn, so it shouldn't be Cosmo. Maybe it's Madam Web. But I think we should be able to grab priority off of this play. Legion, interesting. I don't think it saves them. That's interesting. So if they do an Eliath, 10 power Eliath goes to 27. This would be 19. 7 would go to 27, right? Math wrong? It's late night math. So 14 and 5 is 19, plus the 8 goes to 27. So we would still be able to take on an Eliath. It would go to a tiebreaker, and we win the left. They lose the right. Cannonball right? Cannonball right would be against the Cosmo. If we're confident that they're going with the like Eliath mid. You have Prio? Yeah, we have Prio. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. So Titania, right? We have priority. Okay, yeah, you're right. We have priority, so the Vulture is going to move if we do Cannonball here. So then it's going to scale. So then we would have 22. It would have 10, 7, and 8. Yeah. Yep, you guys are right. It took a collective team, but we got there, you guys. If you've been playing for 10 days, the game is made for you to get free cards nonstop until you enjoy that first before you spin. Yes, definitely. And then Tumas, you said at 444 collection, should I build my own deck or use the best ones on Untapped? Playing for around 10 days. So I would say look at the... So if you create an account on Untapped, you can actually sync your collection. And so then you could be looking at the stats for decks that you own if you were wanting to kind of net deck. But around that level, you should probably be able to still experiment and like get a feel for the different cards. It just depends on kind of how you enjoy playing. But I would definitely make sure that it's filtered to only cards that I own, so that you can see stuff that you can actually build without having to like try and dig or build, like try and dig for it. And then Frothy said, have a good night. Hopefully I can catch more of your streams if they're later in the night. I can probably catch them. Good game from before. Thank you so much, Frothy Buzzard. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with us for a while. Sorry to ask, but why are your cards gray? They're black and white. All right, next up we have Agatha Enjoyer. That starts with a Red Hulk in their hand. We have Scream. Double White Widow is beautiful for us. Go ahead and snap into it. And then the Hydrate Reminder. And so why they're gray is whenever you level it up to max and then split it, you can get different like visuals. And so like this one is a gold split. And so like it has a gold background. And this one is just a black and white split to create them as like gray. Let's go ahead and lock in the White Widow into Camartage. I'm going to stop roping Agatha Enjoyer. I apologize, Agatha Enjoyer, if you happen to see this later. We have Polaris, Scream. I think maybe we go ahead and go Scream left. And maybe we can hit Polaris if they play something small here and pull it over into mid. How does Mysterio and his illusions work with Patriot? So his illusions get buffed up by Patriot. The regular one does not. As soon as you play it, it'll show all of them get buffed up. But that's not not how it will work once the real Patriot reveals itself. Oh, double debris caps us out in the left lane, but we get a free raft resource. Doesn't feel great though. It would give us an ability to do Polaris into Camartage next turn to pull their rocks over. So it would lose us left, but I think give us a better shot into right. Let's go and do it. Play Scream with Dagger, Vulture, Web, Debris Clog. I don't think I did it with that version. So they did double drop in Camartage. We get Thanos, which is decent. And then the double Viper is not decent. Oh man, we just lose. Okay. Yeah, we just lose. Ah, can't even fist bump. Emotes are gone. I want to give you a fist bump, Agatha Enjoyer, but I just can't. And then official saucepan said 5 a.m. stream. Excellent. It is indeed a 5 a.m. stream. We've been rocking for about 6 hours now, and we're going strong. We're going strong for a few more. I do need to text my boss and tell her I'm not going to make my half day, though. All right, sorry guys. Next up we have Kevin AOL. What do you do for work? I do content creation soon. It's so toxic, roping 2 rounds, then not even fist bumping back. I'm not sure why my emotes disappeared, but it is definitely toxic behavior. So for work, I did data analytics. So looking at a lot of numbers and metrics and data, and then formulating that into easy to consume segments for our leaders. And I recently put in my notice, and we're making the transition into full-time content creation. And so I set out with a sub goal of 1,000. If my community was able to get the sub goal completed, then that was going to be what we used to go full-time, and we absolutely smashed the Green Goblin and Krakoa. Weak. We should have listened to you. That would have been the true play. Into Cerebro. Crazy how he didn't snap into the Red Guardian. I agree. And especially with the Kitty Pride. And that protects or can protect that lane. But never mind, it's Agent Venom. Cannonball is great. A great recipient for the +5. Gladly take it. Goes into turn next turn. Or turn, yeah, we go into the last turn next turn. I kind of think we maybe go ahead and play like a demon. We can play both Cannonball Titania next turn. Pretty sure it's 5. +5. Sandra into Krakoa? Yeah, it's +5. Okay, so it's going to scale by 4 more in this right lane. It goes up to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This wins there. And Cannonball solos Krakoa. Maybe. Depending on what they can drop. We just know that this is the buffed up version. So I kind of want to snap into it, but I feel bad for Boomer snapping them.
Snap!
Not bad enough to not do it. So maybe there's something that they have that beats us here. Shang-Chi, like a well-placed Shang-Chi could be scary. Now that Cannonball is within that range. Is Debris your favorite card? Yeah. As far as effects go, I really like Captain Marvel's. She's never been like super broken or crazy in the game, but her effect is one that I think is really cool to pressure all 3 lanes or multiple lanes just with the singular play. But if this is a claw, we lose, right? No, Kitty Pride. Ooh.
I am Iron Man.
Not quite enough. Kevin, unfortunately, he will grab the 4. I don't think it would have quite done it with the Cassandra over still, but we'll gladly take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. DeMarquise, welcome in. He has spent 0 seconds watching. That's a lot of commitment to the stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed those 0 seconds. I appreciate having you here. Said Captain Marvel is so good and Martyr is so bad. Yeah. When's the Deadlock stream? The Deathlock? Probably not for a while. It is time for a quick set of ads, so we are going to run to a 1.5 minutes of for an ad break. And then we'll be right back. And so I don't know that I have stream elements working correctly. But I think I have 0% watch time. I don't even support my own stream. Yeah, it's not working. And so we're going to run through the quick 1.5 minutes of ads. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Then we'll jump back into some more gameplay. We're on a decent upward trajectory. Let's see. We're still holding down close to 70% win rate with the deck, which is phenomenal. All right, and then once we get to about 30 seconds left on the ads, I'll queue up into the next game, and we'll start running it. See how high up in rank we can get before we end the stream, because I still have another couple hours. We're not anywhere close to ending, but I would like to be able to get like 150. That feels like a pretty far-fetched stretch, but maybe we can get there. I think everybody has spent 0 seconds watching. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the bot is doing or how it's tracking it, but it's wrong. So we all got to start somewhere, though, guys. He said, perfectly balanced as all things. Next up, we have Just. 381. We have our Titanium in the opening hand. That I watched so much it went backwards. I can see that show. So it's an Arsham deck, and they got Kate Bishop off the jump, which is big. Our arrow also got hit by the Icebox. I'm gonna go ahead and play Hood into mid. Nice profile picture for Just. Is that what you're talking about? the Nocturne can change one of these locations. And then the Chad snapping to 92. Finally time to catch a TLSG stream just in time. We were just waiting for you. Glad that you could join us. Let's go Debris. And then next turn we'll look to do like a Goblin Titania play. We weren't watching is why. We're soul bonded to the stream, so the bot can't detect that. Whale Track Enchantress. Ooh, that's true. That is the Whale Track one, isn't it? The 4-power Pim Arrow. They do have Nocturne to deactivate Quantum Realm whenever they see fit. And they're starting to get pretty cluttered, though, pretty quickly. I think we have to take the chance of Titania Green Goblin here. We could also do like a Titania whatever here, but since they can move the Nocturne, the left lane has to be where we try for it. My surname was Time. I would name my son Justin. Just in case, just in time. There's a couple more that I've heard, but my real name's Justin, and so if you guys didn't know, my real name's Justin. So I have heard a couple of those before. Eesh. The Cosmo, we still do cap them out in that left lane, but just stuck with the Goblin feels bad too. He said name reveal at 5:20 in the morning. Indeed, name reveal time. So we could may not be good. Oh, never mind. The Nocturne can move. So it's definitely not good. I don't really want to waste the cannonball yet, though. But we will. So we're gonna need. So this brings us from -3 up to +2. It brings them from 11 down to 7. So we're gonna need an extra 6 in the left lane. So Demon will give us the win in the left lane. Official saucepan. You said I'm also Justin? No way. Small world. So big time Sage coming down in the taco truck. Push it over into Quantum Realm. We have the Chimichanga gives a little bit of extra push. And not a great look for us. Yeesh. Let's run away from that one. Extra 5, not 6. Is it 5 to tie? I thought it was 6 to win the lane.
Escaped.
My math is a little bit slower than it normally is, though, from staying up so late. So it very well could be that my math was wrong on it. Else got Shadow Kinged? Got Shadow Kinged or got hit with a massive hazmat to reel everything back to 0. So 5 to win? Possibly. It could have been. It could have been that my math was slightly off. Next up we have Jimmy once again. First location is Aunt May's. So, if we could have Scream down early, that would have been great. But no such luck on that end. No way for us to play here later in the game. So maybe Polaris pull their Kate Bishop over. There's a chance that they play into Hotel Inferno this turn, and we could look to like finish cluttering them up next turn with potentially something like Titania Debris. Is the Spider-Man 29.9 variant pretty strong or just pretty cool? I'd say pretty cool. Not necessarily pretty strong. Spider-Man 29.9 is not a card that gets used a whole lot. Actually, very, very little. At its current cost, it's just kind of in a tougher spot. But I'm hoping that eventually change it. Or like find a way that they change the cost down from 5 to 4. But the variant is cool. Yeah, the variant is really, really cool. But the card itself right now is kind of mediocre. Send back the acid arrow, but then I'm a little bit worried about playing out the hood. It's gonna be a 0 power play. Okay, Havoc, early Havoc too, is crazy. They must be running like a small movers deck, and didn't put the Havoc into Hotel Inferno either. Debris, Titania Demon, and we're kind of solely locked in over here. We also wouldn't have the return fire. I think maybe it's just Debris, Titania. Or if we didn't care about putting anything here, we could just go Green Goblin. We'd actually go Green Goblin, Titania. That opens up the door for Demon Cannonball in the left next turn. But we'd have to be very certain that they're not going to have anything bigger than that. Then Melfloss, she said, got the Spooderman variant. Thank you so much, TLSG. Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you for hanging out with me while you were making the progress for those drops. I appreciate all of the people that are here and hanging out and just having a good time. Ooh, so the what? Unfortunate. Fortunate indeed. Also claiming a hydrate after the match? Absolutely. Would it be possible to substitute the Series 5 cards in this deck with another? If you don't have Scream, I would go more traditional Clutter. And more traditional Clutter typically would use Cannonball. There's a pretty big piece in it.
Escaped.
It's kind of hard to replace. I've seen a few that run without it, but usually they're like notably a little bit worse. And then the hydrate reminder from Mail, I appreciate you giving me a heads up on it. Then Max, she said, I'm going to take a quick nap. Thank you so much for the stream. And the hydrate reminder from AE. Hail hydrate, indeed. And then you said, good luck with the full time, and I'll catch you again soon enough. Thank you so much, Max, for hanging out for an impressive amount of time today. Hopefully you have a good nap. Go ahead and do hood out. So that was a sleepy a husky pup. I didn't realize Husky Puppies was Jimmy Chickens. I thought it was Jimmy Dinkins that had changed his name. Oh, I didn't realize I was going against Husky those times. Was he a little bit grumpy, being so tired? I'm definitely on the tired ship too. But I'm also enjoying the games, enjoying the climb. Wait, is there a retreat? What? Oh, I guess Mindscape maybe messed with them. Oh, and then also having Scream. I guess also. Like Husky Puppies with the massive raid coming in. We've matched so many times today, and I didn't realize your name was Jimmy Chickens. I thought it was Jimmy Dinkins that changed over into. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Did you have a whole lot of luck with climbing? I feel like I've kind of hit a plateau. Like I've climbed a little bit, but really no matter what I play, it's like a little bit up, a little bit down. So Husky, I appreciate the raid. I had ups and downs. Yeah, same thing. Hopefully the stream that you had was good. So this is Ordinary Harry. Oh, Cinema is Ordinary Harry. I didn't realize that either. But overall up, I think. Yeah, I'm a little bit up, like maybe a couple of hundred SP. No, I think that's generous. Maybe 100 SP. Was good. Cooked a fun deck. That's always nice. Whenever you cook a fun brew up on stream. And I can't believe I didn't realize it was you until like after that last match, like right before the raid happened. And so to all the raiders, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. I'm TLSG. If you haven't seen any of my stuff, a lot of it is on YouTube. But I've been switching over into the Twitch side, and I actually just went full-time content creation, and so you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me very often. But you said felt myself getting tired and needed some positivity, and so you chose over into TLSG's stream. I appreciate you. There was a moment where I think I got just tired enough that I was a little bit on the probably the grumpy side, but we kind of took it in stride and turned it around. So now everything is back to the order that it should be. So came here. And then KX4 in, welcome as well. He said, congrats. Thank you so much. I'm nervous about it, but hopefully overall it should be a good change. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I figured if I don't try to give it a shot or make it if I don't try to take the shot, if I don't do it now, I'll always kind of wonder, like, would I have been able to do it? And even if it doesn't even end up panning out, at least I'll know. We have the players. We have Arrow. Arrow right now doesn't pull anything. We don't have priority though, so we could potentially pull our Kitty Pryde out. That'll give us a... Never mind. Let's say it'll give us a Miles plus a Cannonball in last turn, but it didn't.
All systems go.
If anyone can do it, it's you. I hope so. I don't have as like a big of a personality as someone like Dara though, which I think is what definitely scares me about it. So Cannonball doesn't really function in Quantum Tunnel because it'll push, even if we didn't have initiative, because it would try and push whatever's there. I think this one's going to be a loss. Don't need the personality if you have the skill and hard work. Dara has personality. He has a he has personality. He like it's like a big streamer personality. You said your calmness is the best part of the stream. I try my best. The meaning of TLSG is ever shifting. It is indeed. Don't belittle yourself. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna jump out of this one. I can't see like shifting any cards, hitting a Cannonball over here. Maybe we get like a lucky flip with White Widow, but all of the cards that we rotate into are pretty low. So we'll go ahead. And then posture check from Jug. I appreciate you. I ended up sitting like an absolute goblin. Maybe get a fish painting.
Escaped.
I mean, the fish painting is pretty good. I've seen some of the impressive artwork, and the fish painting is a pretty good one. Said you do have personality, so you'll do just fine in this case. In this space, for real. Thank you so much, Mr. Mist. And I have to, honestly, I have to believe that you guys are here for some reason, because the support around when I made the announcement of the 1,000 sub goal to transition to full time was absolutely phenomenal. We crushed it out in like 6 days or 6 different streams. Crushed it much faster than I thought we would. It might not even been 6. There are a few gamers that keep randomly screaming into the mic. that one's definitely not the direction that my streams go. But I do know that's something that the streamer scene does have. And to an extent, the bits can be funny. But within reason, of course. Hey, TLSG, your Hitmonkey Agent Venom deck got me straight to Infinite. I really enjoy that deck. There could be maybe some optimizations to it, because that was one of the like first brews. But I really like the Bast like contrast to the Agent Venom. So they Jeff's all over. We didn't play or copy the Green Goblin because I thought they might cap it out. But we do have 3. We have all of our big cards in hand. Maybe it's Debris into Titania Shift. Maybe we get Scream. Maybe it's Kate Bishop. Maybe it's White Widow to clog another space.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Then Spud Messy, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 45 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one.
Clear for takeoff.
So we can fill up the right lane. I guess we could even fill it up with something like a cannonball. The problem would become winning it from there. We would need at least 6 power, and any of our rotations are pretty lackluster. Be like a Scream Viper. Try to take up the last of their space in the Avengers compound. Never mind. Goliath is gonna get me to retreat right away. Then Melly said, to be honest, when I stumbled upon your channel last year, it was a breath of fresh air. I also missed the dog and basket cam. So I actually want to do kind of like a tip of the hat to the basket cam, and have a custom display made, and then just randomly sneak it into the background, like at the start of a stream or start of a video, and just not say anything, like not acknowledge it at all. Just like have it in the background and see how many people catch it and how many people notice. But unfortunately the basket is now a toy basket for my daughter. I can get a picture of it, but she uses that basket much more than I ever did. What dog do you have? I have 3 Great Pyrenees dogs. So they're big dogs. Dara's back on. I can get it back. Yeah, we can get it back at least for long enough for a picture. Stream is too much fun. What's your take on her? Big dogs are the best dogs. They're so sweet. They're the biggest dogs, but they're super gentle and super good around my son, my daughter, and no, I think they're great dogs. So with Hood, they probably are. Maybe is he running junk? Maybe. Bree is crazy. Yeah, there's hair everywhere all the time, no matter how often we get them groomed. That's the only unfortunate bit. Is that there's just hair everywhere. Go with White Widow as we feel out what kind of deck. This could be a Viper. Yeah, the Viper. We could risk it with a Viper of our own. Does that ever work for us? I feel like if he is expecting the Viper, for a Viper from us on our end. Plays in Pet Mansion this turn. I kind of want to ignore it. But I also feel like that's a big chance to just be able to win that lane. Ah, well played with the debris. He's part husky though, so he's a bit evil, but I love him. The ghost is half Pyrenees, is very gentle. Yes. But he has the part husky in him that's crazy. The part of the like craziness of him. So they've done the Viper. Could be a Goblin. We could do the same thing they did to us, but just back in return. Do the Demon Debris. See if maybe we can make that swing. We could also push one card, but I don't think that would ever cap them out. I'd rather save it for like in addition to the Cannonball. Dara, he's another streamer. He's one of the biggest streamers in the Marvel Snap category. But he has been pushing a lot of Deathlock lately. But the biggest pumper streamer there is, indeed. Ooh, Hazmat is interesting. I should have went with the Titania. It looks like, right? Yeah, we got out cluttered. One mid, but lost the war. Won the mid, but lost the war.
Escaped.
I think Annihilus would be a nice surprise. I always felt like Annihilus was... It's hard to get Annihilus down whenever, like, timed whenever you need it. And so, I don't know. I know even when Annihilus was super strong, I didn't care for the playline, so I haven't played it a whole lot. So it might be. I know that in a lot of Clutter-heavy metas, it does really, really well, because it can be that surprise factor of, like, you return their hood, their goblin. But I think on, like, I don't know. I think if you're not running into a heavy Clutter meta, it's probably a waste of a slot. Clog is no fun. Mr. Paws revised. I enjoy Clog. The Annihilus with web. Yep. That way you can move the Annihilus around, so it's hard to hard counter it. I have seen that float around a little bit, and that one's the only one that really feels like it's not a super linear deck. And so then that one's a little bit more fun to run for sure. So the double drop, this is a Galactus deck. So if we don't grab priority here, we might be in trouble depending on what they drop. Ooh, the Wiccan, yeah, we're in trouble. I guess we could look to maybe angle and start cluttering up their right lane. We're also going to trade cards with Mindscape. Oh, that's not Galactus. Interesting. I had given up on anything but Galactus. So now the Mindscape, we're just gonna send them good resources. Not good resources. A lot of resources. So Acid Arrow. Titania. Basic Arrow. Grapple Arrow. Either Cannonball, Viper pulls into mid. And with the Titania, we pull one over. They're going to be capped out here, capped out here. I guess, ooh, they could, oh wait. They could go Galactus here now if they do draw into it. Now I have problems versus Clog and playing Clog. Been there. I feel that. Alright, we do get the Galactus does come down.
Kneel before Galactus.
The second Iron Lad. We'll give him that one. We'll give him the one. But I'm sure they have Goliath. We gave them Cannonball. Oh, wow. We gave them Cannonball. I don't think we can ever beat the Iron Lad. We'll go ahead and jump out of it. You said Pay. You said Pay. You said I'm a night shifter. This is normal time for me. But I'm curious, how are you feeling? I'm feeling good-ish. Good adjacent. Close to good. We're feeling all right. A little bit tired. I can tell that I'm a little tired, but overall, not too bad. I tried to learn Toxic Clog last season, but this idea crashed and burned. And then Foster, it's lunchtime for you? That's huge. So I never get to stream during your lunchtime. So we started super strong with the list, and I don't know if like it's just the small group of players that we were facing against have kind of shifted a little bit. But it started out at like a 70 to 73% win rate deck that we were running with it. Over about 30 games, we've dropped to about 60% as we have extended that to 43. So it's still positive, but it seems like we're in a pretty big slump. Dinner here in Asia? Well, Lewis Gunner, I hope you have a great dinner whenever that happens. Whenever I in-stream, I'm gonna, I don't know. I was gonna say I'll have some breakfast, but I think I'm just gonna nap whenever I in-stream. So the Loki on 1. So now they have our resources. Might be able to get lucky if we get a couple of clutter tools to really focus on like that Bifrost lane. So once it pushes over, having them capped out. But I do think we'll have to get kind of lucky. Acid Arrow is a good start. Titania is a good follow-up. I don't think I even go Basic Arrow. I think we keep this lane pretty or relatively light. So that going into the Bifrost, we have a couple of spaces. Never mind. Cosmo is all over the place today. Yes.
Opponent snapped.
That one. Played it right into the Cosmo, too. So it might be time for a shift index sometime soon. I'll try and run this one a couple more times. I know that Dexter was having a pretty good run. I don't know if he's still on or not. He was having a pretty good run with the War Machine Legion Spider-Man deck. So maybe we push a little bit of that. Would you buy War Machine for 6,000 or wait for Galactus? Ooh, like 2 weeks ago, I would have thought neither of those would have been anything you should ever consider. But I think War Machine is probably a little bit more flexible. But Galactus is kind of a one of a kind. Like if you enjoy that deck or that style of card, then I think that one will definitely get more mileage. He's just a little bit less consistent. So it really depends on what you like to play. I forgot that we had ads running up. Scream. Go ahead and speed. And hopefully they don't flood the Oscorp tower lane and fill up our side of it. Ooh, Agatha was unfortunate from the Triskelion. Gregorio, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Exubiar. Sorry, I butchered that. Is it possible you'll revisit the free-to-play series? I would love to. But I have to wait until something decently big changes to make it feel like it is going to be a different video. So whenever I came back to creating content, I don't know what our play wants to be. Whenever I came back to creating content, I actually created a new free-to-play account, ran it for 30 days, and at the end of it, when I was like creating the notes and kind of analyzing it, I realized that nothing has changed from the first time that I ran it, except for now you want to engage with the booster shop instead of ignore it. Is the only change that happened. And so I didn't feel like it was worth putting out a new one, but I do want to revisit the idea eventually. Congrats on making this full time. I'm a long time lurker, first time commenter, the lazy fireman. Welcome in. Feel free to comment and stop by anytime. Like a cannonball, Titania, symbiote spider. That's what we're gonna give it a shot with. Big symbiote Spider-Man. Gonna be in the right lane instead. We will grab the 2. It feels nice to grab a win. And then Colby Jackie said, do you think I should grind out for one last key to get Scream since I got everything else? I would say I would lean towards yes. So you already spent 3 keys. The next one is a guaranteed new card versus the 1 out of 4 gamble on any of the other ones. I would say yes if you've seen some of her gameplay and think that she's one that you would enjoy to run. But I think she's a really strong potential card. I think just the package that she gets slotted around isn't in a super strong spot right now.
Legendary.
But it feels like it's maybe like 1 or 2 cards away from being absolutely dominant.
Epic.
All right, we get a couple of big bounties here. So I'm gonna run to a quick, but the sunk cost fallacy is in effect. It's not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a sunk cost fallacy. Wait, if you don't have the cards to make her? Oh, you were talking about something a little bit different. So I'm actually gonna run to the restroom really fast. She's getting a slight nerf. She won't work on unrevealed cards anymore. But most of the other movement cards don't. It just really impacts the Juggernaut side of it, or the Juggernaut line. So I'm going to run to the restroom real fast as we jump into a 1.5 minutes of ads, and then we'll be right back and see if we can run it back up. We were at 220, dropped to 232. We'll see if we can climb it back up again with a little bit of patience. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I think I'll save since I don't have any offensive move cards. At least Red Hulk was a mystery card. Red Hulk was a huge pull, Colby. Red Hulk was a great one. Got chair stream again, just for a couple of seconds. Then we have Dara again, and so we'll see if he clutters me up one more time. I hope not, though. Let's go ahead and get Scream into play. And we can see it from there. Titan. Go ahead and go Kate Bishop. Survivors, we haven't seen any of the December Spotlight caches. Yeah, I'm really curious what they're doing with that, because it should have been in last patch, but it wasn't. And so I'm wondering if that's when we start seeing the stuff from the snap packs happen instead. And so he already switched off. He already switched off of Clutter into looks like Hella deck. We hate to see the Hella, but we can clutter their mid lane entirely. So Acid Arrow, Titania, White Widow, but snap back into it. So then it just comes down to being able to get a little bit of clutter in one of the other ones, so that their big cards won't reveal there. Cream B tier so far. Agent Venom seems like a must buy for Bounce with Nina. Yeah, Agent Venom is one of those that he's very, very strong and rather flexible. So the Hell Cow coming into play. We do get Green Goblin, which is good to see here. I guess we won't be moving any cards, so we won't be able to get a cheap Miles. But I think we just go Green Goblin and maybe hope that he plays like a Jubilee. If he does Jubilee, it'd be in danger room, but another Season Pass card entering his A tier. I mean, Symbiote Spider-Man last season was not A tier, not A tier. It's one of those cards that it has a really unique effect, and so like it can't be replicated. But it just was unfortunate, or it just wasn't like able to consistently get the power output that you would need from it. I actually don't know if we win with a cannonball. I think we just pumped him. They go Hella into Titan. Push Magneto away. It is 7, 13 goes to 10. This beats the 10. Oh wait, we need to do an error here. Thank you guys. We need Titania back. So let's do the Cannonball first and then Pim. I guess it comes down to what they play. He might play Hella over here, hoping to resummon something better in Titan. And if so, we don't beat that tiebreaker, but we're going to try and pump the pumper. Blink. We need Blink in the right. Or everything. Oh, okay. Huge. Huge. Oof. Alex was playing Fun Deck with Hawk. TLSG was in the chat as well. Yeah, I was hanging out in Alex's chat whenever I was like cooking dinner. I had it on my phone. Deflate the pumper. No, he was doing the pumping. That's pumping the cubes into the economy. So that's what his thing is. He pumps a lot of cubes, but honestly, he takes a lot of cubes too. Silent City. He said, "Bro, you're still alive." Crazy commitment to the full-time job. I mean, we made the transition. What better time to go all in onto it than when drops are around? And so having a good base viewership, like these are numbers that would be normal for like Dara or normal for Jeff. but are super abnormal for me. And so I want to get as much of it as I can and appreciate it. I know that it'll come back around again, but I'm hyped. I'm hyped, and I'm enjoying being able to get some streams in. And it was something where with work, it was always, I couldn't do anything consistently. So even if I wanted to stream or felt like streaming, it was like this work project would come up or that. And so I'm glad to have freed up a little bit of that space so that I can do it on a much more consistent basis and kind of build that viewership. And you said, great seeing you raid Alex last night. Alex has some fantastic content, and he is he's always very positive, and so I definitely think our vibes match pretty well together. Said you made it through the night without falling asleep. Almost. So it's I guess we technically did. It's 6 a.m. my time now, so we made it all the way through, and so we've been 7 hours again, and have absolutely been crushing it. I think Alex rated us when we were at like maybe 10 minutes into the stream, so we started off with a huge boom, and then we've just been riding that high or that hype ever since. Raisiny.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Awful. You said Alex is an Alexander. I don't know how to pronounce the last name, so I always dance around it. But yeah, so Alex is an Alexander. We rated them I rated them whenever I ended my first stream, and then he returned the favor and rated us right back. So I hung out in his chat while I was like cooking and finishing up some things around the house. And I had a good time. Kochia? Ooh, are we going against an Annihilus? Said Alex is a great guy. You should guest on the podcast. I would love to, but that's unfortunately that's not up to me. So it depends. If I get the invite, I would be honored to pop up on it. So I'm worried about an Annihilus. Otherwise, I think we're relatively okay. Send them 5. Are we ever able to beat it if we just kind of limp in? Could always do something like this. Push it over, pull the grapple arrow back over, or pull the basic arrow back over, so we still have a space to recall it back. Doing Glazer's podcast?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I know that I talked to him, but I didn't think our schedules ever worked out. Maybe I'm wrong. No, what are we doing? Okay, calculated, I guess. Oh my god, that was the worst play ever. Why did it work? Not dead yet streams. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, pushing us up to 47. And then Silent City. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 1 month as well. Up to 48. My goodness, that was not have worked. They could have an Annihilus still, which would clear the -3 here, bringing them up to 2. But then this would go negative, and so then it would come down to this right lane. My goodness, I bet they are just dumbfounded right now. I don't really want to do Cannonball because we destroy the Void. I don't really want to do Arrow because the last card they played was Hobgoblin, right? I guess it would bring them up to 10. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go Demon Arrow. All according. We got the get pumped hobbers, exactly. Wait, that wasn't the final turn. Oh my gosh, I threw. Oh no, what a range of emotions. I'm gonna let this one play out.
Victory.
but I thought that was the last turn. The sleepiness may be getting the better of me a little bit. So I'm guessing they couldn't deal with the right lane. That's a lot of power to be able to overcome, like both those negatives. Had they had a Cersei, maybe. Oof. Said you're tired. Go to B. I'll go to B here in a little while. Top tier calculations. This was all according to plan. You said I'm noticing a bit sleepy TLSG, like husky. Yeah, we may be a little bit on the sleepy side. Maybe drink some water. Maybe drink some water. Silent City, how long have you streamed for? Today? Or just this today or this session? So this is my second stint of about a 7 or 8 hour stream. So okay. So breaking down yesterday morning, I woke up at 7 a.m., went into work, worked half a day, came home when the drops started yesterday around 11, and streamed for 7.5 hours. Took about a 6-hour break, did dinner, spent time with family, and then launched into an overnight stream, which has been going for about 7 hours. And so I'm a little bit on the sleepy side. And then the hydrate reminder from Deranged. I appreciate the reminder. Where do we want to do Scream? I'll do Scream into the left. I assume that this is it might be, oh no, Ebony Mom Black Swan. I'm assuming that it's a War Machine deck, but we go emote only and give his brain a break.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Probably not. I probably don't deserve it. And then Solance with the Prime sub and the support as well, pushing us in up to 49 subs for the day. I appreciate having you and appreciate the support. So something like maybe White Widow, Kate Bishop. I feel like they might play some cards here. Wiccan. Okay, so War Machine. Hoping not Galactus. And then Zon Aster said, all right, we're going to launch into an emote only. If we go emote only, I might fall asleep. If I don't have any chat to engage with, maybe we just fall off into sleepland. So do they play into White Hot Room this turn to get the extra +3? With War Machine, the extra +3 and then having access into the Ebony Maw lane is pretty scary. And then Faint Echo with the Prime sub as well. Your notification should go off here in just a second.
Hey, welcome. It
That
took you
pushes
long
us
enough.
up to 50 for the day or for today's stream. A total of 1271. Very much appreciate it. Appreciate the support. I kind of feel like maybe we do one of these. Okay, so War Machine is big for him. Do we beat? No, we don't beat that power. Oof, we shouldn't have accepted the snap. What were we doing? What were we thinking? Polaris doesn't pull anything but Ebony Maw right now. Scales up her Scream. Not looking good. Not looking good. We have the 2 minutes of emote only chat. We're about halfway through it, and so we'll launch and release you guys from that emote only jail here in just a second. Big flood and left. So Pico Pixie into the destroy, which is big. That is probably going to be into a.
Can you understand me?
That is definitely into a retreat on my end. We'll give him the fist bump. We'll move right on along. Saw this deck looked pretty interesting, but I think maybe we try. And it might end up being bad. We might end up plummeting some ranks, especially if I'm trying out a deck for the first time while tired. If it does well, it must be truly good. We're going to release you guys from the emote-only chat here. You guys are now free. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. So it's another Wiccan deck, but it's a more of a just good value card Wiccan deck. Figured we'll give it a shot. Freedom! Welcome everyone, welcome back. And Alan Saint said, hope it's going well. It's going really, really well. We've had an absolutely massive, monumental stream. Have probably averaged 1,600 viewers for the entire stream, which is wild. That's probably like 5 times my normal streams, something around that. And so, absolutely crazy stream. But we've been enjoying it. We've been having a decent amount of luck. We've climbed a little bit up, a little bit of down, but have been having a good time doing it. Right, so we have several potential outs to keep the Wiccan hope alive. We have Cable, Hawkeye, Pixie, Maria Hill. All of those would be great. 8 Bishop is a good one. Take it. I'm really happy you play Marvel Snap. Your energy and words are always so positive, even when sleepy. Grumpy. I'm glad that I played Marvel Snap too. It's one of those games that as soon as it came out and as soon as I played it, so like played the first beta game, it was like it had its teeth into me. So we have Eliath, but I feel like we probably save Eliath till like, the last turn. They could just naturally drop an Infinite this turn, not have to worry much else about it. If we wanted to try to keep our curve, we would have to really start curving out a lot of our cards, which doesn't feel great. Nice Magneto. I like the Magneto. I like the crackle on this one. I think it looks pretty cool. So I'm just gonna go Magneto. We're gonna break the Wiccan line.
We are the future.
Exial, you said literally just sat down from a long lurk to get the drops. Now I got some time on my hands. So hi and thanks. Absolutely, Zeal. I'm so glad that you're that you got the drops and that you spent it lurking over on my side. Lurkers make Twitch go round, so it's very appreciated. I think we just go Cable this turn. Next turn, we might go with a little bit more, depending on what options we have. Ooh. It is such a big Cable pool. It's kind of beautiful. But we still have to beat their just raw power plays. It's the only bad thing. Oh, wait. We can... Hold on. We can go their Hell Cow into their Hella. And that is going to be a snap from me for sure. Do we ever beat mid? I don't know. Maybe not. Let's go Copycat. Do we play any of these just so they're out of our hands? We can go Nico Pim Arrow. Draw into maybe Cersei. And then do the Hella on the last turn. We have one space here to resummon more. But I feel like the Nico needs to be to the right. Let's see what they went with. We'll have to overpower them in 2 of the lanes still. Oh, well, those aren't great pulls. The blink is good. The blink is... Oof. Okay. Copycat discard into Hella. So if we played this Hella fella into the right lane, goes from 17 to 24. I don't think they can just. I don't think they can outright beat the Hella to the right. Because Giganto, maybe Red Hulk. But I don't know if they've had Red Hulk that was scaling. I'm gonna try just the Hella into the right lane. Hope that we can beat it. So the Blade, they lose their Giganto. If it's a Ghost Rider, Jubilee into Hellcow. That's fine. We do lose the Eliath, and so big units, and then the Grapple Arrow, the Hella coming down into the low. No way. Does the man ever sleep? Quinnick, we do not sleep. We don't need sleep around here. I can't be mad at that. I can be a little bit mad at that. I can be a little bit mad at that. Man, had we played the Grapple Arrow as a way to get destroyed instead of the Pim Arrow, it would have been fine. And I guess, okay, so even if Grapple Arrow didn't pull over there, it wouldn't have won us the left lane because it got resummoned at -3. We took our shot, and we did not make it happen. He said even the game wants you to just shut down. It just wants you to shut down, take a break, call it a day. But no, we're good. Welcome in, Quinnick. Hopefully you're having a great one. We've done some massive streams over the course of the last 24 hours. This game is why we all love Snap. Yep, that kind of gameplay and like end result is what always keeps me kind of coming back and playing a bit more. It was a good shot. Yeah, it was a good shot. I would take it again. And worst case scenario, it's, you know, hands up in the air. Oh well. Yeah, we tried. And so I got asked if there was a replacement for Cersei. Not really. I didn't directly build this. I saw it on Untapped. But we lost our Wiccan. But I don't know of one that would be like a good direct replacement, because Cersei has such like a unique ability that there's not like a direct fill for it. We can go Nico into Beta Ray on 4 and 5 potentially. If we get a hammer or both hammers, we get a lot of value. We lose to their warpath a lot. Ooh. Legion could be fun.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Then Salami Slayer 1. Oh, they're Arsham? Gotcha. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Pushing us up to 51 for the day. Official Saucepan, you said I gotta go to work. Thanks for the stream while I got ready. Hopefully you get some sleep or some wins soon. One or the other. I mean, he'll take one or the other. I'm not sure that we can survive without him. So we can go Beta Ray Bill. We do have the Cersei, which can be a decent resource in mid for us. Heart your deck builds. Thank you so much. I heart that you're here and enjoying the stream and enjoying the content. Mobius doesn't do anything great for us right here. I'm gonna go with Cersei Prey. Okay, we're gonna transform the Beta Ray build too as well. Let's see what we can get. Ghost Spider, Shaw, and then Jane Foster, which pulls out the hammer that we don't need anymore. We could win the left lane with the Beta Ray. Copycat that could change the location so that mid they would destroy. Play Bill with Hammer. I could do Bill with Hammer. I was just My hesitation with Bill with Hammer is that they could pretty easily play 5 power here. And so then like, we could win left, we could win right, but we can't flip both necessarily unless we did something like this. And then looked to maybe win the right lane with just Stormbreaker, but Warpath goes back up to 10. So I don't think we win it. I think they always play mid. Yeah, there's a lot of power mid. The Angela, the Warpath pulling the... No, we're still not going to flip mid. Or left. We have the Stormbreaker, but we can't beat the Angela. I guess another alternate play could have been Magneto left to try and pull stuff out, but at the time they didn't have a lot that would pull around. It looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. And then Jodin, you said how beginner friendly and pay to win is Snap. Was thinking of starting to play it. So it's easy to start, but there's a pretty deep collection. So depending on how quickly you get to infinite, you might get slammed into games against some people with higher collection levels. Otherwise, they do a good job of playing you and matching you against bots or other people that are around the same like rank or collection level for the start of the game. And so it's easy to kind of pick up and learn, and then you can grow and get better from there. As far as pay to win, there are some people that compete and do really, really well as free to play. But something that the game does very heavily is it pushes towards that that FOMO or fear of missing out. Of I need like this card to be able to make the best deck, or I need to be able to pull this one to do whatever it is. And it's really easy to potentially fall into that, like I need to get this new shiny thing, when you could be perfectly content running the same 12 cards for months and months and months. It just kind of depends on how you're able to hold out of that I need the new thing that everyone's playing with. Is this list playable without Pixie? I mean, it's probably playable without Pixie, I suppose. All right, so they're running a Clutter list. We do need some help here. I think maybe we start cluttering up their hand with like the Nico playing into Machine World. Okay, never mind. Magic alleviates that a bit. The Cable is a good hit for us. We do have the Green Goblin, which we're not gonna use. Go ahead and go Cable, and we might lean into like a Cersei next turn if they don't do a double drop in one of the lanes. Don't need Cersei's in this deck. The new shiny thing is sometimes very good and sometimes it's a trap. Yeah. Yep, very well said. Yeah, we lose left. That left is gone. And we have to worry about them being able to cap out Limbo as well, because then we couldn't really do anything. I almost feel like we skip here. We have their Goblin, so we know that that's at the bottom of their deck. They've done White Widow, they've done Polaris, they've done Titania. Debris and Viper, I think, are the two that they still have. Be potentially problematic. I think I'm going to skip one turn. Hood Viper. Yeah, Hood Viper. So now they could go with like a Debris if they still have it in the build. Unless we get super lucky We won't be able to play on the final turn. We would have to go something like Magneto plus like 8 Bishop. That's not great. I guess we could go Copycat and hope for Copycat to slide their way because it's a Green Goblin. Not awful. Not great, but it's not awful. Okay. Still alive. Barely, but we're still alive.
The future.
A lot of power in the right. Oh my goodness, that is a 6 cost Maria Hill. Then Wombat in a Hat, thank you so much for the resub for 2 months with your Prime. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. We're gonna jump out of this and
Escaped.
deck doesn't do, I don't think, incredibly well into Clutter. Versus the Dexter deck, I think, is the one that he was rocking. Clear a different one. This one, let's go ahead and apply the variant onto the 2099. I've never even split him, so he's just going to be at the base card. And Kai said the other deck looked like such a fun deck. I really like the idea of the Cersei and the Pixie, but it's just especially maybe I'm just tired. I may not have the patience for Pixie and like waiting out for the good ones. And then Weedicus Rex, thank you so much for resubbing with Prime for 5 months. Appreciate having you here. That pushes us to like 53 for the day. For whatever reason, it didn't do the count, but it pushes us to around 53 for the day. You said Scarlet? Yeah, it has the Scarlet Spider. Does it make me weird that I like traditional Apocalypse discard over Hela? No, that doesn't make you weird at all. Alright, let's go Jeff here. We'll go into Storm. Scarlet Spider.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's the cutest Ebony Maw as I ever thought I'd say. I like this Ebony Maw. Definitely my favorite. Kari's not bad. I feel like this game is very snappable for some reason. We have Scarlet Spider. We're going to go Doctor Doom, so we've spread a lot of power across the board. Yeah, let's go ahead and... They haven't really developed much for the first 3.
Victory.
How long has the stream been going? The stream has been going for 7.5 hours now. Just a small 7.5. Scarlet Spider is going to be a decent card once Hela and Junk get controlled. Yeah. Forever? Yeah. It's been going on forever. So I started the stream, technically I started my first stream as soon as drops launched at 11 Central Time yesterday. I streamed for 7 or 8 hours. I took about a 6-hour break. And then I have been live for another 7.5. So it feels like forever. Agony will work with Scarlet. what, it being able to bump up the Scarlet? Is that what you're saying? Without fear of like actually destroying the Scarlet himself? Potentially, yeah. Then any replacements for or substitutes for Makari? I would go with just another card that you can curve out early in place of the Makari. So I would definitely do 3 or below, and just like a solid impact 3 or below. The benefit that she gives us here is that she can potentially go into like a lockdown lane with like Ebony Maw, but if you're not able to pull it. I was out 4 hours ago. Love the dedication. I've been enjoying the streams. It's definitely been nice to be able to sit down and do a really long stream without like having other things like pop up. And so I've been enjoying it a lot. Without the Madam Web, Spider-Man 2099 is completely cope here. Other than it just being a 9 power play. We do have Luke Cage. We now get Storm, but it's a touch too late. Said Agony plus Scarlet is 514.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, 514. No, it would be 614. No, never mind. You're right. Scarlet Spider's 4, not 5. You're right. You're right. Let's go Legion. See if maybe we can snipe this one away. Legion, lock down the flooded location. Makari jumps in, helps us out. Beta Ray build. We're gonna need Makari to flop down into the mid lane. I guess even if she does, they have a Nightcrawler too. So unfortunate. Won't be able to. Jumps in the wrong lane anyways. I can't find anything that I'm really gelling with to grab.
Escaped.
So maybe it's because I've been I've kind of burned through several different builds pretty quickly without really being able to take a second to like step back and think about like what's super common. So what's super common is we have a lot of the movement stuff. We have a lot of like the splat stuff, which is the big high power bursty plays. We have a lot of destroy, a lot of clutter, and some hella. So it's tough to be able to look at all of those. And Nero with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. So Kiln comes down in mid. We can do Storm. Actually, with War Machine, this is a beautiful hand. No, not the Makari. Let's go Storm into the right. Kiln will lock down Isle of Silence. We have War Machine. So we'll be able to freely play into those locations. Is Scream a pass? Scream is a card that feels like she is just on the cusp of great. But it's just the cards that need to be used to like, kind of build her up and support her. Don't feel great. So the Storm gets immediately countered by the magic, unfortunately. Didn't feel magical. We do get Legion, so War Machine, Legion, re-roll the rest of it. If I don't have 29.9, will I get him? With the variant, yeah. You want to try a War Machine ramp deck? Me? Or somebody else? I've tried a couple of War Machine ramp decks. Scream's had a couple of annoying uses against me. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's one of those that can be really, really good. But it's when everything just kind of goes right for it. And then show with the emote only chat. Let's go ahead and hit the Legion real fast as we stroll into the emote only chat. Turn 5 War, turn 6 Legion and Kiln. Rip off. Ooh, yeah, we could. Could have, yeah. In case you want to try something new. So I just picked this one up. It was what Dexter was running. And I think it's probably decent. I don't know that I'll run it as well as him. Imagine she'll be great later when other move your opponent cards come out. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like she's like 1 or 2 resources away from being great. So we're going to launch into the emote only chat really quickly. And then we'll jump back into another game. We'll release you guys here in a few minutes. So Ebon Angel is who we have up next. We do have Storm 2099. I haven't seen Madam Web in the few games that I've played with this. We haven't been able to see the Madam Web come down. Storm gets hit by Iceman, unfortunately. I would have preferred losing the Spider-Man. Maybe we can get a lane that's restrictive instead. That way the War Machine can help us out there. So Chavez, Iceman. Oh, they do have Makari. Okay, it was from Camp Lay High. Otherwise, low collection level account or low collection level player. All right, we get the Madam Web. It's Spider-Man's time to shine, or just something. Really anything. Rocker Raccoon is huge. They do the snipe. Storm between if I want to do Storm, if I want to do Legion, or War Machine. Do War Machine so we can play into the Ebony Maw lane. Then I'll do Spider-Man over to the right. We probably don't hit anything big with him, but it's a possibility. Like we could do a 4 and a 1 as well. But I kind of like the idea of having Spider-Man move into a lane and then dropping Infinite in another. Especially since it's a relatively low collection. Ooh, wow. Rude. We're gonna move Spider-Man into mid. I hope that we sniped one of the stronger cards. Maybe we hit Strong Guy. Maybe we hit, I don't know. If they get Strong Guy down and something else decently powered in Camp Lay High, I don't think we can compete against it. Oh, the emote only chat. Oh my goodness, I forgot we were locked because I wasn't seeing the emotes scroll through. I thought we were just kind of all in kind of a sleepy slumber over in Chatland. Stacking.
Hello! So happy!
Hail Hydrate, indeed. Quinnick said, I see those sleepy blinks. You see nothing, Quinnick. You see nothing. We may be tired. I think I think 23 hours that have been up. So I still got another 20 minutes in me, maybe another hour. I'm gonna shoot for another hour, maybe a little bit more. And then the hydrate reminder from Seal. Then show with the timeout. But I have it built up for you. Or have it. Oh man, this timeout didn't work. There we go. So you have 2 minutes to think about what you've done. We have the last hydrate reminder coming in. Maybe not the last, but the latest from AE. So we do have the discounted storm because of Utopia. It won't reveal this turn. I'm gonna keep Utopia for now. And then SJI, you said I'm getting happier and happier with my 65 Spider-Man 2099 boosters. I mean, bad. It's not bad.
Oh, snap.
So luckily we played the Storm into Los Diablos space, so it's safe over there. I kind of want to play War Machine into Los Diablos space as well, so it gets the
Wind, aid my
protection,
hand.
like once it's locked down. And Pilk said, "You're still live." We're still live. We're still pumping. We're still going. We've done a little bit of up, a little bit of down as far as our climbing, but overall it's been very, very good. That lethargic streamer guy. Am I more lethargic than the normal? So, ooh, they have a wow. What? Of all the 4-drops in the game, their Agent Coulson gives them War Machine. Oof. Okay. Let's go 2099. We can go Doctor Doom. Do you think Scorn will work in a Hella deck? We would have to play Infinite over here. Eat it, but that's obviously not great. We're gonna do it and hope that they either stack mid, they don't push enough to win it, but we probably lose this one. Scorn in a, I don't know, in a Hella deck seems maybe not. Oh wait, we're gonna win it?
So happy.
Victory.
Had they played Electro left instead, they would have won. And so for the Hella deck, I'm not sure how often you would actually be discarding the Scorn. Aranio with 29.9, yeah, that way you could move 29.9 the same turn you play it, and it's more of like that surprise factor. I agree. I think it's a pretty cool combo whenever you do get it set up. Yeah, Apocalypse discard. It could also be used in the like Gambit machine gun or like the Exodia deck. The one that wants to discard Gambit or trigger Gambit to destroy the opponent's cards like an absurd number of times. I think it could do okay there, but that's also pretty a pretty fragile combo. We get Madam Web. We have table from the hub. I'm gonna go ahead and play Madam Web. That way we can start focusing into the wrap, and we can shift things out after. I would replace Makari for Jean Grey. Makari for Jean Grey might be okay. Makari snapped or stacked into the correct location here, and so we're able to do Chimichanga Storm, get the free raft resource, move the cards out as needed, and then we can go from there. So an Emperor Hulkling, not bad. Good base 11 power.
Wind, aid my hand.
Psylocke. Said I love my Gambit variant, but that deck is iffy. Yeah, I really enjoy. I got a Gambit variant as well that I pulled from like I think it was the season pass track last season. That was incredible. It was incredible, but the deck itself, I think I might agree. It's kind of iffy. Don Astor said TLSG is talking, but in his head he is singing "Show Me the Way to Go Home." No, we're good. We're good. We're good for a few more. Maybe we can climb now that we stole what I think Dexter was using. I'm not sure if he had any other like variations in it. But maybe we can climb a little bit.
I am
The big Iron Man. Okay. Then Chimichanga. So with Psylocke, feels like a Mr. Negative deck that maybe just missed. Sleepy but still getting dubs. Absolutely sleepy but still getting dubs. Okay, the Super Scroll was big. That was a big hit for him. Now, big left lane already. They can play into this flooded lane, which is scary. They could go over the top of whatever we're wanting to do. What if we Legion Upper Hulkling Spider-Man 2099 Ebony Maw. Still got this is what we're gonna lock in. Danny said I'm sick, so no work today. It's a nice stream. Thank you for spending your time with me, Danny. Hopefully you feel better soon. Hopefully you get over your sickness quickly, and hopefully the stream helps the day go by a little bit faster. Feel she thinks he is streaming right now, but this is it's just a hallucination. It's just a very vivid dream. I'm back for like one game because no one has gotten here to unlock the doors yet. I hope we'll try and make it a good game of official. So we're going against Dara, Peter Pumper. We do have War Machine. We have Storm.
Oh, snap.
We'll make it a good game for you, Saucepan. We're gonna see if we can pump the Pumper. Now he was running Hella. Looks like he still is. Maybe he's tired, or maybe he's just not enjoying the meta, and so he's like, I'm gonna run Hella. But getting a Legion would be devastating here. And then Pilk said Daredevil Avatar. We'll switch it up after this one. Feels Chi has the key to unlock the door. You're here forever. We do. The door to official Saucepan's work. Alright, let's go Storm, because we can't play into Xandar yet. Can't play into Morag yet.
Wind, aid my hand.
So we need a Legion, I think. Otherwise, I'm not sure that we beat the high roll possibilities of Hela. Hellcow is fine. Ari is not. So as soon as this turn ends and there's no Legion, he's gonna snap back. I would imagine he'd snap back, but card of 2, Hellcow will be 2 more, and any one of them can hurt us here. I tried to make it a good one for you. Just didn't work. TLSG just got to infinite with the Sarah Onslaught deck you showcased the other day. A relatively smooth climb, but it seems people are starting to recognize the pattern. Yeah. Yeah, they're starting to recognize like what typically will beat that deck. And so like counter move or making sure they focus on getting that Sarah disconnected from the Onslaught. So they're definitely starting to figure that piece of it out. Good attempt, unfortunate draw. Yeah, there's only so much you can do against Hela in that matchup. I thought we had a good shot of it, and so I figured I'd press the advantage early. It just didn't pan out. My man doesn't need sleep. I mean, we probably do. Probably do, but we're enjoying the game. And even if we've been hovering around 220 for a couple of hours. We honestly just need like one good breakthrough, I think. But since the meta is so like kind of divided, unless you come up with something really surprising or unexpected, a lot of it is going to be those back and forth and just being able to play better. Then official saucepan. Hopefully you have a great one. We'll catch you around in the next one. Go magic. Of the turn for Mr. Negative, which is great. This is a Cerebro 3. Cerebro 3 could potentially run Scarlet Witch. I guess if they're free, it doesn't matter too much. Schwaks still going? We are still going strong, Schwaks. We're almost 8 hours strong into the stream. Absolutely wild numbers today. We have the Mr. Negative into Jane Foster. Jane Foster, we pull out 3, 4, 5, 2 of the 3 of these. So Sage, Mystique, Taskmaster. Good to see. They can Valkyrie mid. And are we... US Agent Nico, a copy of Quake as well, and Madam Web. Interesting. I'm not familiar enough with the deck anymore to know if it runs like a Scarlet Witch or a locational changing card. I hit an infinite last night and then passed out. Schwaks. That's still big. So we can go Wong, Mystique. Bona. Go ahead and go Sage. But if they're playing for the end game, it's not going to matter. Agent goes mid. Nice call. You watched Deadpool 3 yet? Is that on video on demand currently? I haven't watched it. I've watched some pieces of it, but oh no, we lose to a Valkyrie. Does this deck even run Valkyrie anymore? Or is that too high-ended? We didn't draw Taskmaster. We lost the 50-50 anyway. Shouldn't have pumped the cards so quickly. I guess I was not familiar enough with C3 anymore to know what they typically run. Saw both Rhino and Scarlet Witch and Cerebro 3 today. Yeah. Cerebro 3 is one of those decks that it has so many build options that it's really tough to know exactly what kind of tech tools they're running. And I think that is what where a lot of the strength lies. And so we're going to run to a quick set of ads so that pre-rolls don't turn back on. But we'll be back for some more gameplay right after that. Don't go anywhere, you guys. You ever sleep? Typically, yes. But young child in this marathon, yeah. So I haven't. It's been almost 24 hours. But typically I do in general. Oh, Pilk, your avatar. I just saw the redemption. I'll choose it right after this game. I'd say that with full intent of doing it, but I know very well that I might forget. Onslaught Citadel with the Wong is beautiful. Love to see it. Did you know you can pop out the window on top of chat on PC, and then you can turn up the volume of the stream. You still get the ads at the same time, so everyone's really. I didn't know that. That is nice to know, though. Let's go Cassandra Nova. We don't have negative here, which is a little unfortunate. But Magic gives us an opportunity to get there. If this is the Miracle deck, the Sarah Surfer Miracle, we might have an okay shot, especially if we draw into Mr. Negative with Jane Foster in hand. That is exactly what we're going to do. Mr. Negative, I might play Jane Foster to the right just to keep trying to make sure we dodge priority. Or let's go Mr. Negative here so that when we stack in this lane, it's not going to be able to impact our priority at all. And then Dinesh, you're still going. We're still going. We're still going strong. We took a break for dinner and to get my daughter ready for bed. And then we came back and we've been live for just under 8 hours now. And so we're still pumping it out strong. We had a little bit of some weary points here and there where I think I may have been on autopilot, but we've made it through. I'm feeling good right now, and I'm ready for a big long nap once we end. Since of course subscribing is the least annoying way to enjoy streams ad free. That too. Are the drops working? Yeah, so the drops are working. I got mine. If you go to the second link here to the drop/inventory, that'll let you know if that'll tell you your progress gauge on getting the drops. Oh, this is the Clutter deck? Oh man. Might be cooked against Clutter. We only had space for one of them too. Have Taskmaster in hand. Oh. So I mean, we could lean into the Ironheart instead. So Wong next turn would be Mystique into like the Ironheart Sage. We win this lane, we can help buff up one of the other or some of the other ones. So maybe let's go Magic Wong. Recommendation for climbing Infinite this season? You could do Hella. You can always do Hella. But if you don't enjoy it, then it's not going to be a fun climb. I ran the Agent Venom Bast kind of low to the ground deck that ran Havoc, a couple other pieces that was really fun for me. It made the climb go really quickly. But it kind of depends on what you're enjoying. The only bad thing is we're going to potentially buff up their Titania here. They're already going to have to flip this lane back and flip this one. I I don't know if we even need Sage in the left, honestly. We might be better off putting Sage in the right. They're going to have Cannonball. If they do Cannonball, they do it here onto the Jane Foster. Do we ever do this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Good backup line for the Cannonball. And then we have to hope that Ironheart hits this lane enough to beat the 7. Okay, it didn't matter. We were able to grab it anyways. And so I would say find something that you're enjoying. Bounce is really strong. Clutter can be strong. Hella, if you have those pieces. Destroy can also be strong. It can potentially go higher on the high roll than what Hella can do. It's just about finding what you're enjoying so that it doesn't feel like a grind. Now it's too early to stop gaming. It is. It's too early to stop gaming. We have to change our name, Elliot. Next up, we have Atuma. We do have the Ravona, so if we can draw into Mr. Negative, perfect. If not, then we're going to go Cassandra Nova into Quantum Realm on turn number 3. Beautiful.
Oh, snap.
And snap into it. Because Mr. Negative not only is going to be dropped on 3, it's not going to be a negative power force either. Then it'll get pushed out of that lane as well. Oh no. Why do we keep getting Cosmo sniped?
Opponent snapped.
Can we still win this, or is that cope? And that'll be
Escaped.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Red Light, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Pushes us to 52 for today. We absolutely crushed the sub goal that we had set up of the 1250, and so we're absolutely cruising past it. I appreciate the support and appreciate all of you guys being here. I said Cosmo is the bane of my snap existence. Before tonight, I honestly hadn't seen a whole lot of Cosmo, but I've been having my soul read by Cosmo the last couple of hours, and it stings a little bit. But I mean, that one I think was a relatively easy read. So knowing that we would want to change Mr. Negative from a negative to a positive, knowing that we had Ravona, I feel like it was an easy enough read to make. Oh my goodness. Silk, you're absolutely correct. I forgot. We're going to do it right after this game, and it's over fast enough that I shouldn't forget. Much lower in the ranks, but see a lot of Cosmo down here, especially in Conquest. He said, it's all good, you're very tired. And to be fair, on a good day, I'm likely to forget it as well. And so it's just like piled onto it. Daredevil, which one do you want? Do you want the base one or? The beta pass? Is that this one? Got you all set up. I'm actually rewatching the Daredevil TV show. I never finished it. I started it, but then like I don't know, something happened and I kind of fell off and forgot what had all happened, and so never picked it back up. That's why I restarted it. Yeah. I may need to restart the whole thing. We have the Ravona. We're just looking for the Mr. Negative now. Ranged, you said blasphemy. How can the actor not watch the show they're in? Because it's you know, it's like you can't watch yourself be on the screen type of thing. Very similar. Part of my process. Can't see how it played out. All right, so the clutter is not great for our negative deck, which I did not take into account. I thought it was, I was thinking about Dara and his Hella deck, and this would do great into that. But the clutter piece of it does not, it doesn't do so well. The best part of the show is when Kingpin tries to kill someone, but Daredevil says, "You forgot that it's turn 5," and he counters it. I feel like that's a direct quote from the show. What card do you recommend that I get from the free Series 3 each season? Early collection level, a Wong like on reveal can be really strong because it's one of those that it's a glass cannon. It's, oh wait, this is Arsham. I thought it was Clutter, but it's absolutely Arsham. Wouldn't have blown through the Cassandra Nova so quickly had I known that. Wong can be really strong.
Power must be
strong Chi.
controlled.
Wong can be really strong early game and create that Odin own reveal. Depending on what other Series 3 resources you have, I would kind of flesh out and build out like the best cohesive list I could out of what I had, and then kind of pick and choose. So like if you're really close to a destroy deck, probably try to finish off the pieces of that, or a different genre, different archetype. My goodness. So there's is there a deck in Snap that manages to draw Shang-Chi more consistently than Arsham?
I am Iron Man.
Any deck that's going up against the old Doc Ock had better chances for sure.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Nah, we can't win this one. This would be like stage, but in mid we can't win right. Oh, we'll jump out of this. Maybe I'll go back to, I don't know what kind of deck I should run. Something that does good into clutter is what it seems like it needs to be. And then DDPXL, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Glad to have you here. Even if I am a little bit sleepy, we're in high spirits nonetheless.
Escape.
Hey TLSG, congrats on going full time. Thank you so much, DDPXL. Super excited. I'm a little bit nervous, but excited nonetheless. And so we've been having an absolute massive stream. Had some incredible raids earlier on, and have just been enjoying the night shift and carrying in the night shift. So let's see, my agent Hawk. This one runs a little bit differently than one that I was running. Maybe it'll. No, we didn't change we didn't actually change the deck. Let's try this one. Is it go to Ben Man? It's okay. No, I know. I want to go, but I want to go a little bit longer. I want to see if I can climb back up just a little bit. So if I can find a deck that's really meshing well, then I'll be good. And if not, we had a fun time anyways. You see White Widow getting nerfed to 3 cost. I feel like a 3 cost nerf would kill her. And so probably not. I think her actual overall stats are pretty mid. I think she's very close to like a 50% win rate when you look at like a big sample size. Oh, never mind. So things have changed. He's now showing is around like a 55% win rate on Snap.fan. So that could of course be very dependent on like how the data is like sliced up, but. And then Sea Light, good game as always. Didn't know you were still playing this early. Normally I'm not, but tonight I am. For today. I guess it's daytime by now. I see the light out of the windows. And then Epic Cutie Pie said, still going strong. We absolutely are still going as strong as we possibly can. So let's add as much disruption as we can. And actually, I kind of want to do like a Cosmo just because I've been getting my soul read by Cosmo lately. So like Juggernaut, push them over into the Cosmo lane. Might not be bad. For that, let's go.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Acero,
enough.
Cosmo, Porg, Juggernaut. We'll call that a win. And then Flaccid Cougar, I apologize. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 54 for the day, up to almost 1280. So the Cosmo, we're gonna fill the right lane. Craziness, absolutely crazy turn with the Project Pegasus. The Symbiote Spider-Man, the Iron Fist, no such luck. The Iron Heart, oh such luck. We'll gladly take it. And with the Kitty Pryde with Angela, we don't necessarily need the ability to have our own reveals. So I'm gonna focus on that. Take the 1 cube retreat. Goodness. I've been playing a Spectrum ongoing. I love when they use White Widow. Spectrum ongoing, especially if you have Luke Cage built into it, and can make some good use out of the White Widow or the Widow's Kiss. So then it turns that negative into a positive 2, and it helps you fill the lane faster. It always feels nice. I always consider that we don't see the full data. Yeah. So it definitely isn't necessarily 55, but just from the public tracker that we had, which I don't know if that's skewed because of the start of the season. So does it have like the bot matches in it? I don't know. I don't know how it was pulled or spliced or sliced. Go ahead and go Agent Venom. That helps a good amount of our cards in our deck. Or do we go? I'm gonna go Rockslide instead. I could feel the retreat coming before the last turn even played out. That play was brutal, and it played out just perfectly too, which was so satisfying. We could have gotten the 4 power on the Iron Man. Unfortunately, I talked myself out of it. So now the rest of the things in the deck don't benefit as much as the Iron Man. We do have Mystique and Iron Man already in hand. I'll still go ahead and play the Kate Bishop though. Then Pi, you said, how does rank system work in this game? I feel like until Infinite, it's just a progress bar. I'm very Vibranium now, playing against Plat and Diamond. So pre-Infinite, there's a banding of I want to say plus or minus 10 levels or something like that, or 10 ranks. It's been a while since I saw the specifics of it, but once you're post-Infinite, there are no more bots, and you match against people that are closer to your MMR, regardless of their collection level or anything like that. So pre-Infinite, it looks at your collection level as well as a few other indicators to determine who it should match you against. Since we're going to turn 7, I think maybe it's like a Cosmo, and maybe we go basic arrow Cosmo. That way next turn could be Iron Man along with a Kitty Pryde. Big Sarah discount. So they're running the running the big last turn flood deck is what it seems like. Go Iron Man last. That way he procs at the very end, so we could potentially copy him.
I am Iron Man.
But this right lane, not being able to go over 24 power, feels potentially problematic. Like an 8, a 7, like Swordmaster, Red Guardian, something else big like Wave, could potentially exceed the 24 here, maybe. Let's see, they have 6, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're gonna have at least 2 spaces left, so we'll be able to push a couple out of Tinker's Workshop, maybe into Limbo. So I was making sure that the Juggernaut would work. So this deck, if you haven't seen it, is the Splat deck. It's the Sarah, Onslaught, Deep Discount, and then Flood 6 or 7 recost cards down on the final turn, which are typically like Hitmonkey, Sage, those that have strong on reveals. And so I'm hoping to push those out with Juggernaut into the Cosmo lane, be able to steal those and grab those away. Your favorite band? I don't know that I have a favorite band. It kind of jumps around depending on what is. I guess kind of new. I don't have one that I just kind of continue to return back to. I don't think. And Ollie said I got my drops and I'm out of here. You on YouTube? Well, hope we have a great one. Thanks for joining us for a bit. Sheesh. The surfer. It becomes very... not very close. We lost right. Lost left. We couldn't hold it down. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold it down. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. So we're going to run a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back, guys. Go anywhere. All right, we're back. We're going against Atuma again, who absolutely sniped us out with the Cosmo play last game. We don't want that to happen again. Use face is unfortunate. So is Murder World. So I'm gonna go Angela into like a rock slide. as we feel out what deck Atuma is running. And then we gotta skip. We gotta skip here, which is not great. If they have Killmonger, they might just play it. No. Okay. Thanks for making the Friday at work less mundane. I'm off now, so have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Deranged, for hanging out. Hopefully we will catch you again in the next one very, very soon. An absolute pleasure as always. So Nova Makari. Let's try for this. We may get, I'm gonna say we may get Cos mode, but we got Juggernauted instead. We just haven't been able to develop anything. Do anything for like the first part of the game. So next turn would be like Juggernaut Mystique, but
I am.
doesn't really
Iron
protect much from us. Feeling it. The Hawk comes down a touch too late. Six power on the left, I don't think ever does it. Surfer? Their list might be a counter heavy surfer, yeah. Might be in line with kind of what they're pushing or what they're going. I'm gonna go back to a little bit of Comfort Clog, and actually I'm not sure that I really care for the Eliath in this version. The idea was that there's some games where the opponent is completely passing, like the Splat deck, and you can use Eliath as a way to counteract that. But in my testing earlier, it didn't feel fantastic. Most of the time we did not have priority. So it might be that we sub it out for like either a Shang-Chi or Daredevil. But we'll try it as is for now. And then Frank Puddle, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning. How many cards do you need to be collection complete? Ooh, I don't even know a count anymore. There aren't half the cards in the game, Series 3. At one point, I would say yes, but at this point, I think probably not. I feel like it's much more lean towards, like a good portion is Series 3, but Series 4 and 5 is also a really big chunk. Then Munchov said, viewership is growing strong. Thank you so much. The drops, or the first day of drops, are always crazy days for viewership and just for like traffic on the Twitch category itself. And so it's the perfect time to stream or be able to stream, which I'm really excited to be able to do the long streams that we're doing. So the Morbius, they're running a discard deck. Get him with a Viper in the right lane. Jeff can scale with Kunlun. Maybe we go ahead and do like a demon. That zone shows 373 or 376. 76 is wild. Morbius is ongoing, yeah. If we can hit an Eliath before they get any big discards going, maybe that helps us. So they lose their Gambit, big Swarm, big for them. I'm gonna see if I can snipe out a MODOK. No, like it. Oh, just a flat helicarrier. Interesting. this, but the Titania is risky. I think we just have to hope that Cannonball pushes it into Fisk Tower. Okay, Cannonball cannot push it into mid as is. Big Modok. Morbius is going to scale. Their Dracula gets pretty big. Proxima does pop into mid or to the right. Yeah, I think they got us.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, because it generates the the regenerated value. Close, but not quite there. I've been having success with this deck, but I run Shang-Chi instead of Jeff, and Red Hulk instead of Goliath. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Goliath just for a bigger body. Goliath is decent at trying to snipe out like Hellas and things like that, but it doesn't really. All right, so we have the Legion one. I'm actually going to switch it back to that the War Machine deck for the Legion stuff. Might as well finish off some bounties while we can. And then Grim said, "Wait, you really streamed overnight?" I did indeed. These tired eyes do not lie. Ah, man. We're going against Dara again. As soon as we switch back to the deck that does not match well into Hela, match into Dara running Hela. Fortunate. He's climbing really quickly with the Hela deck too. So we may save Aunt May's for a potential Scarlet Spider, or an immediate Spider-Man 2099 trigger. Could also be nice. Storm is good. We could also skip Storm Legion on... Skip Storm on 4, Legion on 5. And then nobody could play on 6. In case they weren't developed ahead of time, because his deck, if it's still the Hela deck, doesn't develop until later on. Dara? Yeah. Yeah, Dara. Ooh, he switched it up on us. Oof. Alright, so not running the Hela anymore. Still gonna go with the good old game plan.
Opponent snapped.
Still gonna go with the good old game plan. I don't think we falter. Could also try to snipe the Sebastian Shaw with Spider-Man potentially. Mr. Paw said, "Oh my god, I can watch both of them." You can indeed. I thought they were running Hela, so I thought this was going to be a smarter play than it is, but it is absolutely not great. We can go Madam Web so that we can continue playing Flooded Lane. I'm going to try the Legion and see if maybe we can get a win. Okay, not with the Namora, we cannot.
Escaped.
So a good twist. I feel like the Namora stuff is really good when it goes unimpeded. So definitely worked for him there. Mr. Paw. It didn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't a better battle. It was an all-out massacre. The Grim said, "Hope you're doing good. Your brews are mostly top tier. Thanks for that." Absolutely, Grim Joseph. I absolutely try to bring the best builds that I can into the streams. You said, "Wait a minute. How long has the stream been going?" 8.5 hours.
Hey man, I'm cool.
We've been pumping for a little while. We have the Storm line. We have Scarlet Spider, which is a decent direction for us. Holy smokes. And it gets a little bit worse. So before this stream, I yesterday morning I woke up, went to work half day, so like early morning, like 6 a.m. Woke up, worked half day, came back, streamed as soon as drops were announced and launched,
Wind,
and
aid my hand.
streamed for about 7 hours. Then took about a 6-hour break to deal with like dinner and spending time with my family, and then I came back and I launched the stream again. So it's been like one consecutive ordeal. Nico, Korg, Rockslide. We have to, of course, look out for them having Hawk. Spider-Ham hurts, but maybe not too much. Oh, second. I think a Rockslide at that. Fortunate. If we don't play... Oh, man. Let's skip here. Let's skip here into Infinite left. Otherwise, we have to play the Legion, and that feels bad. Yep. Yep. Black Bolt, no Ebony Maw. I do kind of wish that Lucari went left, though. So this is 23. If they have a Hawk, it's 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 23. Depending on where Scarlet Spider went.
Snap.
We'll snap into it. If they have, I don't think they have any other ways to shuffle stuff into our deck. So I think 23, if my sleepy math is correct, in Baxter Building might be the high end of what they can go on. And so if that's the case, it becomes a 50-50 of if Scarlet Spider jumps over into Baxter Building or not.
Victory.
I guess we could have also just pushed Infinite here and just given up on Baxter Building. Could have also been a line we could have went with. All right, next up we have Citanio, the first location, Shuri's Lab, which with Scarlet Spider and with Madam Web is very, very good. The hood tells me they're running like Clutter, so we definitely want to prioritize getting Madam Web down. We can play Legion into the vault with War Machine down. We get the free last turn. Now they probably have magic. But otherwise, I think we're in a pretty strong spot. Ooh, White Widow, scary. But if they chose this as their clutter lane, it's not gonna. They're not gonna be able to fully clutter us.
Breaking news.
Then T Greenathy said, "No way, TLSG on when I get to work. I am absolutely still on. We're still going strong. We're still pumping it. We're still having a good time with it."
Snap.
Sleepy math, quite the turn. Yeah, I mean it's not quite sloppy math, but it is sleepy math. Sleepy math. And the Drunken King, I got your water, your hydrate reminder. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna go Ebony Maw right. We're gonna go just. I guess we could have went Ebony Maw left and then moved him later. That would have been nice to block that in. I wish we would have. We could have moved it with that, with the Madam Web. So a double power Scarlet Spider this turn. Or we go War Machine. Be able to play after we play Legion into the vault. Let's go Scarlet Spider. So glad you get to unashamedly play Snap through the night now, making me want to go for streaming. Unashamedly, we're absolutely enjoying the stream too, which is something that I wasn't able to. I would have to be juggling a little bit too much to do the long streams. So now I'm excited. You said good game. Did you have the Infinite that game? Neo, we did. I think it was the last game. We did have Infinite to drop, and I was planning on dropping Infinite left. It was the Hawk deck, right? I was planning on dropping Infinite left. So we do get Makari, which is kind of nice for us, depending on where she drops down into. Legion into the vault will lock us into all of the locations unless they drop a magic on 5. Said if anything, I'd play Deadlock. Shooters have such a tough competitive curve because it's really like feast or famine, and so streaming any kind of gun game or shooter would make me very nervous. Said Hella is Series 3, so you might see her in the monthly freebies. Yeah, Hella is another a strong one that doesn't require a deep collection in most cases. So the single card in the right, I think we already win. Arrow, okay. That is the guaranteed win at this point. Take our 2 against against Clutter move.
Victory.
We'll jump over into the next. To the Hawk game. Yeah. No matter my play, I couldn't beat 23. And just said if he bluffed me, he bluffed me. Yeah, we had the Infinite, and I was looking to go over the top of the left lane, which is I think it was Baxter building, to be able to push the power into the others. And so I think the 23 you could have tied if you had Hawk, but if my Scarlet Spider bounced over left, it would have pushed the win in our favor. I think, or is what I was thinking when I was playing it. I have PTSD from bluffs now. I'm so sorry, Straws. I'm so sorry. I won't do it again. I won't do it to you again. I promise. So we have the Nebula. We have Jeff coming down next. We do have War Machine, which is great. We'll get the extra card draw from the Abbey, so maybe that is our Storm. Phantom Web's not bad. Arisham deck. Storm would definitely be better, but Legion is okay. Madam Web, Ebony Moss, so that we can play it even without the War Machine. Let me know. Tell me why every time I see a Jubilee, it's always Infinite. Yeah. Any substitute for Makari? I would go with another like good value, low cost card. So maybe like White Widow if you have her. All right, let's go ahead and lock in the, I guess, Scarlet Spider. Legion doesn't do a whole lot for us. But War Machine, on the other hand, gives us access to the and also access to play into this left lane, even without moving it out. I thought so. I thought I had a way to turn. Wanted to see a War Machine right. Someone sub so I can check the counter. T Greenity. The counter's looking pretty good. but you may need somebody sub to see it. And then Lime Hunter said, TLG, are you live this early? We are absolutely live this early. Any reason for not playing Spider left so you could buff him with the mid move? Because Ebony Maw was there, and so I couldn't play there. Even if I move Ebony Maw, you have to wait a turn before being able to play it to the left. What if there were album rewards, but for avatars and titles? Oh man, I'd clean up. I was born for this. So Infinite Scarlet Spider. Call it quality.
Hello! Can you understand me?
See what they ended up going with in mid. War Machine of their own, and Corvus is not gonna do it. Any location where where the clone would have hopped to would have been able to be a win. Mid or left, we had it absolutely locked away. And Calibrex, welcome in. I hate to say this, but I can watch longer. I appreciate you being here. And so the sub counter, we may not pop one for a little bit. The last one was 30 minutes ago, so the counter is 1,277. And so we did have a good amount of support along the way overnight. Then Gorm says, congrats on the all-night stream, TLSG. I'm going to take a nap. Thank you for hanging out with me, Gorm. Hopefully you enjoyed your stay at the stream, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime soon. The Nebula here is actually not bad because she scales for free, so higher than what she loses, unless they play cards there, which is typically unfortunate for them. I'm going to go ahead and play out the Ebony Maw. We can always reinforce it later with like a Jeff, or if we get War Machine, even better. Never mind. Okay. We might be done. One card and we might be done with this game. So depending on what else is kind of following up their deck build, might be in trouble. Greenathy, you do have some impressive watch time. I'm not sure why the stream elements even has a watch time command if it's not tracking anything. The big sage, Doom. Now this definitely feels like a deck we lose. They're gonna flood quite a bit. Maybe Surfer alongside it. Priority, I think we jump out of it. But it is time for a quick set of ads to make sure that the pre-rolls aren't enabled. So while we're waiting for this retreat, we'll go ahead and take the quick ad break, and then we'll jump back into a little bit more when we come back. You said I didn't know it was bugged. I thought you dropped in and typed that immediately. They got the fast fingers.
Escaped.
I guess I can wait a second before queuing up into the next one. Oh man, we haven't been able to finish our bounty. That's why I was running this deck, because we need one more win. Just need to buy one more win. Next up, we have King of Hela himself, Danish. You have the Magneto. So they're gonna have our Makari, right? Yeah. Man, you're going a long time. Good morning. Good morning, Flex. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Yeah, we've been pumping it for quite a while. But absolutely having a blast doing it. So I don't beat a Hela deck here. Is the problem. Without the cheesy combo, we just don't beat this one. We just don't go high. We just don't go as high as what they do. Probably ends up in a retreat really quickly. We'll give it a second.
Escaped.
Nothing we can do there, unfortunately. We're gonna switch back to the Cersei cook for a minute. No, I need to stay diligent. I need to complete the Legion win. I usually watch Harry in the AM, but you have Prio. Thank you for being here, T Greenathy. At least for the moment. He may get a little bit more power on the board than us a little bit later and steal Prio, but at least for now, we're enjoying it. So we could do Ebony Maw to the right. Honestly, probably better than sacrificing any of our other ones. Let's go ahead and do that. To deck 23, what are you not telling us? I don't know. The mystery. Unironically playing 2099. He's pretty cope. Like in this one, really the only time you get to move him or use him is if you have Madam Web down and if you draw him on 5 and if you don't want to go Legion instead. Then you can, if all of those conditions are met, then you can play him. But otherwise, he's a cope in it. Arg said it said, "Sweet Lord, went to sleep, woke up, and you're still going." We are still going, indeed. We've been absolutely crushing it. Not necessarily in ranks, but in good spirits and good vibes. Dennis, she said, "I feel like I matched into you in my first 3 games every session." Yeah, I feel like we've been running into each other just nonstop, and always good games. But I just unfortunately with the deck that I was running, unless I get like the uber high roll, I can't even compete against Hela.
Epic.
Been live all night? We have indeed. I'm gonna run this for a little bit more to see how it goes. I didn't give it a big sample size earlier, and I did have a couple of bad like locations. Clutter also really hurts just about any deck. It makes it really difficult and constricted to play around. He said, "Gosh, dang, man, yeah." And then Line, you said I'm at 99, 3 out of 7. Next game could be my infinite game. Good luck, Line. You've absolutely got it. Try not to stress. Try not to stress too much about it. It's gonna be the like ideal game. We have Quicksilver, which is gonna go into Machine World. Unfortunate for them. We have the Pixie, which is going to come down on 2. We have a claw in the form of their copycat. Have the cable as well. So without Mobius, Pixie becomes a little bit scary. I think that's fine. I also think that we go ahead and donate the Pixie to them. I don't think they'll probably use it. Stress it all with climbing? Absolutely climbing. Quicksilver came down Subterranea. Ooh. Let's go ahead and drop our or their claw. Oh wait, this is an Agatha deck. They played out the Quicksilver. Okay. The Rock, unfortunate. So I think it's like a Hawkeye or Kate Bishop plus Abel. How much longer are you going? I'm not sure, Flex. Right now we're feeling pretty good, but it could be that I blink an eye and it just doesn't open back up. So Moon Knight, we get rid of our Magneto, we get rid of the Pixie we gave him, then play a rock. I guess is a... Okay, so we can resummon the Magneto with this Ghost Rider Steel. We hadn't already snapped, I absolutely would now. Magneto Steel pulls and locks them into this lane. Then we can do something like a grapple arrow. Legion is rather rude.
I'm coming for you. We are the future.
Yeah, that's as far as voice lines go, I think that's probably the most disturbing one in Snap.
Victory.
The most important question of the day: what's for breakfast? I think for breakfast I'm gonna have a big bowl of nap. We'll probably take a big nap. So it worked out well that time. We got the Pixie. That one was a decent one for us. Hashtag factor. I mean, we have some factor meals, but I don't know that I want to. I don't know that I want to heat up like a chicken or something for breakfast. And then duck sauce greetings from Croatia. Welcome in, Croatia, or from Croatia. You're not Croatia, but welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic morning or afternoon, whatever time frame it is for you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Said, speaking of Ghost Rider, got an inspiration for it, and then oh, never mind. Said Ghost Rider was kind of zesty with that line. Yeah, it was. Yeah, and this is Dara. And Dara's been absolutely pumping us the last couple of games. Maybe, hopefully, we can steal some back. Yeah, but Jeff, last time I ran into him, he was running the Namora deck. And absolutely tuned us up with it. Oh. Yeah, Sebastian Shaw. Do we have... Don't have priority here. Rough. We won't have priority next turn either. Oh, they can't do it this turn. Because it's not turn 5. We can go with a Wiccan. We're looking to like Alioth block their potential Namora line, which would come down into Onslaught Citadel. I was thinking of playing Viper first, then Ghost Rider, then discarding Destroyer, then playing Odin last. Oh yeah. Binks did something kind of similar to that. I think. Let's hope with Fenris Wolf. Yeah, I think the combo was a tricky one. I definitely think that it had some potential.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, it's Dara. He tuned us up the last match, he absolutely took us for a beating. Unfortunate. Any more to the right? I was thinking they would go left to buff up the Sebastian Shaw more, but he did get the good flip. I don't know that we can really touch that. I lock Magneto. What? Psylocke here. Or Psylocke. Magneto mid, Psylocke right. Hold all their power into one. Potentially work. If they didn't invest anything here. Or if they played only one card or less here. So it feels pretty iffy. Yeah, we're gonna pump the pumper.
We are the future.
Had we been able to hit their Namora with the Alliance, we would have been okay. But we just weren't. He played it away from the Jeff for the more flexible Jeff power instead of the Sebastian Shaw lane, which I thought he would. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. No, you're fine. You're fine. It was against Dara, so I figured we'd pump him a bit. And the trial guys on YouTube said, "Are you going to be streaming Pokemon Pocket again sometime soon?" I don't know. Maybe at some point. I do have the Pokemon Pocket channel that I might either post some content or do some lives on, but that might be here in a little bit. Don't do it. That game is a snooze. I mean, I've played it and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a good amount so far. I don't know how long, like longevity-wise, it'll last, but. Good morning. Whoa, it's almost 9 hours. We're gonna count down to the 9 hours. We have 30 seconds. Go Pixie. We have the follow-up of the Copycat into Wiccan for extra energy. Drunken, you said, hey, everything apart. You look like you need some rest and sleep. Yeah, we're probably hitting maybe a wall here soon, but so yeah, it's just been right over 9 hours. We are going in against Clutter, which is unfortunate. They do almost full clutter us in the Avengers compound lane. Let's go Wiccan into we can see from there. So a cool line would be like Cersei into Quicksilver, Green Goblin, Titania to change those into resources that stay on our side of the board. That is not what we're going to be doing here. We will, however, win mid because it's going to turn into the flooded location after this turn, and they have to play over here. So the last one would end up being like maybe Magneto's something else. And Magneto pulls their Viper. Don't necessarily want to see. The Mobius. Have what? Cannonball? 8, 9, 10, 11. They have a Demon. Played the Titania. 8, 9, 10, 11 I think is their max. We lose. We lose to it. Mad Thinker, you're still going? We are still going. I wouldn't say strong, but we're going. We were 222 when I left at 2 a.m. So I was still hovering around 220, but I lost a big one to Dara and a couple of other consistent ones, which this is the same thing that happened the last time I tried this deck. Is I lost a couple of big ones and then jumped off of it right away. So I can't find something that I'm really meshing with right now. So I think that's probably my indicator to go ahead and call it a morning and find somewhere for us to raid over into. Who do we have several big people that are on now. I was able to make it until like those people launched on. We have Dara, we have Jeff, we have Harry, then a few others. If we can raid over into any preferences. Do you have any good decks for Galactus plus Symbiote Spider-Man? The only one I had, I actually just deleted it during the stream, but it was a Galactus Wiccan deck. It works well whenever there's not a lot of clutter out. 3-cost Flood deck is hilarious. I like it. It is such a fun deck whenever it goes in uninterrupted. Any small streamers? So, not that I'm super familiar with. Like I know that Nithiel is a relatively small streamer that has, like, he's pretty high on the ladder, and same thing with Jeet. But I don't know how like the vibe is. I don't know if it's like a positive one or not. You said Harry is chill, so we can go over to Harry. Up a rate, or actually, I'll see how long Harry's been live. Oh, he's typically around this time, yeah. Let's send over to Ordinary Harry. Thank you guys for hanging out and just being the incredible viewers that you are. I couldn't imagine creating content for any other community or a better community. We're gonna go ahead and send over the raid. Thank you guys again for the amazing stream, and we'll be back again a little bit later. I'm gonna go get my daughter up and ready for school, and then I'm going to get some shut-eye. So we'll see you guys around in the next one. Have a great day, everyone. See you later.
Yo,